right, everybody. Welcome to the Mana Trader Series final, day number 2. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing you coverage all day as we claim a champion here and give away $25,000, Ross.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line for these players. They got through a gauntlet yesterday. 48 players starting in the field. We played 9 rounds across 3 different formats, and now we are down to just 11.
Yeah, down to just 11 players that made it at that 6-3 or better from 50 players. So a really tough conversion rate for these gamers. And man, some of the heartbreaking rounds we watched at the end, those 5-3 rounds where you have to win. Some players that were 5-2, kind of just kept losing at the end. Really some heartbreaking stuff here on the Mana Trader series, but luckily for them, you can always just come back in 2024. We're going to do it all over again. So let's take a look at the bracket here and show you the little bit of a different way that we're going to be structuring instead of our traditional top 8. So if we're kind of looking at the far left, it's going to be going kind of bracket style. Everything on the far left, we're going to start with that's in the green. Now, if you look up there in the green, the winner's bracket is going to be Pioneer. So if you win, if you never drop a match today, Ross, you are just going to straight up win with your Pioneer deck.
Yeah, definitely the format that this bracket stresses the most. But the good news for players that maybe don't like their Pioneer deck as much or don't like the way it's positioned in this metagame, that you can it's a double elimination bracket. So
Yeah.
you're not out of the tournament until you also lose in Modern.
So exactly that. We'll scroll down to give you a little visual here of what we have down here. If you lose a match, you go and you get placed based on your letter to one of these spots. And then once you're in the pink there, you have no wiggle room. You have to just win every single time. Otherwise, you will be facing elimination. So we're going to be starting at the top of the bracket. We'll head back up there and you'll see how 5 players there have nobody to play against right away. Well, they need opponents. That's what we're going to be figuring out immediately. At the very tip top there in first place, that is Johnny Gutman, who ended up going 3-0 in Legacy, 3-0 in Modern, and 3-0 in Pioneer to get him a bye and playing against I thought we were going to be playing against the lowest rank, but honestly, at this tournament, it really doesn't matter. Everyone is so strong, Ross.
Yeah, it's an incredibly dense field. A lot of great players. They had to put in a lot of work to get here. So you're not as concerned about your seeding. You're just trying to put your cards on the table and hope you come out on top.
Yep, absolutely. So we got 3 matches that are going to be starting off right away, then 5 players that are going to be waiting to see who they play against. Now, we talked a little bit about what we're playing for. Let's check out our graphic here with the payout for this Mana Trader Series final, and it is a nice one. Ross, tell us a little bit about this cold hard cash.
Yeah, right at the top there, you see first place going to walk away with $5,000. Second place, $4,000. And down to 2,800 for third, 1,600 for fourth, and then our players that finish anywhere from 5 to 11th here are going to get $800. Also, on the far right, you'll see that the players that finish in the top 4 are going to get some invitations. That's for next year's Mana Trader series. So they will not have to go through the league stage during a monthly qualifier season. They'll just get straight to that monthly tournament once for third and fourth, twice for second. And if you win this, you get 4 free passes into that monthly event. So you're already very close to qualifying for next year's Mana Traders finale.
Absolutely. Okay, it sounds like our players have already begun, so we're gonna jump right into our first match. Ross, what are we what's our matchup look like here? I know the one deck, Fredo Rock is the person I've been going for this entire tournament. But what's the matchup?
Yeah, so Fredo Rock up top is playing Enigmatic Fires. This is with our most popular deck in the Pioneer portion.
Yeah.
13 players bringing it, but Fredo is the only one left standing.
Wow.
So not a great tournament for that deck, but Fredo is still rocking it. And then ALMTG is going to be on Is It Phoenix, playing a pretty typical list.
Was that a pun you were going for, Fredo rocking it?
Oh, yes, that was very much intended.
Honestly, it would be a lot funnier if it was just on accident too.
LMTG's list you saw playing the Ledger Shredders instead of Thing in the Ice has single copies of Galvanic Iteration and Temporal Trespass, so leaning a little bit into the combo aspect, but not fully in. We do see some lists with 2 copies apiece. but more importantly, is still on a list that has multiple main deck spell pierces. That's
Okay.
really important in this matchup. You got to stop some of those early enchantments, things like Fires of Invention and Enigmatic Incarnation, because this Izzet Phoenix deck doesn't apply a ton of pressure. And this particular build of Fires has a lot of good removal. It's all exile based. You see the Leyline Binding in hand. They've already played a Portable Hole. There's also 4 copies of Chain to the Rocks.
Okay.
So I like Fires in this matchup, but if the Phoenix deck can get an aggressive Phoenix draw,
Yeah.
then things can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's usually how it is with Phoenix, right? You can have a good matchup against Phoenix until two Phoenixes come back on turn 3, something like that. So, catching up to the game here, a lot of back and forth, players jockeying for position. Fredo Rock landing the first spell here, and that is Fable the Mirror Breaker after cleanly dealing with Shredder. And is it one of those turns, Ross?
Yeah, ALNPG found the second cantrip there as their draw step for this turn, and now is going to be able to cast those cantrips: Lightning Axe, the Goblin Shaman, discarding a Phoenix, and return it.
Ooh, could have almost charted course there instead if you didn't want to get rid of the shaman, but I suppose you don't have a lot of targets for Lightning Axe, so
Yeah,
getting that out of there is pretty nice. And here comes a clock in for 3 as
yeah.
we go back to Fredo
and,
Rock.
and there's not a lot of targets for your lightning axes and things, so I think using them when you have the opportunity is good. And now next turn you could just chart a course as a draw 2.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. All right, so was that a no discard here from Fredo Rock? Wow.
They like their hand.
I would be slightly afraid of that, but I mean, is that hand even that good? I think I would have for sure got rid of Beseiju, right?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Well, that land wasn't in their
Yeah.
hand, so maybe that our hand cam is not correct. That would make a lot more sense. We can see if our director can do a little refresh there as we head back to ALMTG, going for the chart the course.
Interesting you're going for the chart main. That's really aggressive given that they just drawn a lightning axe and they're going to want to use that axe on this second goblin shaman. I think I would have liked to see the chart as just a draw 2 post combat. This could potentially lead to a second phoenix getting returned to this turn if you can find a phoenix and another spell. But that is a pretty aggressive line. But maybe it's LMTG's they need to be really aggressive in this matchup because
Yeah,
pressure is super important.
very true. And we see the upgraded hand now. That makes a lot more sense. We have Enigmatic Incarnation. We have Skyclave as a decent play, and then a couple lands.
No, we found the Arclight Phoenix, but no third spell to cast. The Trespass, we're going to be one short, I believe, of
Oof.
being able to cast it.
The charter course goes to the yard, right?
Well, we need to cast the Lightning X too.
Oh, sure, sure, sure. Yeah,
And
one mana short there for
yes,
sure. Yeah. I mean, you could just time walk here. That doesn't seem great. Yeah, this is a rough spot here for ALM to MTG for sure.
discarded the Lightning Axe. Also interesting.
And
So
is just going for a time walk.
yeah, and then next turn we can hard cast. So we can attack them to 12, time walk. Next turn, hard cast Phoenix, attack you to 6.
Yeah.
And just
You know what
pass
that is.
the 2 turn clock.
That's a 2 turn clock, baby. Everything's a 2 turn clock. All right, so here comes Arclight Phoenix, and it's going to be passed back to ALMTG for that extra turn. But still, I don't mind Fredo Rock's position here, but I think ALMTG is putting themselves in a position where they can just top deck another Phoenix for the win. But as it stands, Fredo Rock has the answers over the course of 2 turns. And honestly, no, we're going to be one short of casting Skyclave and Enigmatic, but Chain to the Rocks is a dagger here, Ross. Chain to the Rocks being able to clean up one of them, Skyclave the other, or you can do something with Enigmatic Incarnation. You could turn one of those fables into a 4-drop creature. Plenty of stuff to do there. Archon of Sun's Grace is an option.
Looks like that is the only option as
Only
a
one.
4 mana creature.
Okay.
But it's a pretty good one in this matchup. It's big enough to check opposing Arclight Phoenixes. It can't get Fiery Impulsed. It needs to get
Yeah.
Lightning Axe, and they've already used 2 Lightning Axes. They
Yeah.
discarded one to the chart and cast one earlier.
It
Uh,
seems pretty safe to go Chain to the Rocks 1, Incarnation, and put an Archon into play. Say go. That way, even if there is removal for the Archon, you're only taking 3 going to 3. You really don't have a chance of immediately dying. But I would think the safer play, I guess, would just be Skyclave and Chain to the Rocks, if we even have that much white. Which it looks like we do.
With the treasure, we
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Yeah, it's tough because just playing that other Rootbound Crag and just playing Incarnation, it's kind of a little bit more mana efficient. But yeah, goes for the safer play. Plus Skyclave Apparition with Reflection of Kiki Jiki. That's nice.
That is what we call a combo.
All right, so heading back to ALMTG, all resources gone. And that's the thing. When you do that kind of time walk turn where you're not winning the game immediately, you are depleted. And now, I mean, ALMTG's best draw is not on the table, Treasure Cruise.
Well, we've got 6 lands in play, and we can cast the Impulse, so we could cast a Treasure Cruise next turn.
That's true.
We would tap out for it.
To
So
be
it's not great.
And to be fair, now that you say that, Fire Impulse probably should have went at the Reflection of Kiki Jiki.
Potentially.
Potentially.
We could also send it at the Skyclave yet and get a 4/4.
Oh, okay. All right, I like that better.
This is going to block the Goblin Shaman.
All right, that was much better. So now with the Path of the World Tree picked up, you can go second main phase, at the World Tree and Enigmatic Incarnation, get a 3-drop, or you could just do the Reflection and Kiki Jiki trick. I usually like to leave that till the very end when I'm completely depleted of resources. So we're probably not going to see that. I'm in the mode of just cast your spells, start doing stuff. You can get good 3-drops or good 4-drops.
Yeah.
Or good 2-drops if you really want to give a Phoenix back, but
Path could find something like Deputy of Detention, which will answer the illusion token.
yep. It could answer everything, right? With the help from Reflection.
Yep. So maybe you answer the pick lock with the first, and then you copy it with Reflection. Use the copy that's going to go away on the illusion, because the illusion's not going to come back regardless.
Yep, I like it. Oh, you can Incarnation a Reflection here.
Yep.
Oh,
So
baby.
We'll sack a copied Reflection and get an Archon instead. That also works.
Oh, that's great.
It's just free value.
Wait, did we stack it wrong? Oh, no. I guess you can just do it again.
Okay.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, it costs us a mana, but
that is just you stacked it incorrectly, right? Because you can make that work, right?
It looks like they didn't sack the copy, though. They sacked an original one. And now, yeah, whenever you make a copy of a Reflection now, you get a 2/2 because they're all enchantments.
Oh my God. That is awesome. Okay, I have not seen that interaction. That interaction, to be fair, probably doesn't come up that often. You need both Reflections. They need to be active.
Next turn, they could Reflection the Archon, then play the Path and get 2 2/2s out of it. That game is, well out of hand.
2 2/2s, and then for every mana, you get 2 more 2/2s. Wow.
A lot of 2/2s.
That is a lot of 2/2s. That's a lot of bears. Flying bears. All right, so we're going to be heading to sideboard here. Fredo Rock taking down game number 1, trying to keep their chances alive here in the winner's bracket. What does ALMTG have to do to bring stuff in? We got any good counter spells for these 4-mana enchantments?
Plenty of good counter spells, and that's the first thing I'd be reaching for. There's a Disdainful Stroke, which is excellent, a Negate, which is excellent. 3 copies of Mystical Dispute. Those aren't as good, but I think they're still solid. They're especially good against Enigmatic Incarnation itself, since that's a blue card. 3-mana Leak in this matchup is perfectly serviceable.
Yeah.
So those 5 counter spells are all excellent. I actually like the Brazen Borrower as well. There's one of in the sideboard. It just plays well with counter spells. And sometimes just bouncing the enchantments can buy you a ton of time. Maybe you bounce a Leyline Binding or a Chain to the Rocks and get an extra attack in with Arclight Phoenixes or things like that. The questionable card for me are the 3 copies of Crackling Drake. I would expect Rest in Peace in the sideboard of the enchantment deck, so I think you want to bring in some number of threats that aren't dependent on the graveyard. And it's also a heavy hitter, but it's a tough one to cast while holding up counter spells. That's my only problem.
Makes sense to me. All right, getting into the game. All right, so getting into the game here, looks like ALMTG on the play has the Shredder, has the Picklock Pranksters as that option for turn 2. Now, Ross, what I've usually been seeing for turn 2 when you have that choice is, I mean, yeah, of course you can play the spells. I don't love that, to be honest, but usually we see the Picklock Prankster spell cast on 2, and then on 3 you go Shredder 1-drop,
Yeah,
right? Unless you have to protect against a 4-mana enchantment.
that is certainly a way to sequence it. I'm
I
gonna
didn't
be.
love this, right?
I don't like jamming all the cantrips because now we have a bunch of 2 mana spells kind of stuck in our hand,
Yeah.
and it's just getting harder to leave up the disdainful stroke. It's
And
gonna
you
be.
would have drawn into Phoenix, where that would have been one of your discards. So you'd have Phoenix in the graveyard and another 1-mana cantrip in hand.
Yeah, I wonder if we needed to play cantrip to find a land on turn 2, but based on our hand cam, it didn't seem like that was the case.
Yeah, I agree. I think we did have land number 2 all wrapped up. But anyways, here we are going to see flip side of Picklock Prankster. And what an incredible card this is. Holy cow.
Yeah, it is effectively replaced pieces of the puzzle in this deck. Doesn't generate card advantage, but it's so much easier in these post sideboard games to have an instant speed card in that
Yeah.
spot, so you can hold up counter spells more readily.
And pieces of the puzzle was, I'll say it, trash. It was trash. It was needed in this deck. It was a necessary evil, but it was not a great card. Whenever you went 3 mana and you got 1 card and you put some cards in your graveyard, not great. It was definitely the worst card in the deck. It was needed in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah, it's an enabler for all of the delve cards. So
Yeah.
we found a 4th land here. That's important to hold up Mystical Dispute, so we're protected against Enigmatic Incarnation.
We're not protected against fires though, but good news for ALMTG, the fires isn't there, but the incarnation is. Doesn't go for it though. I love this, making sure to just go Fable plus Chain. That's plenty fine. There's no answer for 1 mana for that. Don't get cute, don't get flashy, and just make sure your spells resolve, because that's the only way Fredo Rock loses this game from this position, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is walking into something that is pretty obvious.
Yeah, from the Incarnation side, it's
Ooh.
all about just getting to the
Ross,
like,
that was a consider, and it put a Phoenix into the yard. We are doing it. That's 2 birds.
okay.
And a land for the counter spell. Okay, ALMTG is now officially doing it. Now, how many do you attack with? Do you leave 1 back for the shaman?
No.
Okay.
You have to be the aggressor in this matchup. You've got a couple counter spells left in your hand. You can kill the shaman next turn with this lightning axe.
Yeah. But look at this turn for Fredo Rock. This is going to be nasty. We got a little bit of legacy action going here. Up the Beanstalk, Leyline Binding interactions. 1 mana, draw a card, exile a bird, and how can you even counter that? You really can't. There's also a Rending Volley, Ross. So another uncounterable way to deal with one of these creatures. But for now, how about our 1 mana exile effect that draws you a card? I mean, it doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, I think if you're the Is It Phoenix side, you're okay with losing one of the Phoenixes. You probably have to protect the second one.
Yeah.
You have a ton of card advantage to grind through this removal. You need to stop the big threats. You need to
Yeah.
stop the incarnations and your really powerful creatures if they happen to draw them. So yeah, this first binding, both of them resolve. So it's interesting because I think if you had something like a treasure cruise to refuel,
Yeah.
I'd be okay with losing both Phoenixes. But with no other threats and not a lot of card draw left,
I like it, to be honest. I don't think you can allow your opponent to have 4 mana here and play Enigmatic Incarnation. So I like the no counter. I would be sad.
yeah,
And if they don't play Incarnation, I can just Picklock Prankster.
that's
But
true. Yeah, the fact that they had 4 mana left over exactly because
Yeah.
of the treasure is a big problem.
But here we go. Fredo Rock just dancing around ALMTG's counter spells and just, kind of making this look easy. I mean, you don't have to be an expert of Magic to look and be like, wow, that top player has a lot more things. They're probably doing it. And that
Yeah.
is definitely the case in this situation.
I think if last turn we had used the lightning axe to deal with the goblin shaman instead of playing all 3 cantrips, we'd
Yeah.
just gone canter axe,
Okay.
and that would have like stifled the mana by 1, and then you could have disdainful stroke to the second.
As it stands, we are drawing 6 cards here, though, Ross. Sorry to interrupt you there. I also think the Lightning Axe might have been drawn off that last cantrip as well. I could be wrong, but all right. So here's 6 cards, and still has a full graveyard ready to cruise again if needed. But at this point, ALMTG is at the spot where you don't really want to be at, and that is playing catch up.
Yeah, and the problem here is the only land we found is a Spirebluff Canal, so they can't leave up Negate or Disdainful Stroke, and the Mystical Dispute is not going to be enough to counter Incarnation this next turn. The 2 Goblin Shamans are going to guarantee that Freydle gets up to at least 7 mana. Oh, they
Oh
even
my
have a treasurer
god.
still around, so at least 8 mana.
And honestly, at this point, you probably have so many resources from Fredo Rock. You're at such a good life total. I wouldn't be shocked if it is everybody's favorite grand unifier coming into play, and that's big old Atraxa. And how do you ever beat that, Ross?
Well, we have the one Brazen Borrower in
Oh,
hand,
for the bad
so
matchups.
we can bounce it.
Oh,
If we could set up a turn with Flashback Iteration plus Trespass, and then bounce the Atraxel while returning the remaining Phoenixes,
yeah.
maybe we can get something going.
Yep, that's a lot to ask, but
It is a lot to ask. There's 24 cards left in the deck. We're gonna have to dig through a lot of them.
and there's Rending Volley still in hand, the instant speed interaction. I wonder, we haven't seen fires at all. I wonder if those get sided out. It would make sense, I suppose.
Yeah, you probably just want to be interactive.
Yeah. But man, the up the beanstalk plan with like just now playing this. Do you mystical dispute just because I think you have to at this point?
I could see it.
Yeah.
I,
Honestly,
I can see that too.
I can see that as well. That is Fredo Rock winning this match here, taking down ALMTG. Have no fear for Phoenix fans. ALMTG is not eliminated yet. I guess the Phoenix deck is kind of eliminated. I think you can eventually get back to the winners bracket if ALMTG were to run the tables with the modern deck. So we got 2 other matches going here in our first round. We'll see if our director can send us into that match. But any big takeaway from that? That was a beating.
Yeah, we saw some of the structural issues in the matchup. Phoenix deck doesn't have a ton of pressure.
We'll head in while we're dissecting this,
Yes.
but yeah, continue.
And the Incarnation deck has a ton of great interaction for Arclight Phoenix specifically.
Mm.
I think that second game could have been a lot closer had we played a threat on turn 2 or
Okay.
the Picklock Prankster, sequence a little bit differently.
Yeah,
Save
didn't
some of the
love that.
cantrips. Could have also potentially used the Lightning Axe more aggressively. So there were some options that I think LMTG had available to them that would have helped them out in game 2, but that still was going to be a tough sledding in that game. It was a very good draw from Fredo Rock.
It was a very good draw and masterfully played. So Fredo Rock will be going on to play Magic of Player 1. And while they're getting situated, what is Magic of Player 1 playing?
They're on the Omnath Bring to Light deck that we saw yesterday.
Oh, I bet that's not a good matchup for Magic of Player 1.
It's yeah, it's sort of a they're both
They're the
similar
same
decks.
deck, except one is better. No, I'm just kidding. Magic of Player 1.
It's going to be a haymaker kind of matchup, and I kind of think Atraxa wins those.
I think you're
Haymaker
right.
Mirrors or Yorion Blinking Agent of Treachery.
Yeah, a lot of things here. So, all right, we're getting into this game. We have Raced up top, who is playing that really cool Strict Proctor version, which should be pretty good against all these crewing abilities. Wait, oh, it doesn't work like that, does it? It shuts down.
No, it shuts down Ezeka's Chariot, the
Okay.
ETB. If they don't have
Gotcha.
extra mana.
Okay, so it's not that good here. Hence why Nazis was not taking it, but otherwise playing traditional Lotus Field combo. And one thing I don't see in this hand, Ross, is Lotus Field. And looking at NBD down here, his hand, also not amazing, but has the lands to cast the spells, has the Grizzly Salvage to find things. That's a perfectly functional hand. Not so much for Race so far, but we have that impulse to start trying to find Lotus Field straight away.
Yeah, we also have Bitter Triumph that can handle the Strict Proctor if they find a white source. We have, we can Grizzly Salvage into the Grease Fang. Actually, I think a pretty solid hand.
No. I'm sorry. NBD's hand I think is good.
Yeah.
Race hand is not very good. That's what I was saying.
But they did find the Lotus Field, so now their hand is much better.
Yeah. And I mean, they have Otawara as the other land. So unfortunately, unless they drew a land, which they did, they would have had to get rid of Thespian Stage. So
this
nice
island is
pick up
great.
there.
The next turn they can play Lotus Field trigger on the stack. You float some mana, sack the island and the Otawara, use the stage to copy, and then set up to go off on turn 5.
Yep. And they can also Thespian Stage the Courtyard right now to get white for Strict Proctor, and then place Strict Proctor and Lotus Field, right? So that is Parhelion 2. Is there a Grease Fang?
No Grease Fang. We put Shieldred into the hand, but
the Titanic's in the yard, though. So if we get Greasy in this next draw step, you got to think it's over.
Yeah, that would probably be too fast of a clock.
All right.
Parhelion is a 2-turn clock.
Always, yeah. That's why it's called Parhelion 2.
Yeah. Parhelion
2-turn clock, yeah. Man, 2-turn clocks are everywhere in this tournament, huh?
That's how Magic works.
I'm loving
nowadays.
it. I'm loving it.
It used to be 6-turn clocks. Now they're 2-turn clocks.
Yeah, I preferred the 20-turn clocks. Get them for one. Get them for one.
We will find few people who are happier attacking for one than I am.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Whisper
Uh,
Squad, get in
get on
there.
in there. Whisper Squad's dead, bro. Just let it go.
Whisper Squad can never die.
Yeah, because it was
Um,
never alive. All right, so here we go. Just hung up on the end of race turn. It looks like debating whether they want to do something or probably double queuing. Let's get real.
yeah, I know my deck so well. I can do it in my sleep.
Exactly. All right, what's the draw step? It's Greasefang! Greasefang, Okiba boss off the top, and that should almost assuredly lock it up here, Ross.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So yeah, this is the old turn one Thoughtseize, turn 3, attack you for 13.
Wow. Race is not going to want to watch this one back because that was straight up off the top. No scrying or anything. This is just Parhelion 2 coming in, and that's a 2-turn clock. And now what do you do? I mean, you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, and with 2 hidden strings, you've
It's
got a
yeah,
shot.
Yeah.
The problem here is that we can't play Strict Proctor into Lotus Field
Yep.
like we would like to.
I honestly don't think you could have anyways. Yeah, that's just none of that
Yeah.
does anything.
So you can play Lotus Field, float 3.
Well, wait, does the Strict Proctor just block? And yeah?
Now that it blocks 1, but now the Greasefang can attack, so 1
Yeah.
blocker is not enough.
Okay. So apparently that was not game 3. I'm guessing we're going to game 3 would be my guess, but oh, okay. These players actually started a little late, so that was game 1.
Yeah, could have gotten to 7 mana there with the 2 hidden strings, but that is not going to do anything. Needed to find something like a Pour Over the Pages or Emergent Ultimatum off the top there to match the Greasefang top deck from NBDF.
Yep, makes sense. So we'll get some deck lists loaded up here, but normally the stuff that comes in to deal with Lotus Field from the Greasefang side, maybe some Damping Spheres, maybe some Go Blanks, Duresses, something like that. But otherwise, these are just 2 ships passing in the night style of decks, right?
Yeah, I would say that there is definitely some interaction here with the discard spells. Actually, NBDF has 6 discard spells in the main, 2 Duress and 4 Thoughtseize.
Wow.
So they came prepared for the matchup. Has a 3rd Duress in the sideboard. Could bring in a couple Go Blanks as well. So
I like Go Blank. Dealing with Lear is pretty good.
But the rest of the sideboard here is not doing a whole lot. You could bring in Sentinel of the Nameless City to apply a little more pressure, but I think the name of the game here is going to be assemble the Greasefang combo because there's going to be a lot of interaction for it out of the Lotus Field deck. I guess there's Besejus. If you're worried about Beseju, maybe you want some more non-graveyard or non-vehicle threats. But mostly just bringing in the discard.
Yeah. And then as far as the sideboard for Raced, we've seen traditional hidden strings list. This is not exactly that. There's some spicy stuff in the sideboard here, especially a lot of creatures that I just, never thought would see play for a while. But anything nice to bring in from this?
One of the issues for the Lotus Field sideboard is that they tend to just bring in a bunch of sweepers, and Race list is no different with 2 temporary lockdown, a Languish, and a Sunfall on the sideboard. The sweepers are not as good against Greasefang. You really need to interact at instant speed with the Greasefang itself. There's a couple soul partitions that could come in.
Okay.
That's a nice, versatile removal spell. I also think we'll see the one Voyaging Satyr come in. There's not going to be a lot of removal in the post-board configuration.
And Witherbloom Command does not kill that. So.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the matchup is very much about speed, and that's where Voyaging Satyr shines.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see who's going to be the faster combo deck here, essentially. Raced on the play. Seeing what we're going to find here. And looking at that hand, I see Lotus Field. I see Sylvan Scrying for the land. I see a couple Impulses. That's a snapper if I've ever had one.
Yeah, easy keep. Could potentially set up for kill on turn 4.
Yeah, possibly. And then looking down below here, we got Duress. We have Parhelion 2. A lot of lands and Bit of Triumph. Ugh.
Yeah,
I don't love that one.
I like the Duress, but everything else about that hand is very poopy. There's no pressure.
I would mulligan that, right?
Yeah. If one of those lands was a Rafine's Informant, it's a keep.
Yeah, and honestly. I mean, honestly, Bitter Triumph is pretty nice in this deck at being able to discard Parhelion too. It's another way. I bet you do get to just cut that creature, right? Do these decks even play that really bad Rafine's Informant? It's still in there? Okay, okay.
Come on.
All right. I take it back, Rafine's Informant. All right, so mold that hand.
Disrespectful. This is a quality creature.
I know. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm pretty hard on bad creatures today. All right, so here we go.
This is a
Seacrum
good Magic
Coast.
card.
It honestly wasn't that good in limited. It was just okay.
That seems like a very good limited
All right,
card.
it was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Vessel of Nascency, a card that definitely saw its play back in the day. Pair it with Emrakul the Promised End back in standard. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Just there to help enable Delirium for Traverse the Elven Wald while
Yep.
filling the graveyard and searching for your pieces. So
Yep, it was some hot tech in the first Pro Tour of last year, thanks to David Inglis and company. Ended up adding that to the Greasefang list. Did pretty well. Um, Now we are
yeah,
going with Godless Shrine here.
it's definitely a great draw here because you didn't really have much to do early.
Yeah. And here's the Impulse. Fires it off. Already has Thespian Stage and Lotus Field, so Sylvan Scrying is really pointless right now. So just going to more than likely Impulse. Now next turn Impulse and then Lotus Field. And be on your way. Over the Page is a great draw as well. Unable to get it going right away. So this is going to be that Lotus Field turn. Next turn is probably going to be that very boring Thespian Stage copy Lotus Field. And then after that, we're on.
Yeah, could go for the stage here instead of the field. Next turn copy, just to give a little bit less information, but
Yeah, I like just getting the Lotus Field into play. Now with Tail's End, is Greasefang a legend? It probably is, right?
it is indeed.
Okay, so at least you can counter that with Tail's End. But, you know, we've seen it before. This could easily be, if this is the right combination of cards, you could just get Greasefang and get it going.
Not
That was
nearly,
not.
not nearly as good as going to get one.
So there will be no attack for 13 on turn 3 this game. We'll be playing a lot more fair Magic. And if we're playing more fair Magic, that means no matter what, NBD has to have a 2-turn clock once the combo is assembled. AKA Raised has all the time in the world here. You got to think big advantage to them.
Yeah, it's another combo matchup. Pressure is so important, and not able to find anything in the way of threats here is NBDF. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, you've got a bunch of disruption. The Thoughtseize is good. Probably takes the pour over the pages.
Yeah, I think you have to.
But with an impulse in hand and so much time, the Lotus Field deck is going to assemble its combo.
And the combo's basically already there. Just Thespian Stage next turn, say go. You can hold up Tail's End in case something bad happens. Otherwise, you just get to make 6 mana and then go from there. Then you got to start finding some stuff. But you have Sylvan Scrying to find a land that can help you get some stuff going. Plus the Impulse to maybe find Pour of the Pages, Lear, Emergent Ultimatum, for instance. A lot of different things.
Yeah. We can even just hold up Ottawa here. They're just going for the main phase copy.
Okay.
I guess there's no way to both get a vehicle into the graveyard and get the Greasefang into your hand.
Yeah.
There is. If they have can't stay away in hand, which we know that
Yeah.
MBDF doesn't, you could draw Grizzly Salvage into both pieces, leave them both in the graveyard, and then can't stay away the Greasefang.
Yeah, but the main thing is playing around Beseiju. Doesn't want to get the land Beseiju in response to trying to copy. Figures you can even attack me for 13 here. I'm probably going to win. So I like it.
I would be surprised if Raised wins next turn off of just an impulse. They got to find quite a bit.
Not really. Not really. One Pour of the Pages and it's on.
They could just draw Emergent Ultimatum too, I guess.
They can't cast it, right?
Not yet. They would need to find a Hidden Strings.
Yeah, a little awkward there for trying to cast that one in most cases with 2 Lotus Fields. As you really need 8 mana for that.
Okay. Grizzly Salvage is a very good top deck that could help get us close to Greasefanging.
Yeah, honestly, I almost would have liked just Takanumi. You know? I mean, maybe Grizzly Salvage is just the better card. But to be mana efficient, maybe this isn't the time to be mana efficient.
No, it's the time to be greedy, Corey.
Greedy or greasy?
Both.
All right.
Sometimes they go together.
Yeah.
Okay. 5 cards revealed. Let's see if we can get a peek at them.
Well, one of them's got to be Greasefang because that wasn't in the first revealed pile. So,
yeah,
it's a little awkward to see there. I would assume it's the bottom 5.
Same. So we can.
So we're greasy. But now no Parhelion 2. Now with Bitter Triumph, can you just discard and not destroy anything? There has to be a target, right?
Correct. There does have to be a target. So
it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, there's still
Bitter Triumph is just not a great card in this matchup at all. I'm kind of shocked it's still in.
Same. There's 3 in the main.
It's a great card in the deck. It's a great addition, but not doing a ton right now.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised that's not a card that came out. Maybe they just kind of left into one and drew it.
Could be, could be.
But if Race finds Lear or goes for a Lear sequence, then the Bitter Triumph could be excellent. Could
Yeah.
stop the combo and set up a Parhelion with Greasefang for next turn.
I mean, we saw one of those crazy scenarios where Lear actually got dealt with through a march, exiling a bunch of cards, and it did stop Race from winning. Had to win through one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And whoa, speaking of ridiculous things, that's an emergent ultimatum off the
Okay.
top. We can't cast it yet.
Yeah, but 1 Hidden Strings should be enough. Yeah. If you impulse floating a blue, then you can Lotus Field for black mana, use blue black, the Hidden Strings with black black floating, make 3 green, 3 blue after untapping them, and then Emergent Ultimatum with a blue and
Okay, I totally believe you. Let's see here if we found it. That's a hidden string. It's going to be so hard to combo next
Okay.
turn, says Ross Merriam.
yeah, they needed to draw very well, and they did.
Honestly, I don't even know if it had to happen this turn. I think Race could have been patient. Sylvan Scrying got another Thespian stage, did that, and still won next turn. But as it stands, that's going to be a nice draw off the top. One good draw from NBD deserves a nice good draw from Race here to even this out and send us to game number 3, where Greasefang is going to be on the play.
Yeah, and being on the play is a huge deal in this matchup. It's essentially entirely been about who can assemble their thing first.
Yep.
So being able to go first is a big advantage. If they've got another turn 3 Greasefang draw, you should be able to take down this match.
Yep, sounds great. So far, this has been a nice match of just some heavy hitters here.
Fast and furious.
Fast and furious. And we'll see if our director is indeed updating the bracket as we go. So do we have it's the other 2 are still playing as well.
That's a Rakdos mid-range mirror, so we'll be here for a while.
Yeah, okay. So that is Rakdos mid-range with its Swifty time up against
Miskin
Bollock. Okay, that's our 6th and 11th seed, the person who just barely got in. Now, of course, it is a clean cut. This was just a you must be 6-3 or better. But one person did get into 12th place and gets the 12th place money, but doesn't advance to that. And you know who that player was? Scouter, remember? One of the early tournament leaders just fell off.
A consolation prize for having a rough end of the day. At least you made $800.
Exactly. That's still a nice, day's work at the office, I will say.
It's week 18 of the football season. You can watch some football today instead of playing Magic.
Yeah. That sounds pretty good.
And,
that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and wait for your check to come.
There you go. Wait for your check to come indeed. So, all right. So, yeah, we still have that match going. Then we'll be starting our players off in the next round in the winners bracket. Unfortunately, we do got to call it the losers bracket. The losers will start to battle their way up. We'll try to catch in on their match as we can. But I mean, one thing I really want to watch is the winner of this match play against our number 1 seed, Johnny Gutman, in first place, playing against Azorius Control. We just got to give Johnny his time, I would imagine.
Oh, 100%. We also have to see if he can beat the curse.
Yes.
If you exo the Swiss, it's usually not a good time in the elimination round.
You can't. But to be fair, he's not in an elimination round yet. Maybe that'll break the curse.
Maybe he's destined to come in second.
Maybe. Yeah, once it is the final elimination, that would make sense. All right.
Players sideboarding here for game 3. Taking a look at the Lotus Field sideboard for Race. I see a 3rd copy of Beseiju, 2 Silence, the 2 Soul Partitions, the Voyaging Satyr, 2 Narset's Reversal, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Temporary Lockdown, a Languish, a Mana Form Hellkite, and a Sunfall. I noted the Soul Partitions and the Voyaging Satyr before game 2. I think I still like those. Maybe on the draw, you want another Beseiju.
Oh, definitely.
But all that does is stop the Greasefang for a turn.
True.
The vehicle's still back in the graveyard. It's still going to, trigger the next turn.
I mean, I know another card that's just like that people play a lot. It's 1 colorless, 1 blue. It's called Time Walk. That's what it is. That's what Beseiju is. It's a green Time Walk at instant speed in this matchup.
I don't know if I'd go that
All
far.
right, maybe that's a little extreme. But all right, getting to the hands here, NBD is going to be on the play. We have Shieldred, which is a strange one. Looks like a snap mulligan. And here's a lot of disruption. A good 1, 2, 3 here, Ross. You got to keep that, right?
Yeah, definitely like this hand. I would keep this hand on 7, but putting a land back and keeping it on 6 is fine. We've got a
Yeah.
Thoughtseize. Can Grizzly Salvage trying to find the Grease Fang and fill our graveyard. Go blank will compound with the Thoughtseize, and then we can go from there.
Yep. But on the top, that is one of these classic Lotus Field hands where you have no sight of Lotus Field. And so just decides to ship it. How about this hand, though? This looks pretty good.
Yeah, we have the Sylvan Scrying. The problem is that Scrying is going to get taken by the Thoughtseize. So I
Yeah.
think this is a keep, but it is a hand that is quite vulnerable to discard. And
There's a lot of it.
yeah, unfortunately for Race, there is a lot of it, and we can see that NBD indeed
Yeah.
has one in their hand.
Oh yeah, these are the games from Lotus Field where you're like, I have to keep, and I probably cannot win unless I top deck Lotus Field, and that's a little unfortunate when you're playing a deck and that it comes down to that. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Is magic.
That is magic.
And they're taking a long think about this one. Might be thinking about what to put back because the Soul Partition is somewhat tempting to keep, especially if it's going to be a while for you to get online. And yeah, it does indeed put a Hidden Strings back. Decides to play this game a little slow. That is going to be beneficial, I think.
I think so too. So what do you take? Snap, Sylvan Scrying, right?
Yeah.
Not close.
Yeah. As I said yesterday, focus on what the decks are named after. So if you're playing against Lotus Field, you should stop them from getting Lotus Field. Yeah. Part of the reason Lotus Field is so good is that it's so difficult to interact with. It's a land with hexproof.
Yeah.
You can't remove it from the battlefield. You can't take it from their hand because
Yeah.
most discard spells say non-land. So when you have the opportunity to do so,
Do it.
you take it.
Yeah. Okay. So another mana confluence off the top. Painful mana base, but it's better than playing Balaged Recovery as a land. That's part of your combo piece these days. So you don't see that one played as a land very often. And there's Parhelion too. Wish that one was one card deeper.
Yeah. A little awkward. And yeah, the third land is fine for Race because they can, as you said, turn 3 Balaged Recovery for the Sylvan Scrying.
Yep.
The problem there is they might get go blanked on NBD's turn 3.
Yeah. And here's Voyaging Satyr, which is not bad if you finally get things going. But we have a lot of ways to go here to first find Lotus Field and then start finding stuff. But if you find Lotus Field, all of a sudden you got 6 mana.
Yeah, and the good news with the Voyaging Satyr is, you could just go off immediately. Normally, when you play Lotus Field, you have to pass the turn,
Yeah.
combo the following turn. Now you can immediately combo when you find the Lotus Field. Ooh, we found Grease Fang off this salvage. It looks like there's Chariot in the graveyard. So
Oh man, this has just got to be a huge start here for NBD. Even just a little bit of pressure here is going to go such a long way here. That was pretty much the dream. We were one card away from this being the absolute nuts, is with Parhelion just being one card deeper. But as it stands, you create a pretty much equal amount of power. These cats add up pretty quickly. You're attacking for 4 here. All right, equal is maybe a stretch, but it's still pretty good.
It's attack for 4, then attack for 6 instead of attack for 13 and 8. But this is still very good pressure. There's also
attack for 10.
There's
turn,
a
right?
second Chariot in the graveyard, so we'll be able to reanimate that one, and then probably just go blank rather than recast the first Chariot.
Yeah.
I think at that point you have enough pressure, and you just want to attack their hand.
Well, next turn you attack for 14, right?
So the original Chariot's gonna come back to our hand.
Yeah. So
then
next turn you play the Chariot.
yeah, because you don't need to use the Grease Fang. So
yeah, you use those 2 cats to then crew the one that has haste. So you're attacking for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 next turn.
yeah,
That's 2-turn clock.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, basically is because with Raced at 19, that'll bring them to 1, and then these mana confluences are dead. That basically ends the game.
And with just a Hidden Strings there, I think it's just over already. Soul Partition, being able to destroy Grease Fang, right? What does this one do?
Yeah, so you can exile the Grease Fang and it makes them pay 2 more to recast it.
Sure.
So we can do that, but then we can't Balaged Recovery the Sylvan Scrying.
I mean, I think you cannot do that anymore. I don't know what you can draw anymore because you need to draw both Lotus Field and Emergent Ultimatum. So I think this game is just over. I don't think there's a way to come back for anything.
So if we Soul Partition the Grease Fang, okay,
that might buy you 2 turns.
then you're going to get go blanked is the problem. And you have to discard Balaged Recovery, Hidden Strings. Then you just have a Hidden Strings in hand. And yeah, I don't think you can. Maybe you. Well, I guess you can survive 2 turns probably
Yeah, so you
once
need
you've.
those 2 draws. You need Lotus Field plus Emergent Ultimatum, I guess, and maybe that's not enough. So there goes Greasefang to the exile. It's going to cost 5 to recast. So not next turn, but the turn after, you can get that Hasty Chariot into play, or still an option to just play Chariot next turn and say, I'm going to beat you down and try to kill you the turn after. I personally would like the Go Blank here. I think that just really stops a lot of avenues to victory for Raced.
Yeah, and even playing a chariot here, you're going to attack for 6, and then next turn you can attack for 10. I guess you get to force a chump block on the satyr a turn earlier, so there is some value to playing chariot. But I'm kind of with you. My opponent's on 3 cards. I've got a good amount of pressure, and honestly, 12 damage is probably good enough because of these mana confluences.
Mhm.
We're seeing the we've talked about how interesting Race list is with this white splash, but mana base, there are real costs. There's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
more tapped lands in the mana base and painful lands in Mana Confluence, and we're seeing the cost come up here.
Yeah, I think these Lotus Field gamers are trying to do something right now to keep their deck in that tier 1 category because it has not been doing great. So here we go. Here is more than likely that Go Blank, and Race is going to be left with 1 hidden strings, I guess.
Yeah, it's got to be hidden
It's
strings
got
because
to
the,
be
the
right.
recovery doesn't do anything with your graveyard exiled.
And update from our last match going. It's Swifty time. Got there in the Rakdos mirror to go play up against Must Be Nice, our 3 seed, dropping Miskinbolic down as well as ALMTG. And the loser of this match will be the first 3 people down to that bracket there. So there's an Impulse. Impulse has to find Lotus Field. Now you are unable to use your mana confluences though, as you're going to 1, and if NBDF just draws a land, the game's over. Okay, there is Lotus Field. Step 1. So I guess you have to sack both mana confluences, right? You leave the Otawara.
Yeah.
There it goes. And here we go. It's going to be 1 draw step. If NBD draws a land, the game is not technically over. Race can chump block the Chariot. It's not there, but the duress might be even better.
The rest, I think, is gonna do it.
Yeah, because the duress on the hidden strings here
Oh,
makes it
you still if you draw 4 of the pages, things can go
true.
crazy from there.
True.
We
Okay.
can't cast Emergent Ultimatum,
Nope.
so
But
yeah,
yeah, I
it's
think it
gotta
has to be poor. It has to be poor or Lear. Lear, I think you get some redraws.
Yeah, you'd get to impulse from that. That's an impulse in the graveyard, right?
Impulse
Yeah.
and hidden strings. It's
It's
a
a Lotus
Lotus Field.
Field.
Sacking the 2 Lotus Fields, and NBDF takes down the first match here to advance in the winner's bracket, setting Race down to play Modern. Probably not their absolute favorite format, as they did quite well in Pioneer. So, welcome back to the booth, everyone. As we start to do some chatting here, we'll have our director get those players going right now. And while they are starting and getting their match paired, let's take a look at the bracket and see who we're going to be watching here.
Yeah, we're going to be starting, I believe, at the top of our bracket.
I think we have to, right? I mean, Johnny Gutman dominated the tournament. We got to watch Johnny's first match coming in, and it's going to be up against Greasefang here. How does that blue-white control Greasefang matchup go?
It's actually a very interesting one because the control deck is always going to be scared of that early aggression, the powerful early plays with Greasefang.
Yep.
But they have the tools to stop that. Plenty of early interaction. Maybe a counter spell can do it. But the Greasefang deck is also very good at playing into the long game. I think Ezeka's Chariot is a really strong threat in the matchup. It is, difficult to answer on a 1-for-1 basis, creates a lot of good pressure and card advantage. And then the pile of discard spells that NBDF has access to, 4 copies of Thoughtseize and 2 Duress in the main with a 3rd Duress on the sideboard, is going to be really helpful in the matchup as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we move away from the more combo oriented aspects of the deck and just become this sort of grindy aggro beatdown deck where they generate a lot of card advantage with Ezeka's Chariot, with Rafine's Informant, and use their what would normally be enablers like Grizzly Salvage and Vessel of Nascency to just increase their threat density.
Okay, makes sense. So that is one of the matchups. We got everything written down here. So let's check that next matchup here. It's Victor Carvalho versus Lavinia. That is Mateus Leverato, our Pro Tour champion, our most experienced player in the field. coming in as the 4th seed. What matchup do we got going on there?
So Victor's on Rakdos mid-range and Pioneer, and Lavunga playing the deck that they are known for, Rakdos
Yep.
Sacrifice. This is one of the matchups that made Rakdos Sacrifice popular. The fact that it's good
Yeah.
in the Blood Crypt Mirror, it is quite good. So if I'm Lavunga, I'm fist pumping that I got the Rakdos pairing here. I'm also fist pumping that Rakdos mid-range is the most popular deck in day 2,
Yeah,
with
there
4 copies among the 11 players.
Oh, baby, there will be blood in that matchup for sure. Mateus Leverado looking to have an advantage there, and we could kind of have our 2 superstars of the top 11 here meeting in that next match. If Johnny Gutman and Mateus Leverado do end up winning there, that would be an absolute heavyweight. So, Ross, take us into the next match here. We got Must Be Nice up against It's Swifty time. What do we got there?
That is another Rakdos mid-range mirror. So Swifty time taking down Symbolic in the first round today in that Rakdos mirror. We'll see if they can take down another one. That one is, really anybody's game. It's a mirror match.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got a mirror match there. That is a nice one. And then our last match, we saw Fredo Rock, who just won here as the 7th seed up against Magic of Player One. That's almost a mirror match too, huh? It's kind of
similar decks. Both
Yeah.
players playing that kind of domain, go big style, but they're just doing it in different ways. Fredo Rock with the Enigmatic Incarnation build, and then Magic of Player One playing Omnath and Bring to Light. So that is going to be a titanic matchup where both players are just throwing haymakers at each other, trying to land the biggest punch. And I think we both agree that the person that packs the strongest punch is Fredo Rock
I
with
think so.
Atraxa and the synergies with Agent of Treachery. Copying that one with Reflection of Kiki Jiki,
Oh.
blinking it with Yorian. Yorian is always the mirror breaker in those go big mid-range
Yes.
mirrors. So we got to go with the 80 card deck over the 60.
I love it. Okay, that is going to be our matchups coming up next. And if we scroll down to just get a better idea of this loser bracket here, there is our 3 players. Our 3rd player is going to be filled in there in A. So they don't have an opponent yet. They need people to lose to start their battle, but look at that long road to get back into the green where they can play their Pioneer deck. If any of them get to submit their Pioneer deck anymore in this tournament, they're going to be feeling ecstatic because there is only one player that gets out of there.
Yeah, so it's really just down to how far their modern deck can carry them,
Yep.
and their backs against the wall. They're playing against a lot of great players. It's time to tighten up and play your best Magic.
All right, tighten up and play some good Magic, says Ross. So we are going to take ourselves a short little break. Right on the other side of this break, we'll be jumping right into the match here with Johnny Gutman up against NBDF. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. right, everybody, welcome back here to the Mana Traders Series final. Corey Baumeister and Russ Merriam here bringing you all the coverage, as well as our faithful director, Adrian, in the back end, making us all look good. And here
Not
we
that we
go.
need the help.
We didn't need the help, but, we're still doing it. So we got the study group here up against NBDF. The study group went 9-0 and called all three of his decks pretty medium, quote unquote.
Yeah.
You gotta love the good players. Like, my deck was terrible. I didn't drop a single game in 11 hours of gaming, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm just that good.
Yeah, and to be fair, Johnny Gutman is that good. People who don't know a little bit about Johnny really started playing Magic, didn't cast a spell for Paper Magic until he was already qualified for a Pro Tour. Was just like playing nothing but in a big sanction event, was just playing digitally to start all those qualifier weekends, all these arena opens, that kind of stuff. Then really got into Magic Online and then into Paper Magic. So good to see his journey here. And we're firing this off with the Thoughtseize. Ross, what do you take?
I am looking at the Dovin's Veto. There's an Azeka's Chariot in NBDF's hand. They go for the March instead. To me, I just want to get this Chariot through.
Yep.
And the Veto is going to be easy to hold up with the Shark Typhoons in hand. We do have the Rafine's Informant on 2. That's going to apply some early pressure. I like a second Informant. This is a very solid draw for NBDF. This is the kind of stuff you want. You don't need to race to the combo. You just want early threats, a little bit of disruption, and they even discard the Chariot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the one thing that hand didn't do until the Make Disappear is counter a Grease Fang. So if you can just find that, I like it. Get a card in the yard, and go from there, and make it so your best draw here, Grease Fang, would be online to just end the game.
Yeah, if you're going to leave the Veto in hand, then it makes sense to discard the Chariot.
Yeah,
because you don't want to cast that into the Veto. So at least NBDF is making very consistent plays. Mm-hmm. They all make sense with each other, and that's something that's very important.
But here is a great card. I think you kind of have to Make Disappear this, though, don't you, Ross? Like, it's tempting.
It is very tempting.
I think I would too. Yeah. That was not known information to NBD. Really no big deal.
Yeah, and they still have a fine play. They follow it up with a Vessel. They can pop that next turn, start digging for that Grease Fang.
All right, and there is Vessel as well to get something going.
Get Lost is an excellent draw. Yeah. That can answer a Grease Fang at instant speed. And now Gutman really has all his bases covered, and can eventually take over this game with Wandering Emperor.
But, I mean, how do you beat a 3-2 that attacks every turn? Huh? Riddle me that. Easily, right?
Yeah, eventually is how you do it.
Okay.
You don't do it immediately. You beat it eventually.
Yeah, you're going to let it hit you for 11 or whatever, and then you're going to be able to deal with it with the Wandering Emperor.
The Duress, though, here for NBDF is a very good draw, and I love that they're being patient with it. I want to fire off that Duress the turn I have Grease Fang, and I'm ready to go for it.
One thought to firing it off is the Wandering Emperor is face-up information, so you might want to deal with that. But here with no land drop, that's got to be good and bad news here for NBD because, you're not playing the Wandering News. That's good. The Wandering Emperor, that's good news. But you also know Johnny drew nothing but spells. Just kidding. The land didn't update. Even better. Johnny's draw is beautiful now.
Yeah, the Make Disappear is excellent as well. That means the Duress can't clear a pathway for Grease Fang to resolve. You're either going to counter it with Make Disappear. If you need to, you can sacrifice the Shark token to it, or you'll Get Lost it before the combat step where the trigger happens. You do find the Grease Fang, God, these are great draws for NBDF.
From both players, to be honest.
Gutmans have been so good, it doesn't matter.
Okay, here is another Rafine's Informant. I doubt we're going to see that one hit the battlefield. We're going to see Duress. And what do? Do you just let it resolve? I think I Dovin's Veto this. There's not a lot of targets for Dovin's Veto, and the Make Disappear is a little bit better.
Yeah, Dovin's vetoing here. You don't give your opponent an option, and you deny them information.
Yeah,
both of those things are valuable.
And sorry to interrupt you, but the bottom two cards are the only unknown information of the hand. NBD knows about the top two from that first Thoughtseize, and they both deal with Grease Fang. I imagine this Grease Fang is going to disappear.
I would have maybe considered Get Losting it.
Then
you could save the Make Disappear for an Azeka's Chariot.
You really want this Rafine's Informant to not get any larger.
Yeah, that is. But I think you can answer that with Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so here's a draw step. Let's see. Johnny gets land number 5 and still has the next Grease Fang on lockdown, as well as the ability to make a 3/3 Shark or the Wandering Emperor. I would think if we don't see Grease Fang on the opponent's battlefield, we're going to see the Emperor wander its way into the battlefield.
Yeah. Might see NBD channel this Takanuma and set up Greasefang for next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Although now with Grizzly Salvage plus Informant, I think I'm inclined to just salvage, see if you hit another Greasefang.
And if not, Informant, discard a card, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep, I like that. Now the Wandering Emperor will get to start doing its work. One turn of reprieve is all Johnny Gutman needs to then start turning the corner on this game, getting the Planeswalker going, make some 2/2s so that this limited chaff is not going to beat you.
Instead, not being aggressive with the salvage, I think we'll see an attack first. That might mean the plan is to play Raffine's Informant and then pass.
Yeah. Doesn't even attack into the Wandering Emperor. Playing a little defensive. It's reasonable. Doesn't even play that. Looking to just play Takanuma. Takanuma is a guaranteed Grease Fang. I get it.
Yeah.
And going for the Shark here instead to just try to get more answers. Johnny Gutman kind of fearing what can be going on with NBDFs.
I like the Shark here because it both checks the Raffine's Informant on the battlefield, and if you find land 6, you can get lost plus Emperor.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the land 6 that we found is tapped. Now we found another land that's untapped. So
yep, I like Pathway. Cast both of your things, and remember that right under that number 9 for the study group there, that little heart that likes to stay right next to you whenever you're scared or in trouble. That's Yorion. It's your comfort blanket there whenever you got nothing to do. Pretty good with Wandering Emperor, as you do get to blink it in and activate it still at your end step.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a game that ends in 2 turns because the Shark tokens plus Restless Anchorage is a 2-turn clock.
So here is Greasefang coming back. Can we find something like a Thoughtseize to pair with it? No. Witherbloom Command, though. That's a card.
Doesn't do a whole lot here.
It never has. Do you just jam Greasefang here? Or do you try to Grizzly Salvage first to try to find a land? I don't think you really need a land,
Yeah.
I think you just play your thing and try to do the thing. You're too far behind at this. It's starting to get to the point where NBDF just doesn't have time. These Sharks are going to race. So here is that Greasefang getting lost.
And now this has to happen on main phase. So we'll go back to the main phase. NBDF will get priority. They can sack one of these maps.
But now the face-up Wandering Emperor here just looks amazing. Johnny's been very patient with it. And the more patient you are with the Wandering Emperor, the tougher the game gets. Your opponent has to play in such a weird way. Like, I need to attack and get you dead, but I also can't attack into the Wandering Emperor.
So now, if this Informant attacks, NBDF is dead on the crackback. You just play Emperor, make a 2/2, take the damage, just take 5, go to 4. You untap, you put a counter on one of your creatures, and that's not activate the anchorage, and that's 9.
Let's see. Let's see if it is. And honestly, even if you don't, you still just make a token with Wandering Emperor, give it first strike, attack with everything they have to chump. Of course you can still Greasefang or whatever, but if this is an attack, let's see if Johnny sees it. But this is just straight up GG. Nice line that Ross saw there. Johnny Gutman sees it as well.
So it gives us a different answer to your earlier question. You actually just never answer the Raffine's Informant. You just take the damage every turn.
Take 15 strategy, huh?
Now, it didn't actually attack the previous turn, but even if it had, Johnny would
still
just
be at 1. You'd still be at 2, yeah.
Just take it every turn. Doesn't matter.
There we go. And Johnny G here, Ginky MTG on most of his digital platforms, of course, sees the line. Here we go.
Even has the Dovin's Veto up now.
Johnny is an expert counter to Niner. All right, here we go. Coming in for 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly lethals.
Make a map token of my own.
Yes. Study group did some studying here. Got ready. Thoughtseize was up next. Didn't really matter. NBDF was in a lot of trouble. So, what does Greasefang have to do to compete with this Azorius Yorion control deck?
Okay, so we have the Duress and the 2 Go Blanks that we noted from the matchup previously against Lotus Field. I think both are solid in this matchup. I'm not a huge fan of Go Blank, but it is definitely solid.
Yeah.
There's 3 copies of Sentinel of the Nameless City, and that's the kind of card I like in the control matchup. You're going to be going away from your combo plan. just want to play a more normal game plan of discard spells plus threats.
Mm.
And Sentinel of the Nameless City is a great threat in the matchup. It generates advantage, it pressures pretty well. It also
And
has vigilance, so they
there
can't
you go.
wandering emperor.
There you go. Vigilance here is actually a very key word. Usually, vigilance against a control deck is completely blank text because you're never blocking. But the Wandering Emperor has really changed the texture of that. So, while we do that, we're going to take a look at our bracket here, see if there was any early victims here. Looks like nothing has been reported here, so everyone's still in their match. And I suppose I was gonna say maybe that's a little bit too much for Adrian. I was like, well, we are waiting for sideboarding. We can always do a live look in on another match. But we'll just stay here.
Take a look at Gutman's sideboard. I see one Elspeth Smite, one Hallowed Moonlight, three Rest in Peace, one Dovin's Veto, three Chrome
Cool.
Host Seed Shark.
So we're just taking a quick peek into this match as these players sideboard, and then Adrian, when that next match begins, unless we're at a very critical spot in this game, we'll just jump right back over here. So, all right, here is our Rakdos mid range up against Mateus Leverado with Mayhem Devil, with Cat, with Oven.
Yeah,
That's Voltron, right?
that is the Sacrifice Voltron, but Rakdos Midrange has its own Voltron, which is Shieldred.
4 mana,
Just
Shieldred.
Shieldred.
All right, so that game looks like it's going to go a while. No one really clearly ahead there. So we're going to get back here to our main feature match here. We'll check in on that a little bit later.
I think a fine hand here up top for NBDF has the two lands needed to, and there are two lands that cast both Salvage and Rafine's Informant, Swamp plus Temple Garden combo. So you'll be able to discard the Parhelion to Rafine's Informant. Still kind of clunky with two Sky Sovereigns in the hand as well, but the rest of the hand is good enough. And then blue white hand, they're all the same.
Yeah, they all look the same. They all look bad.
Second,
and then they do well.
Second Informant is excellent. Clear away another one of these expensive vehicles. Dig towards more lands, more interaction, and maybe some more threats.
Okay, I like it. Here comes the Rafine. Discards Parhelion 2. Get that out of there. Now we just need some more help. But this is where, just with the presence of that in the graveyard, it puts the fear in Johnny to always have to play defensive. And sometimes, that can really, go poorly for him when he's not trying to play aggressively in certain spots. Now, this will be an interesting spot for NBDF. What do you start with here? Do you just say go and reveal that you don't have lands? Do you play Rafine's Informant? I don't know about that, huh?
Yeah, I think you got to try to make a third land drop.
I think I would play Rafine's Informant, discard one of these boats. But Make Disappear is pretty punishing there, so.
Is
Didn't cast it, yeah.
Your opponent tapped out. You could have resolved the salvage.
Yep, that is not what I would have done for sure.
And now Gutman finds a Dovin's Veto, so an end step salvage could be met with a veto, though Gutman might not be able to risk that because if NBDF has the Greasefang in hand and draws the third land, the Parhelion's already in the graveyard. That would be an attack for 16. It would put you to 1.
Wow. No big deal.
So yeah, does Gutman take the risk here? He knows that there's no land, so it has to be Greasefang in hand and no land and land on the top for him to get punished.
Yep. Or it was the sickest bluff ever. And to be fair, you still have this backup, right? Because you have the March, you can exile a bunch of cards and deal with Greasefang.
But the Field of Ruin, you can't play the March after vetoing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep.
This is the argument in favor of negate over veto. You could negate plus March here, but you can't veto plus March. So yeah, Gutman just lets it resolve. It looks like there was Greasefang there, but NBDF says, you know what? I need a land.
And I like this because now even just starting off by attacking, now let's do a basic check. If Johnny's doing this aggressively, you got to think there's only one swamp.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, now the Temple Garden is still quite good, but good awareness of what matters here from Johnny Gutman. Now, remember, this is an open deckless tournament, so he knew, And now with that Chariot off the top, you just got to go Rafine's Informant, discard a boat, right?
Yeah, I am very much in agreement there.
And that's a decent clock. Yeah. But with these temporary lockdowns, you can clean that up at any point. But I don't think you can really do it next turn. And Johnny doesn't have a land, so this is still a rough spot here for Johnny G.
Yeah. Now, the card that you're risking, if you tap down for lockdown from Johnny's spot, can't stay away is the blowout.
Yep.
Although now, oh no, we played Pathway. If we played Pathway on the white side, you could have held up March, play around, and then gone for the lockdown. Johnny instead playing this a little slower says, you know what, I'm still at 14. I
Yeah,
can take it 2 more attacks and still live.
like it. And play Memory Deluge if you want. Go from there. So looks like this might be the main phase Grizzly Salvage here. Now, if you're gonna main phase Grizzly Salvage, don't you attack first? If you're already gonna do this, there's no point. You want to make sure, or you put I guess okay. The one reason to Grizzly Salvage is you hit a land, then you can Thoughtseize pre-combat. Um, but goes for Witherbloom command to try to hit a land, presumably.
Yeah.
And is that just the drain mode?
Yeah, that's the only other mode that's relevant here. So, and the drain for 2 actually reduces you down to a 2-turn clock. So
2-turn clock.
that 2 damage is relevant.
Okay.
This, guarantees you the land because you can return any land, not just among the build cards.
Okay.
So you guarantee you get the land. You return Pathway here. You just need an untapped Black Source.
Here we go. And Duress or Thoughtseize. I don't think it really matters. I think I'd probably start with Duress because all the things you need to hit.
There's a Boonbringer Valkyrie in the sideboard. You might need to hit that one.
I mean, when has that ever been good for Johnny Getman in the past? I don't remember a single time.
Certainly not in the last 24 hours.
It certainly can't be in the deck, too. No way. You never know. All right, so Memory Deluge comes down. That's an RIP, but that's probably got to go away, right?
I mean, you don't have Greasefang in hand. They're in the graveyard. All the relevant card, like you
But you can never use Greasefang.
you've got answers to it later. Yeah, it takes the temporary lockdown. I like taking the lockdown.
Okay.
We're playing. This is a post board game. We're not playing the graveyard game. Unless the option is very open. And
Okay.
honestly, the Greasefang plan isn't even open with all these counter spells and removal spells.
Yeah,
So let's just grind through it and make the rest in peace just another card.
sure.
Your opponent's at
Sure,
6.
sure.
You've got a boat in hand. You've got a chariot. You got salvage to find more threats, and a Thoughtseize to force them through. Like,
All right, so Tapland off the top probably just has to be Tapland go, and more than likely fire off this either March and pitch a card, maybe even the Rest in Peace, which feels weird, or just get lost one of these creatures in combat and then counter whatever else gets played. But yeah, with Johnny at 6, this is definitely a close match.
yeah, Johnny actually got punished there. Could have gone for the lockdown the previous turn. Would have protected him. Could have played the pathway on white to still hold up March. That would have
Yep.
protected him from a Grease Fang. And
But that runs into a whole lot of problems. Like even a Boseiju looks kind of brutal. There's a lot of things that could go wrong, but I agree. I think in hindsight that would have been
Yeah.
better.
there's one Boseiju in their deck.
Oh, okay.
They don't have it. And they don't have lands. Like they've been missing land
That's a
drops.
good point.
So
They'd be playing that Boseiju.
Yeah, so they don't have the Boseiju.
Sure. All right, so down to 3. Now, what do we go for here? Do you first start with the Thoughtseize? I mean, with a Tapland coming into play, you really don't have a lot of choice. Play your Thoughtseize, play your Salvage,
Yeah.
just what
And
order?
I think this Thoughtseize has to get vetoed because you've got to protect your March and you don't want to pitch a card to the March.
Yep.
So I think the veto has to happen here.
Or you let it resolve and then Omen. I think that's your other
Well,
option.
If you let it resolve, I think they're taking the March, and then you just have to dig for something.
Well, then you can Teferi Tuck.
Okay.
Not great,
And you're
but
tapped out, and they're probably just going to chariot you the next turn. And
hey,
you gotta find an answer to that.
desperate times when you have Rafine Informant slapping you up here since turn 2.
I think the goal here is to be counter this, draw an untapped land, march for 3 mana, exile the Wood Informant, hold up, absorb.
Yeah, looks like that's not what happens. Thoughtseize has resolved.
Takes the Teferi. That's
Interesting.
interesting. That says, you know what? Let's play a little bit longer.
Okay.
Now your hand is all 1-for-1s, and I've got a chariot that you've got to, you can still counter it.
Here comes one of my favorite cards ever, Omen of the Sea.
Is a nice one.
Gotta go with that, right? There is some thought to just.
It's really just Robin to Yorian's Batman, right?
Oh, yeah.
You never see Omen of the Sea without Yorian.
Exactly. Omen of the Sea comes down. And now next turn you can go. Now I really like Johnny's spot, though. Now next turn, at worst, you go March for 2. You don't even have to pitch anything. Hold up, absorb, or Dovin's Veto. Absorb if you top deck a land. If not, just Veto for the Chariot. Then you are, very vulnerable to the card Greasefang itself. But
Yeah, we don't have a way to fully take control of the game with the Teferi down,
Yeah.
but you have a way to stabilize the battlefield.
I would prioritize putting a land on top if I was Johnny. If I saw like land good card, I'm drawing both.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I see no land, I might bottom both.
And land 6 is an actively good draw here.
Yeah. And God forbid it be an irrigated farmland.
This is the only deck in all of Pioneer that plays anything out of that cycle, and it's the only one I've ever seen do it.
Yeah.
And they always play 4. It's very strange to me.
Very strange. Update from our back table here. Magic of Player 1 with Bring to Light took down Frado Rock playing Enigmatic Fires. Honestly, both decks are awesome. Both players are great, but I really did want. Okay, did
So,
we?
Yeah,
Okay.
NBDF took the opportunity while Johnny was tapped out to resolve the salvage, finds a Shieldred, which is super threatening. And
Yeah.
there's a 6th land for
That's a
Gutman.
tap land.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Now there's a real decision here. The one thing that Johnny has available, the safest possible play, is March pitching one of the white cards for 1 mana, then having Absorb and Doman's Veto and the Wandering Emperor up. But still, it feels wrong to get rid of your Rest in Peace here, but who knows? Maybe it's correct.
Yeah, given the way your opponent has sort of played this game where they've gotten rid of all the cards that Rest in Peace stops, so
Yep.
the Rest in Peace is oddly not very effective.
Yeah.
And you
We'll
know the
see.
Shieldred's there, so you can't tap down for the March, because then the Shieldred resolves and you don't have an answer.
But the thing is, the Shieldred is not known information, and it's weird.
It's off the salvage.
Oh, it was. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then Johnny will play around it. I was going to say he could walk into this where he marches this informant. So now there is the option to march in response to stop the Explorer.
Yeah, this is a little strange, but you do have the 4th land anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe trying to bait March early, but attacking baits the March anyway. I feel like you're just throwing away a map token. Pitches the Veto. Okay, so just I want to keep the Rest in Peace around. It's that important, and the Absorb will cover the threat he needs to. But I guess he doesn't know about the Chariot. The Chariot was in the opening hand.
Okay, that does seem reasonable.
So now you don't have answers for both Shieldred and Chariot.
Yeah.
The question is, which one does NBDF want to?
Whatever one's first, you have to absorb. So NBDF has control of this pacing of the game. And now with Absorb gaining some life, Shieldred at least is a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
And if it ever turns sideways, if NBDF makes that mistake, then Johnny's in a great spot.
I think this is a little awkward because the Shieldred that is the one that your opponent knows about, and it's also the one that gets significantly worse after they gain life from an Absorb. You don't know that their counter spell specifically Absorb, but I think you can suss that out. So I think I would have played the Shieldred first and kept the Chariot.
Yeah,
but they're still both very good.
I mean, I just don't think you can let this resolve, though.
Well, that's the question that Johnny Gutman is asking himself. It's like, because he knows the Shieldred is there. Is Wandering Emperor enough? You can Wandering Emperor instead here. Make a 2/2, untap, make another 2/2.
I think I like this. Just get it out of there.
Okay.
See what you draw. Next turn, you can always go Rest in Peace.
Yeah, do we upkeep Scry with
Not yet. You're not at that spot yet, because you can let it resolve and still deal with it. So if anything, if you top deck a land, there might be a world where you buy Yorion and have mana for the Wandering Emperor and start trying to deal with it that way. But if you don't get a land, probably just Rest in Peace and Wandering Emperor. And now you just have to beat a Shieldred. Has the land, but didn't want to take 2. Shortens the clock to a 2-turn clock.
So didn't want to do that. That makes sense.
Now, 1 card in hand. BDF, I believe, knows this.
I'm not sure whether that was revealed from a previous discard spell, but looks like it probably wasn't if we're immediately firing off the Thoughtseize.
Yep.
Because if you knew the Emperor was there, you also know this Thoughtseize isn't going to do anything.
Yep. Now, Thoughtseize may be blank, but the Wandering Emperor is in play with no real answer to deal with it yet.
But you have some time.
You do got some time.
I think this might be the time to sack that Omen.
It could be. Try to find a Get Lost, maybe? Get Lost to just win the game, basically.
A March would be fine.
March, you would
You
need
have
to not sack it. That's a reason, and Teferi is a reason to not sack. So I could see no sack and sack at end step because if you draw Teferi and you can tuck Shieldred, you feel great.
yeah, that makes sense.
And what's the draw? Now, one other thing Johnny can do here is just ooh, ooh, is just fire up that hall and make another 2/2 so you don't die and try to win the game before Shieldred actually, kills him. But and Shieldred can
Well,
attack.
yeah. So yeah, you could do something like animate Hall, give it a counter attack for 8, and have the 2/2 back, but then you'd be dead to the Sky Sovereign, which
Yep.
Gutman doesn't know about. I imagine, um, yeah, but that's still not going to be lethal next turn because then you put
Yeah.
another counter on it and attack for 9. So maybe attack for 7. If the trade happens, great.
Yeah.
Put you to 9, make another 2/2. I'm not dead to a removal spell. NBD goes. You hope they brick. They draw a card. They go to 11. And then if you have to chump block, then you only get to attack for 10. You have 1/2/2 left, the hall, and a counter from the Emperor. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's still not enough. I think you got to just hold back.
Yeah, I think honestly it feels bad, but I think you just start with Omen of the Sea. Like if you find the answer, great. If not, you can buy Yorian. I mean, you do go to 2, but you're already gonna go to 2. You
Yeah,
know?
the if you scry off the first omen and then draw on your next turn, that's the same as casting this omen,
Yeah.
and you don't limit yourself with any outs because all your outs cost 5 mana or less.
Hmm. The one thing that
And
if
and
you
you
play the Omen right now, sorry to interrupt
yeah
you, but the one out you have is just finding Teferi.
yeah
You can Teferi is an out if you Omen right now. So I love this. I'm sure
yeah.
that's what Johnny was
It,
thinking about as well. Now Teferi, Get Lost, March. There's a ton of outs here, but if you don't find it, you're dead.
and once you stabilize, leaving the omens on the battlefield is also helpful
Yeah.
because you have the Orient still to get from the
Yeah, as long
companion.
as NBDF doesn't find another one, let's see where these cards went. Maybe our director can tell us if they are top or bottom. Bottom
Bottom
both.
both.
What is it? Hollowed Hunt, Hollowed Moonlight.
Not good.
That's not enough. Is there anything we can draw with the loss of life trigger on the stack gain life? I don't think so.
I mean, if NBDF attacks, you could draw another Wandering Emperor.
Yup.
So that is your hope. You need your opponent to attack.
To rest off the top, you can clear the way and find out what the news is. See that it is no bueno, and it looks like we are going to be heading to a game number 3 in an impressive fashion from NBDF here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be a creature turned sideways for there to be any hope of another draw step, and ideally, Johnny wants it to be Shieldred.
And if you're Johnny, you got to be thinking, did I make a mistake keeping the rest in peace instead of the Dovin's veto?
Yeah,
Because I assumed I just had to beat a Shieldred. Instead, he had to beat a Shieldred and a Chariot. Couldn't beat both. And the
yep.
rest in peace really didn't do anything.
Didn't do a single thing. It was completely blank.
Is there an attack?
Okay,
No.
that's game. Nice play there from NBDF. We're gonna see this Scryed.
Oh, we could also draw an Absorb. And then you Hallowed Moonlight, absorb Hallowed Moonlight.
Okay.
And then you stay. Then you're at 3,
Yeah,
but
and
then
then
you
you could
don't
have
have
a
an answer
draw
to the
step.
boat.
There's never an answer to the boat. All right, NBDF takes it down. Oh man, wild stuff. Wild stuff. We'll do a live look in on one of our other matches while they're sideboarding. If we got a second, see if anybody's still going. Here we go. This looks like probably game 3.
Yeah. And
Both players got 4 cards in hand. Hitagetsu consumes all. Probably did some consuming, which has got to be good news for Victor. Yeah, let's see all the exiled cards. That is the exile. So just an oven, maybe?
yeah, I might have dealt with some spare tokens.
Yep. There
Oh,
is.
it probably ends with the Goblin Shaman
Oh,
token
yeah.
from the Fable 2.
There's one of the most powerful additions here. All right, there's the Grease Fang hand, which means our players have begun, I would assume.
It's looking pretty good for Victor there, having
Yeah,
the NT Copter combo online.
that did look good in a matchup that we thought would maybe be bad. And boom, there goes the Valkyrie here in hand for Johnny Gutman. That's actually not bad. If you just
Yeah.
put a 5/5 first striker, you neutralize Parhelion too. But looking at the top there, that is a nice hand. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
Rip their hand apart, get some Witherbloom command stuff going. I would much rather be on the Grease Fang side of this, I think, so far. But once again, blue white hands never look good.
they all just look the same. They're all
Yeah.
3 lands, couple pieces of interaction,
Yeah.
a spell that costs 12.
Some cantrips. Good stuff.
And they decide to take the Get Lost. The Thoughtseize can also get a Make Disappear, but there's a second Make Disappear. So
Okay.
much cheap interaction. Seems like Gutman is always finding that extra piece off the top and then put his
Yeah.
opponent into a tough spot when they think they've finally worked their way through it
Yeah.
and punched a hole through the wall of defenses.
Well, when you have 80 cards, you have all these good things. What are we doing? Are we doing this main phase? Is
Yeah.
Witherbloom command a
Oh,
sorcerer?
it's a sorcerer.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
You thought that card was good?
Yeah, it would be good if it was an instant, huh?
Yeah. Okay, we can get a Beseiju or a Blooming Marsh. Didn't hit anything relevant for the graveyard, but get a land, drain for 2.
Has 4 lands now available, so did not hit a vehicle. That was the biggest thing. But next turn could just go Witherbloom command plus Thoughtseize, or just get Greasefang going. I highly doubt that.
Yeah,
But
I would think this is command plus Thoughtseize, then Chariot, and if you counter the Chariot, then Greasefang it back.
exactly. That's what I'd be looking to do here. That's how I'd be sequencing. I'd be starting with land 3 and Thoughtseize, so those make disappears. Can't do anything about it, so you get some good information. And who knows? NBDF might just take Memory Deluge here. Might just take Boon the Valkyrie.
I'm taking the Valkyrie. I think the Valkyrie is a problem. That card trumps Chariot.
Yeah, it really does. It trumps a lot.
Yeah, I think you got to take the Valkyrie because next turn you're playing Chariot. So if Johnny wants to make disappear, then he can't deluge on 4. That's perfect. You're
Yeah.
playing your main threat on turn 4. The turn your opponent wants to play their card draw spell. That's a perfect sequencing against the control deck.
Agreed.
You're making their mana as awkward as possible,
Yep.
forcing them to react on your terms.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things players don't do enough is they're like, I can curve out. I should try to put the pressure to them. Sometimes that's correct. But sometimes it is their 4 mana spot where they want to be doing their proactive things. If you can wait a turn, cast a must counter spell, things get a little dicey for them.
Agreed.
All right, so no graveyard or no vehicle in the yard there. But you were right. Boon Valkyrie goes to the yard.
We're not going to bring in the Boon.
No booning.
Another Chariot.
Oh yeah,
That's a great draw.
start playing some Cadillacs there. There's a quick live looking really good there for Victor. Holy cow. Nice little screenshot there. All right, so there is one.
And you can resolve the Greasefang next turn through a second Make Disappear with land 5.
Ooh, that's big game. That is big game. Let's see what Johnny finds. Maybe needs something here.
Yeah, played that pathway, so there's one unknown.
Yep. It is March.
That's pretty good.
That is good. If you go for Greasefang, you just get to kill that and exile it. And if you go for Cherry, you get to make disappear. Wow. What a draw there from Johnny G.
Yeah, March was ideal.
Oh, man.
Still can't fire off the Deluge, though. If Johnny can find land 6 next turn and have Disappear plus Deluge, that would be great.
Yep. That would be awesome. Is there any thought if you don't find the land to Deluge in and do it? Like
you could definitely Deluge main phase.
Okay. All right, so here is just an insane top deck there from Johnny G. That's so helpful. Now you just have to deal with these really expensive cards one at a time. That being said, Azeka's Chariot with land 6 being played next turn to play around the other Make Disappear is still a problem.
Yeah, so...
and we're getting close to just casting Parhelion too, you know?
That would be a fun way to end this match.
Yeah.
That is land 6 off the top of Glacial Fortress, so now you can pass, maybe Deluge into a Dovin's Veto.
Yes. All right, there's a Thoughtseize to even clear the way. Now, do you even Thoughtseize or do you just play Chariot first?
Well,
I think I play Chariot with 6 mana and then Thoughtseize, as weird as that is.
No, you don't know that there's a second make disappear there.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
I think you've got a Thoughtseizes first in case there's something like an absorb, and then Johnny probably has to deluge in response because otherwise I'll just take the deluge and pass.
Okay. Looks like Chariot is the play here.
Maybe maybe he does know about the second.
Yeah,
Discard.
maybe.
I didn't think
I'm
he
not
did.
sure. But is playing like he does. That's for sure. So here we go. This is gonna
But
be the deluge.
can Johnny find the answer again?
Doman's Veto? Doman's Veto would be insane and put Johnny G in a dominating position.
Yeah, because he's only one land away from flashing back the deluge, and
Yeah.
that should lock up the game. Barring a great top deck from NBDF.
Yeah, I mean, like a Grease Fang.
There's plenty of great top decks
Yeah.
still.
Did Johnny find a way to deal with this Cadillac?
No veto here, and then we've got a very interesting game.
I think Johnny G would rather there be a veto and not have to worry about such an interesting game. But, you know, normally you'd think, oh, if the veto's there, you slam it, but you got to pick another card. So he could be in the tank about this.
For sure. Could just have four bangers.
Yeah.
4 Whisper Squads.
Somehow 4 Boon Valkyries. Deciding which alternate art card to pick. All right, let's see what we got. Chariot's there.
Okay, there's a temporary lockdown and an island, so not great. You know, could have had a bunch of lands. Maybe Johnny just really wanted land 7 so he can flash back the deluge. And at 14, he might take this turn off to flash back the deluge, yeah, and then just lock down next turn.
I like it. Ooh, enter the Wandering Emperor. You can take out the Cadillac if you really want. Here's
2 Thoughtseizes, though.
I mean, you can play the Wandering Emperor in response, but yeah, taking the lockdowns here, maybe getting punished for it. Let's see. It looks like it resolved.
Yeah, first one takes the Emperor, second one takes the lockdown, and now it's the flashback deluge. What can we find in the top 7 plus a draw step? So top 8 cards, they got to be good.
Oh boy, these Thoughtseize is doing some work. Now you know the Chariot is good to get crewed up, create another cat. There's no locking down these cats here.
And Johnny getting punished again for not playing out his spells. Had 7 mana, you know, held up for the deluge flashback. Could have just gone for lockdown plus Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Did get a little greedy, maybe. But yeah, lockdown and Wandering Emperor. You got to think this would be a tough game for him to lose.
But hard for him to envision that his opponent would have double Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Because if you had double Thoughtseize that previous turn against a 2-card hand, you're just firing them both off.
Totally agree.
You can take a make disappear.
Yep. So I think I like the play from Johnny, to be honest. It just situationally got very punished.
Yeah. It was a very, very corner case scenario.
All right, here's Memory Deluge looking at 7 cards. Gets to find some goodies, but you need something here. And it's not just, oh, I can take Teferi and Counterspell and expect to be good. You need to deal with the board and then try to insulate yourself from a possible Grease Fang or something like that.
Yeah, there are 4 temporary lockdowns in the deck, so should be able to find one of those. Although, yeah, it's an 80-card deck, sure. Ooh, just found a land at Dovin's Veto.
Ew!
And now finds another land. It's a Castle Vantress, but the Castle Vantress needs to find something real fast because Johnny's going to be taking 6 and going to be dead on the second turn because, as we know, it's always a 2-turn clock.
Always a two-turn clock indeed. So here's Castle. We have those other 3 cards. But yeah, this looks quite bad. There's your end. Are we just casting that?
Okay.
Okay. All right, Yorian blinked us into another match here, it looks like. And wow, that looks completely over for Mateus Lavorado. That looked like Carvalho is there to just lock that one up.
Impressive stuff for Victor, taking down a tough matchup with Rakdos midrange against Rakdos Sacrifice.
Okay, that's the brick off the top that Johnny Gutman needed right now. If there was anything, if there was a Grease Fang there or a boat or something, that was GG. Now, what do you even attack? How do you attack? Can you attack?
You could crew an attack and a cat gets in, and you make a cat. So then Johnny goes to 8, and you have 4 cats left.
Yeah.
Next turn you attack, 1 cat gets blocked, 3 come through. You drop Johnny to 2, and then he's dead the next turn. but like, any sort of removal
I mean,
spell.
you have the land too, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
actually, yeah, against the Restless Anchorage, that plan doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So instead, just trading a cat for 4 damage there, pretty reasonable.
Yep. So Yorian's going to be on defense for a while. There's that Field of Ruin and Omen of the Sea off the top. Gotta love that.
Ooh, Traverse the Ulvenwald. That is a great one. I have to imagine that graveyard is delirious.
Well, that's getting Dovin vetoes if I've ever seen it. You have to, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Veto takes care of that. Now Johnny can omen and dig for another
And
answer.
scry with Castle if NBDF does not go for a combat. So has a lot of looks at some good stuff here. You got to think Johnny Gutman might be turning the corner here.
Yeah, we forgot about the Yorian. The Yorian was sitting there the entire time in the companion
I
spot.
never forget about the Yorian, okay?
And
If you look behind me at my desk, there are 5 Yorians on my trophy mantle right now, and you never forget about it.
Corey, you can only play
You really can only play one, but
4.
all right, here is Wandering Emperor found off this to get that going, to get these blockers, get some blockers going even more aggressively here.
Once you get, I'd say 3/2/2s, we can start attacking with the Yorian.
Yeah. Honestly, even 2, I think it's defensible to
Yeah,
attack next turn.
2 plus the Restless Anchorage.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's still a little early, and especially if Johnny knew about Abrupt Decay, he would hold back, but we'll see.
Yeah, but even Decay on one of the 2/2s, the land plus the other token can team up to stop the Chariot.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Bad spot. Here for NBDF, that Abrupt Decay was pretty much blank cardboard where a land would have been so much better to pressure this Parhelion too, but even that would disappear.
Yeah, just ran out of steam a
NBDF
little bit.
needs a Grease Fang and needs it quickly. And even that it can be countered.
I think that the irony might be that in game one, that Abrupt Decay could have been a Bitter Triumph, which would have been excellent.
Yeah. Wow.
And this is the downside of bringing in reactive cards against a control deck.
Yep.
You think, like, oh, Abrupt Decay, it can deal with temporary lockdown. It can,
Deal with Rest in Peace.
yeah, answer Rest in Peace. That's an important card. So I need some number of them.
Yeah.
But you get into spots like this where you're deep into the game and you just need one more threat, one more answer, and it just doesn't do the job.
Yeah, I hate those kind of cards against control, but I think they're a necessary evil when you're playing a combo deck that kind of needs their graveyard, you know?
Yeah, the goal is always to have a minimal number of them. And yeah,
Yeah.
as I look, there's a single copy of Abrupt Decay.
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
the only one in the deck.
Makes
Just happened to
sense.
come up in the wrong time.
Ooh, it looks like we're animating the creature land. And are we getting real busy here? Oh, every time we think, okay, maybe Johnny can get aggressive here, he's like, oh, I'm getting very aggressive. All right, so you do get a map off that land as well.
So still not lethal next turn, even if the map gets you an extra +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it is, if the map gets you a counter, then the Wandering Emperor will get you another. That will be lethal next turn. So as long as you don't explore into a land,
Okay.
this
Didn't
should be
even
lethal next
play
turn.
irrigated farmland here.
I think it's better to cycle it.
Yep. Okay,
Or-
so what do we do? Do
Oh,
we?
no. He just played it.
Okay, okay. So what do we do here? Do we? Okay, Bitter Triumph. There it is.
That's very good. So now, even if you pay 3 life for that, you might just discard the Parhelion.
I think you're just discarding the Parhelion because there's not one in the yard, and if you top deck Grease Fang, you can get it going.
And your life total here is actually important.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and you can crew. If Johnny goes for the double block, you have the Decay.
Yep. You'd probably want to start with Bitter Triumph on Yorian.
This is Johnny getting kind of punished for being aggressive.
Johnny's been pretty aggressive all weekend with this Azorius control deck at spots where I never would have attacked. There's not a chance I would have attacked with both. I probably would have attacked with Yorian, but I would have left the creature land back.
I'm with you. I think I would have just attacked with Yorian as well.
But we're cowards.
And the extra blocker here would be very important.
Well, we are just straight cowards. Goes with a single block.
And honestly, this is the same as the double block.
Yeah.
Because it actually is worse because now NBD just has the option of keeping the Decay.
Yeah, it is all for the study group having a creature to casualty to make disappear, I believe. Now we might see just sacrificing Omen of the Sea and leave up 2 mana instead of scrying off castle.
Well, it could be use Field of Ruin and then use
Yeah, we don't see
Omen,
the swamp though, so looks like it doesn't
but
matter.
it takes a card out of your deck and it sets up your later Field of Ruins. If,
Hmm. Looks like we're just going for this castle scry. Now's the opportunity to play something uncounterable.
yeah, I think now you want to go for that Bitter Triumph.
I think so. I think you have to, right? Then Johnny just goes straight back to defense mode, but maybe that's not enough.
You just can't let this Bitter Triumph get countered because
Yeah,
you might just die.
you do die.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let Johnny resolve his scry. Don't let him know
of
before he makes
course.
his
Yep.
decision, of course. So yeah, this is perfect timing.
Okay.
Discards the Parhelion, and
What a
now
game.
you know
Is this time for Boone the Valkyrie to win the game again? Is that about
the,
where we're
that
at?
that one got discarded early in the game.
Ah, dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay. So we drew a card. It's a plains.
So must have gone bottom on both with the
Ooh.
castle. Could have gone for an upkeep castle scry or omen scry there potentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Another
deserted
land.
beach. So
Wow. I
well, I
think
mean, just making another 2/2 is fine here.
there's that abrupt decay as well, and then you lose the Wandering Emperor. I think Johnny's in a bad spot.
Oh, very.
Goes for the counter.
And the abrupt decay is going to be back breaking.
Here comes a vigilance attacker that Johnny is hoping will stabilize here, but this uncounterable abrupt decay is going to be maybe GG. Not quite, as if these 3 cats come in, you block with the land, or if the chariot plus a cat comes in, you block the cat
Yeah.
and go to 2.
So NBDF wouldn't effectively lose any material. The cat that dies in combat would get replaced by the chariot trigger.
That's game. That's game. Sentinel of the Nameless City is GG. You get to crew the chariot. You get to attack with 4 attackers. You can
Well,
only block.
Sentinel's a 3/4, so you need to hit a you need to explore with this map token and not hit a land.
Oh yeah, it's crew 4, huh?
And we hit a spell.
And we
Repeat
hit a
Informant.
spell.
So yeah, now the Sentinel can crew the chariot. We attack with everything. Anchorage blocks the chariot, and that's still 6 coming across.
Oh my god, we did it here. Found the perfects here to be able to crew up this chariot. Greasefang would have done it as well, but
I I have to imagine that control players are always second guessing themselves because
yeah,
the games are so close and they go so long. There's so many decisions.
yeah,
But game 2, it was should I have discarded Rest in Peace and kept the Dovin's Veto?
yeah.
And in this game, it was did I get too aggressive on that turn?
And maybe, but the thing is, even if, and that is NBDF taking the win here, we're going to jump into this match, but
And the lockdown.
yeah, chatting about that last one though, like even in those situations, if Yorian held back, Bitter Triumph would have dealt with it. So I don't know if Johnny could have won that game, even playing anything differently.
Well, there was also the previous turn of the temporary lockdown. He
Yeah.
passed trying to hold up the
Yep.
flashback deluge and could have just gone lockdown, hold up Emperor,
Yep.
and I think he would have been in a much better spot.
And the thing is, I think those all fall in the category of situational misplays. I mean, of course, it's always a fine line of what works, what doesn't. I'm sure there would have been plenty of lines where Johnny's play would have looked better, but yeah, as it stands, those were the key moments of games 2 and 3, and Johnny ended up losing because of it. So
I also have questions about this game because we got a peek about 5 minutes ago and it looked overwhelming in Victor's favor.
yeah,
All those cards are gone now.
I'm starting to think that was not game 3. That was a different game where Victor won.
Yeah.
And now we're in game 3. Both players got time on the clock here, though. I assume this is our last match going of this bracket.
And clock is close. Lavunga, who has been under time pressure, it feels like every single time we watch him.
Yeah, for solid 36
Yeah.
hours straight.
He is under time pressure here as well, but has a slight lead on the clock, is about 50 seconds ahead of Victor
My.
Carvalho.
And you can make a copy of the cat here to put that in at end step, so you automatically have a blocker. But yeah, Lavunga at a high life total, but Victor definitely has the better battlefield and just drew an absolute banger here. There is that beautiful trick of reflection on Harvester to deal with the reflection. And now Mateus Alvarado has really nothing. And the hits keep coming here for Victor.
They don't stop coming.
Oh, baby. And now do you even attack with everything, or do you just wait till this cat goes away? Victor says, I can be patient. Oh, here comes another cat. I don't know.
Yeah, gonna need to find something better than that, Matthias. He needs to find one of those copies of Meat Hook Massacre.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Meat Hook would be insane. And looking at some of our other matches, we watched two Magic of Player one Must Be Nice one. What is Must Be Nice playing
That was
again?
the Rakdos mid-range mirror.
Oh,
So
yep.
Swifty beat Miss Symbolic in it, loses to Must Be Nice.
Yep. Oh wow. Okay. And Johnny Gutman falls to the loser bracket to play against Ale MTG. All right.
He tested the Magic Gods yesterday, sweeping the Swiss, and they are punishing him for his hubris.
Ooh. Ooh. All right. Colgan's command off the top. Wow, Victor Carvalho is just drawing nothing but gasoline.
Yeah, and now we should be able to set up a big turn with the double reflection.
Is that a Splinter Twin situation? All right, here is an oven with another cat, but that Colgan's command is going to do some damage here.
I would say because they're the same, it's more like a Splinter situation. Or,
Ah, a twin?
yeah.
All right, twin's been assembled. So here we go, going to end step. 2 minutes on Victor's clock. This is impressive.
Should have enough time here to go through the motions. This has to work quickly. It goes for the Colgan's command instead. Wants to get the oven off the battlefield.
You never deal the cat, though, right? I think that is a playing fast mistake. Just always deal damage to their face. They're going to sack the oven anyways, or discard a card.
Yeah.
But it's okay. All right, here's a redundant copy of Inti, which is probably going to be discarded to one of the 9 ways to discard here. And now you can get the Harvester copy, clear out the cat. If it really matters, you might just attack.
It's basically the same, yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, it is better to kill the cat because one cat can come back. You could double block something, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. But either way, it's Victor's so far ahead on this battlefield. It's time to take game actions. Because the one thing, Lavunga may be able to set himself up to take a giant hit here, and then top deck Mayhem Devil. I mean, Treasures 1, Treasures 2, Sack of Food is 3, Cat coming back is 4. That's only 4, but
yeah, not quite enough. But if you can maybe find like a Meat Hook Massacre, that could stall the game out.
Meat Hook would just kill Victor, right? Because each creature that dies, they lose one.
It's
the other way around.
Yeah, your creature's dying is them losing life.
But yeah, just stalling the board to then clocking Victor could easily be a thing.
Yeah, you want to give yourself time to maybe recover from a Meat Hook, especially if it happens when Lavunga's on like 3 life.
Yep. Absolutely. Wow, what a match we missed here, huh?
Yeah.
This is a nice one.
Impressive stuff. This is a tough matchup for Rakdos midrange and one of the best Rakdos sacrifice players in the world. And Victor, showing the power of Inti and Smuggler's Copter.
What if you don't attack? Now, if you don't block, then you attack Victor to 4, and then
this is a lethal attack. Even with the block on a 3/2, it's a lethal attack.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, this attack is for 21 or 20.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, then we just got to be done here, I imagine.
No, it was for exactly 17.
Okay, here is a Harvester coming from somewhere. Oh, Inti's ability there.
Yep.
And yeah, if I'm Victor, I'm F6ing, and then I'm F6ing on my turn into combat. And I'm going to pick up the W here. Unless there's a Meat Hook. Another land off the top. Mateus Leverato is going to be heading down into the loser bracket here with Victor Carvalho coming in to take that one down. Really impressive stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, I keep reiterating, that is a very tough matchup.
Yeah.
They're, probably the worst matchup for Rakdos midrange in the field. Maybe the Fires deck is a tough matchup, but that matchup got a lot better with the introduction of Smuggler's Copter and Inti, because the deck is so much more aggressive. It really pressures that the over-the-top decks better. The Rakdos Sacrifice deck just kind of beats Rakdos midrange at its own game.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, all those tricky to deal with cards, plus the fact that it is just really a lot faster than the traditional Rakdos midrange. Now with Inti and Smuggler's Copter, I think that dynamic has changed. And, you can have a good matchup against Rakdos aggro or midrange, whatever you want to say now, until they just go, Blood Tithe Harvest or into Fable. You just have so many good draws now that you're so low to the ground that, like, if you stumble at all from the Rakdos sack side or the Rakdos mid range side, you kind of get run over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the Rakdos Sacrifice deck can do that. Sometimes you just draw your cards in a very awkward mix
Mhm.
where you have a lot of creatures to sacrifice and not a lot of ways to sacrifice them, or vice versa. And when that happens, your deck looks really weak. And the Rakdos mid-range deck is now much better poised to take advantage of those draws, punish those stumbles, and get the games over with.
Sounds about right to me. So we are going to take a short break here in a second, but just a reminder to anyone who is here and maybe wants to play in this Mana Trader series here in 2024. We'll be starting that up again in February. The format will be Pioneer only. You'll have to play that qualifier season, which keep an eye on your dashboard or keep an eye on the Twitter, the Mana Traders Twitter account, and you'll see when that starts to go up. And if you want to get a loan program going so you can test out some of these really awesome Pioneer decks, exclamation point Bash Bros here right below. You can use that code to save yourself 15% off. That's the highest in the land. And get 15% off your first 2 months and start trying Mana Trader's loan program today. So that is going to do it here for our second round, I would say, of this winner's bracket. We're down to 4 players in the winner bracket, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on them. But first, we're going to take ourselves a short break, get ourselves a beverage, get ourselves a glass of water because, well, that match was awesome. Really, all of those were great.
And we've got a lot more left.
Oh, yeah, we do. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Mana Traders Series final. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mana Trader series finale. Corey Baumeister, Ross Merriam, bringing you all the coverage here, and we're checking out the other side of the winners. This is essentially the top four, Ross. We have Magic of Player One versus Must Be Nice. The other half is Victor Carvalho playing Rakdos mid up against NBDF playing Greasefang. We saw a lot of Greasefang, so we're going to keep our main focus here on this really awesome brew that Magic of Player One brought, as well as Must Be Nice, this really, really powerful Rakdos strategy.
Yeah, so Magic of Player One on the 5-color Omnath Bring to Light deck, and generally these, go over the top decks like to play against Rakdos. The Inties and the Copters, the more aggressive versions, are a little better in these matchups than previous versions of Rakdos, but I still have to give Magic of Player One the edge.
Yep, absolutely. Ooh, unfortunately, Magic of Player One does not have the hand cam, so maybe while we're getting this match going, we'll have our director poke Magic of Player One to make sure it is set up either in between games or ready for the next match. Unfortunate on that one, but
More unfortunate for Magic of Player One because that means after the tournament, they go to jail.
yeah, straight to jail. I mean, really, after a tournament, some of my least favorite activities are going to jail.
Yeah, they really should have read the fine print.
Yeah, I really like, to maybe go have a celebration beer afterwards, maybe. Not in jail, of course. But, when you have to go straight to jail, no fun.
Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Hey, back-to-back fables here. Both players with reasonable starts. The Chain of the Rocks dealt with the early Inti, and after a pretty strong opening hand for Must Be Nice, drew a bunch of lands here, but the Fable will turn 2 of them into fresh cards.
Yep, and that's plenty fine. Going into now a little awkward with the Mutavault. Oh, I guess not really. You can still go Croxa plus Blood Tithe Harvester if you want. We'll see if the Shaman trade is. It's always worse to be the Shaman that blocks, but
could have potentially done all this and Fatal pushed the opposing Goblin Shaman to answer that. Kept yours around, but like you said, the Mutavault making the mana a little bit awkward. But honestly, the Mutavault will come up big in this matchup because you really just want as much pressure as you can get.
Yep, I would think so as well. Because you get to that 5 mana where these Bring to Light decks are playing Omnath, then they have a fetch land, then they're doing busted stuff. It ends up being pretty brutal. Now, one thing, Omnath just hasn't been good in this format for quite a while, but it looks really good in the shell. So it's still one of the most powerful creatures in the format. It just hasn't found a good home without a bunch of fetch lands like it does in Modern.
Indeed, but it should be very good in this matchup. At the very least, it's a 2-for-1 creature. It's somewhat difficult to answer. And taking a look at the graveyard, though, the Croxa was cast, so Magic of Player One discarding card discarded that Glyph Weaver. So that's something that for Must Be Nice to note. There's a note that's a singleton for Bring to Light, where you cast the reverse side as a sort of Plague Wind.
Yep.
So that is no longer something that they have to be fearful of.
Okay, fair enough. And we have our first true elimination from the bottom tables here. It's Swifty time. Is heading to go watch some football here as they fell to Raced, where Raced will play against Fraggle Rock to keep climbing up in the Modern bracket. So we're down to 10 players here, Ross.
Fortunately for Swifty, they were playing Tron and Modern and ran into Amulet, which is a tough matchup.
Oh, yeah. That's a terrible matchup. That is a terrible matchup. Okay, so getting back to the match at hand here, have that reflection that flipped. Now we have this Sylvan Caryatid, which is, unable to be dealt with here with the cards in hand. Croxa's getting somewhat close, but not quite there. The Urborg is actually kind of nice, as you can tap that Mutavault for black, where you can maybe cast Fatal Push or do something with your mana and bring that Croxa back.
But it's also not nice in that it gives Magic of Player One a swamp when they didn't have one. So now they're up to full domain without having to work for it.
True, they did have the Caryatid for what it's worth, but yeah.
But their Leyline bindings now cost 1 less.
And what's even worse is when you're playing against Urborg, now you have to click every land so many times. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
It is one of the most annoying cards to play with on Magic.
It really is. It really is. Not as bad as Grinding Station. that one sucks too.
Yeah, and any graft creature.
Yeah, yep. All right, so deciding here what Magic of Player One could be doing.
interesting that the blood got sacrificed. I might have wanted to keep that around to use with Fatal Push, but Reflection should be able to copy Blood Tithe Harvester, set up something else to turn on Revolt. See if Magic of Player One has some interaction to stop that possibility. We've done a lot of trading in these early turns. No player has gotten a really significant advantage. That is in and of itself advantage for Magic of Player One on the
100%.
Omnath deck because
Yep.
they're the deck with inevitability in this matchup. So still have to give them the edge, but they're gonna need something good, and we don't know what's left in their hand.
That's fair. It's got to be, I would assume, Bring to Light. Like you look at all these options. That's usually what slows someone down, and you figure out, okay, what can I do now? And I mean, Valkyrie is a thing. It's of course just a very strong card.
Yeah, could go for the Valky.
Could go for Omnath.
go for Omnath.
All of the creatures meet their demise to this. Escape the Wilds is one that actually seems kind of nice.
I'm inclined to go for Escape to the Wilds. Just guarantee that card advantage.
Yeah.
Still hasn't made a land drop too, so could make several land drops off the top with an escape.
This is really a case of Magic of Player One just deciding what can you have here, and if my creature could possibly die, then you really want to go for something that is a non-creature. And we also see the Plague Wind there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in the graveyard already, so unable to cast that one.
Glyph Weaver.
Yep. All right, looks like here is Bring to Light for the full retail here, thanks to that Urborg.
Yeah, didn't need to tap Sylvan Carry added to it.
And it's Valkyrie.
For the Valky into Tibble.
Now, Bitter Triumph does deal with Planeswalkers as well, correct?
Yes. Okay. So, yeah.
You can do this in response. I guess it doesn't work.
Yeah, because you have an emblem, so.
Now here's the real question is, do you Bitter Triumph that, or do you, now that that's gone, do you just Fatal Push the Reflection and then attack Mutavault and Harvester at the Valky and hang on to Bitter Triumph? I think I would like that more, right?
I love just attacking it. Save the Bitter Triumph.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Now, the one thing to casting Bitter Triumph that is good is you get to Kroxa. So.
Okay, now I'm. So your opponent has 2 cards in hand. They can cast a Fable that they just exiled with the Tibalt next turn.
Yep.
But the Kroxa is going to make them discard one of those 2 cards and apply a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
Whenever
I can get a Kroxa all lined up, I feel pretty tempted to do so.
Yeah. The one issue is in this matchup, there's a lot of good answers to Kroxa. 4 copies of Chain of the Rocks and 3 Portable Hole and a Hostage Taker.
Yeah.
Hostage Taker is a little awkward, but.
Okay, here we go. Harvester coming on in. Magic of Player One going down to 12. And then Kroxa could possibly put to 9 if there is 2 lands. I kind of think there's not. We'll see what gets discarded. Fatal Push can also be left open. I would say for Omnath, but doesn't work that way. You need a fetch land of blood, something like that. Unless there's a removal spell. And then an Omnath cast, which that would be pretty poor sequencing. Omnath to the yard.
Okay, so
that last card's good. Yeah.
I would guess it is either Omnath, Escape to the Wilds, or Bring to Light.
Or Bring to Light, exactly. Or Leyline Binding or Chained. I think it could be as well to deal with Kroxa.
Yeah.
But it was such a snap discard that I kind of think that it's just like 2 Omnaths, We shall see. Remember, Fable the Mirror Breaker is also in hand, essentially, for Magic of Player One.
Yeah, so if you have the Leyline Binding or Chained, you can play that plus Fable, and
this looks like a Bring to Light to me. Yeah. Now, what do we get for this second one? Do you get Hostage Taker? That deals with Kroxa.
Yeah, but it doesn't do so in a very good way.
Yeah. You can't get Leyline Binding.
Yeah, you could just, if you want to do it with the Kroxa, you can just get Chain of the
Okay.
Or Portable Hole.
That's probably better, huh?
Have it be an expensive removal spell.
5 mana Portable Hole.
I'm inclined to just get Escape to the Wild still. Draw a bunch of cards. If you find Portable Hole or Chain off the escape, you can still cast it with the Sylvan Carry added.
I like it. Bring to Light was probably that last card left in hand. That would make a lot of sense. It's either an Omnath or it's better. So discard Omnath, easy peasy.
It's a little worse than Omnath. It costs 1 more mana.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Not a big deal here. Goes for the Hostage Taker.
So the way this is going to work, Hostage Taker is going to take Crocs up. That'll trigger Revolt. Fatal Push will kill Hostage Taker. Croxa will come back, but since it was not escaped, it'll just be a discard of that card, and then it'll go to the graveyard. So problem kind of dealt with.
Yeah.
Um,
So Magic of Player One is going to be empty-handed at the end of this. The
yep,
Croxa will be in the graveyard, but with no other cards there. Magic of Player One going to be under a little pressure from the Harvester, but has the Fable still in exile from the Tibble
yep,
that they can cast, and the Goblin Shaman can trade for the Harvester. You can dig towards more gas and eventually get a reflection,
yep.
and then your Sylvan Caryatid checks the Mutavault. So honestly, as kind of meh as these last few turns have gone for Magic of Player One, they're still in solid shape.
And don't forget, we got a little elemental elk hiding out there having some fun as well. If desperate times do come about, or if you get 8 mana, 8 mana 5/5 for free is pretty good.
Yeah, Gigantho will just be like, okay, I guess I'll come over.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
want to
got
watch
some
the
time.
game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
got some time. I've just been hanging out in the companion zone, chilling with my friends. Here we go. Hostage Taker takes that. Now, the second priority gets passed. We're going to see this because there is a discard immediately. It was up the beanstalk. Didn't want to risk casting up the beanstalk beforehand, which would have
Yeah.
been pretty sweet. But
That's a singleton in this list, which strikes me as a little strange.
yeah, it seems pretty good in this deck. Bring to Light and 5 drops. It triggers twice.
Yeah, you just have Bring to Light, Leyline Binding, the one Escape, and the one Elishnorn, so just the 10.
All right, there's the brick that Magic of Player One really needed here. Now it's time to kind of start pushing ahead with this Fable and a draw step. Croxa's, an eternity before it actually comes back. So here could either be Fable or whatever is drawn.
Notably, the third chapter of Fable says exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under your control.
Hmm.
So it doesn't go to the owner's control,
Yep.
which would be very awkward.
That would be awkward. All right, so there is a Gigantha picked up, plus a mystery card. A land wasn't played. So honestly, that could still be a land because you would want to hold it for Omnath anyways. So here comes the clowns. I'm probably blocking that Harvester.
You probably would have played a land just to leave up the extra blocker, but yeah, 2 bricks.
Maybe not. It also insulates your Gigantha from staying in. So it could be anything at this point. It'd be a lot cooler if they have their hand cam working.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we have Adrian poking them with a red hot fireplace poker.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Adrian shouldn't be trusted with fire indoors, though.
Who should?
Who should? All right, here's Gigantha out coming down. And another brick off the top for Must Be Nice. That must not be nice.
Yeah, I need to
All right,
start
there's
finding
NT.
good things.
NT was a T-Straw do sacrifice Mutavault? Kind of, because not only do you get to put a Mutavault to the yard, you get to put another card to the yard and you get closer to Croxa. I almost would have liked to see that just get out of there.
I think I'd rather do that next turn and have more
Yeah.
mana up because you have a higher chance of being able to play the card that you exile with Inti.
Never mind.
But yeah.
As it stands, Magic of Player One is pulling fully ahead here with 2 bricks from Must Be Nice. And you know what? Magic of Player One, we've watched a decent amount of games. Everything looks like this. Get to this very late stage of the game, and Magic of Player One is still casting spells. This deck just keeps going. It's like the Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, just so many cantrips, so many sources of card advantage to keep the gas flowing. Fable the Mirror Breaker digging deeper into your deck. So even though it's a 27 land deck,
Yeah.
you just have so much gas still.
Yeah, and even Magic of Player One here being the hero, even though they're trying their best to be the villain. Number 1, not having hand cams. Number 2, Avatar is Karn. Number 3 puts the year 2020, which maybe not our favorite year, anybody's favorite year. So really trying to be the villain at all stages, but their deck is just so cool. They're still the hero. It's really impressive stuff.
Everyone's the hero when they're playing against Rakdos.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm a Blood Crypt fan, so this is kind of my time right now in Pioneer and Modern, huh? Yeah, one thing, Ross ran the numbers, massaged the numbers a bit, and Pioneer and Modern, the most played deck was 4 Blood Crypt decks a piece here. 4 Rakdos mid, 4 Scam in Modern, and even a Sacrifice deck. So 5 Blood Crypt decks in Pioneer that made it to day 2 competition. So
9 out of 22 deck lists, so a little about 40%.
it's the time of the Blood Crypt, it would seem, here in Magic and Pioneer and Modern.
Even have two players on nothing but Rakdos. Actually, Must Be Nice is one of them. They're playing Scam and Modern. So Mono Blood Crypts along with Mystic Symbolic.
It's hard to argue. Honestly, if I was playing this event, that's probably what I would be doing. Who knows what I'd play in Legacy? That would take a lot of work. But wow, shocking news, Ross. This just in. Let's hear it.
The study group, aka Johnny Gutman, aka the #1 overall seed and yesterday's undefeated player, drops both matches today for a swift exit.
Normally, I'd say I'd be surprised, but you never go 9-0. You never XO the Swiss. Johnny needed to concede one round to make sure the curse didn't follow him. But as it stands, ALMTG takes down the tournament leader here after day one. Johnny Gutman's gone. And then there were 9.
Cross them out.
Magic of player 1 falls. Let's see if we can jump into our other top 4 match as they get their sideboarding going because, well, we got another big one on the other side. Our 2 players in the winner's bracket. And then after that, we'll start diving into Modern a little bit. But here is our Rakdos mid-range up against 2 Sentinels of the something.
That would be
Sentinel of the Nameless City. Yeah, I forgot the name of it. That's perfect.
Doesn't even have a name.
Yeah, how can you forget what isn't there? All right, no clue what game they're in, of course, but things looking really good for NBDF.
We do have a clue because Sentinel is a sideboard card, so it's not game 1.
Okay. Gotcha. And it's turn 4 for Victor. Looks like turn 4 already happened for NBDF. So that would mean Victor probably won game 1. Maybe.
Strong powers of Corey.
God, I'm getting clarification that I was right and very handsome at the same time. Thank you, Adrian, for both of those compliments.
The only 2 you'll get all day, don't worry.
And they were self-appointed compliments. Dang it. All right, so still waiting on this. We'll see those hands pop up, at least in our top right, when our next match is ready to go. So that's a nice, convenient aspect. Of course, right now, Magic of Player 1 going straight to jail with not having the hand cam, but we're going to get that fixed for the next match. So apologies for that, everyone. And here we go, Colligan's command.
Not great.
Get that map out of here. Discard your last card. Okay, not the worst.
We're under the gun from these Sentinels. This is a 2-turn clock because of those map tokens.
Yeah, and we see, looking at the yard, there's a Thoughtseize, a Go Blank, a Hearse. Things were happening to disrupt, but this kind of juke plan that we saw earlier of, well, I'm just a very medium Abzan beatdown deck and see if it's good enough. So, all right, there is our hand popping up. We'll go back to our main, but this is looking really good for NBDF to make that into game number 3 here. We'll keep an eye on that one and let you know how it goes. But here we go. Magic of Player 1 on the draw, took down game 1. We got land, we got 2 Duresses, and a Thoughtseize. At least we're going to know the hand this time, Ross.
Yeah. And importantly, the Blood Tithe Harvester. You want to be applying pressure as the Rakdos deck, so discard spell into Harvester is the best possible.
Yeah, and now this Thoughtseize should put a trace of the hand somewhere, I believe. At least it does when you're playing in the match. We'll see if when we're in spectator mode here. If anything, we got our number cruncher over here, writing down this the old-fashioned way. And there we go. There's the hand. So we'll keep that. Maybe, can we slide that over the graphic? I suppose we can't, huh? Where the hand cam would be? To the right? Okay. All right. So we'll keep it on the right-hand side of the screen there anyways there. Bottom right. That'll be perfect. Keep an eye on that. And we'll have you X out cards as they get eliminated, Adrian. So we're really putting them to work here.
Yeah, and a very strong hand for Magic of Player 1. 3 lands, Someone Carry Added, has an early removal spell on the chain, and then 2 heavy hitters in Omnath and Bring to Light. But the 2 Duresses should be able to take the chain and the Bring to Light and leave Magic of Player 1 with just a bunch of mana.
And there's a Go Blank too. You just double Duress here, right? You don't want to play Harvester and run into the train wreck scenario of your opponent not drawing another spell. And one of your Duresses is blanked. So, yeah, nice stuff here. Valky was picked up. Takes down that, and here comes Duress number 2 to take out Bring to Light. Just ripping apart this hand here and really putting Adrian to work. Yeah, those should be the 4 cards. The Mountain's gone. Caryatid is now gone. Now we have Fabled Passage, Velky, Mystery card, and I have a feeling some of these are about to go blank.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Mind Rot here, and then hope to draw land next turn and play both 2-drops.
Yeah, looking like maybe that's not the play here. That's what I would want to do here. Go blank, especially now, because if that card drawn was Omnath and your opponent can go land Omnath, that's the only thing I'm trying to avoid. So I want to make sure if they have Omnath in hand, they discard Valky and Fabled Passage, and they have to top deck the land to cast something meaningful.
Yeah.
But if Magic of Player One does, that's some trouble. So those cards are gone. Great job, Adrian.
It's pretty good leftover.
Real good. Real good. We'll take it.
Okay, so if you Must Be Nice, you've done a ton of disrupting. Your opponent still has some pretty good stuff left. I think I might save this duress.
I might
Copter,
too.
then playing the Harvester.
Okay.
Maybe wants to use it as a removal spell on the Shaman.
Wants to block the old-fashioned removal spell. Yeah, here's the decision. Do you have creature or do you not? I think I'm casting it. Or discarding it to the blood. Those are my options. Because if you cast it right now, if there is Bring to Light or something, oh, it hits it! Right! Nice! Nice pickup there by Must Be Nice. That could have been cast next turn if there was a land. Whew. Very nice heads up play by Must Be Nice, and a little unlucky there from Magic of Player One to have to draw a spell there in the face of a duress. So nice call.
So it looks like Magic of Player One likes the card they drew. They could have discarded it to Fable for a fresh one, but no additions to the graveyard, since that one stays in the hand.
And worst case scenario, all these resources are depleted, but you know who's still hanging out with his friends? Giganta. Another Fable off the top. Ross, can you thoughts who's the top of the deck?
You cannot.
Okay. Well, that's pretty unfortunate for Must Be Nice then, because, well, Magic of Player One's draws have been all awesome. Speaking of awesome draws, though, Shelly on top. So if we can get land 4, which we just discarded, but I totally agree with the discard, and attack with Smuggler's Copter, we're sitting okay. But as it stands, Magic of Player One is looking great to be one of our upper bracket finalists, we'll call. That'll be our big match to look out for.
If I'm Must Be Nice, I'm sitting in my chair thinking, must be nice.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. Except you're saying it a little more angry. I know you.
It might be a little more colorful.
Yeah.
Bankbuster is a great draw.
Oh my god. We're drawing a card. Impressive stuff. Magic of Player One has drawn nothing but gasoline off top.
Yeah, and importantly, hasn't drawn any extra lands. If I Must Be Nice, I'm thinking, I just discarded like 5 of your spells. Why didn't you just draw a couple more lands?
And here's a Thoughtseize. I mean, yeah, it's probably a spell, but does it matter anymore? At this point, Must Be Nice is far too far behind. These Shamans and Reflections alone, mixed with the Bankbuster about to draw its last card next turn, make that pilot, start attacking for 4. Shamans to get all the mana you need. I don't see any coming back here from Must Be Nice.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sweepers in the deck that could.
I mean, it is Shieldred, go and have some blockers available and hope there's never an answer for it. But even that is like just okay.
Yeah, and then there's just a Blood Tithe Harvester, so 1 blocker, not enough.
Wow. Okay, Magic of Player One takes it down. We'll try to jump into that other match, and here we go. This looks like this could easily be a game number 3 here from NBDF and Victor Carvalho. We'll make sure, another reminder, get Magic of Player One, that hand cam for the next match. We're going to need it. Get our director on that. That would be perfect. And here we go. Unlicensed Hearse to come down to deal with the graveyard. But how many mulligans did Victor take?
Like a lot.
Oh, is that a good draw? Just everybody drawing Fable here. And yeah, NBDF is the only person in the top 4 of the winner bracket playing Fable the Mirror Breaker. Wow.
Well, this temporary lockdown looks like it's going to be pretty good. It can clear away the Goblin Shaman and the Hearse.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got a Sentinel, which is solid. We've got a removal spell for a threat like a Shieldred.
Yep.
Things still looking fine for NBDF.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, with the mulligan, Victor really needed that Fable draw there to just compete. Otherwise, this was a lot of damage here. So goes for the temporary lockdown instead of the Bitter Triumph first. In hindsight, it looks way better to do that. That was a nice heads up
Yeah.
play there.
Honestly, could have gone for the Sentinel first. It
But
probably prevents the Shaman from attacking.
well, the Bitter Triumph will clean it up. That's
Yeah.
why that would have worked out much worse for NBDF. There's Go Blank.
We keep seeing people draw a bunch of graveyard hate against the Greasefang deck post board, but it doesn't ever look that effective. They'll
Yeah.
just discard the Parhelion and a land, or
This
maybe
is
just 2 lands.
This is looking like just our other top four. Be like, yeah, you have all this disruption, you have so much of it, but is it too much? You know?
Yeah. Okay, so you kept a land over Parhelion, perfectly fine, and now you've got a Sentinel, and then we can immediately crack one of the maps. Bitter Triumph will deal with the Sentinel, and then NBD's Bitter Triumph will deal with the Reflection.
Well timed Go Blank.
But honestly, like Greasefang's still just a 4/3.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you start with the Sentinel. That's a tricky card to deal with. This Sentinel of the Nameless City has looked impressive in these games
Yeah.
that we've been jumping in.
Yeah, I think we can just
And it's
Sentinel.
when it attacks as well. It makes another one, correct?
Yeah, ETBs or attacks. We can crack the map.
And the maps are just good. A Chariot, you want that in the yard? I was tempted to even keep that on top.
I know, because if there's another piece of graveyard hate here, it could be a disaster.
Yeah.
And we're probably pitching the Takanuma.
And you gotta know
Oh, no, that was
something's
the
up
third
when
chicken.
Azika's Chariot just got binned. You know what's in hand at this point. If you're paying attention,
Yeah.
you know what cards
So-
are in hand. You already know about Bitter Triumph. Now you know about Greasefang if you're paying attention.
Yeah. So you got to hold the Bitter Triumph here, which you could hold to combat anyway and still not
Yeah.
have the Sentinel punish you.
Yeah,
now-
I wonder if NBDF now holds the Greasefang to go the next level, you know?
Yeah, just Bitter Triumph.
I didn't love
Reflection and
that
start
play by
attacking.
NBDF. I think just have Chariot, draw it, play it. Like, that's fine. You're still winning with that. As long as you make the play that guarantees having an Azika's Chariot in play,
Yeah.
it's going to look way better than this Greasefang. Now, all of a sudden, you know, your opponent would have to deal with the Chariot and the Cats and then deal with the Greasefang. This is a much higher upside play, but in my opinion, it was far too greedy, and NBDF is going to get thoroughly punished because of it.
They're still in fine shape.
Still, yeah, they're still doing fine, but I don't like it.
We can just attack with this Sentinel, crack a map token post combat,
Yep.
keep digging through our deck for more gas.
Like now, if we top deck a piece of removal for that Sentinel, all of a sudden we just got a top deck war here,
Yeah. Whereas hard casting the Chariot would have almost been game.
basically. And even if we get to that point where Victor and NBDF are in just a top deck war, with all this hand disruption and stuff, NBDF's top decks are much better. You know, they have blanks like Parhelion 2 and stuff like that, but everything else is a good creature or a Chariot that they can draw.
Interesting. Decided to discard the Takanuma instead of paying 3 life. It doesn't increase the clock by a turn, but
Yeah.
the Takanuma could be valuable.
Could be no creatures in the yard, and Fable is not a creature. So it is still not great. Now I'll be curious to see if that Concealed Courtyard stays in hand. First, you do this. If you hit a land, then you play it for sure. If not, maybe you hold it just so you don't get like Croxed.
Well,
You know?
we have an Rafine's informant on top, so
Yeah.
now you keep the
Now
land
you
and
hold it
discard
for
the
sure, yeah.
Rafine's.
Okay.
Whether you play the land was always going to be informed by what's on top. If
Right.
it's a Sky Sovereign, play the land.
Yep. Yep. All right. A Hive off the top, pretty much a
Yeah.
brick.
Grizzly Salvage would also be a card where you play the land, because
Yeah.
then you'd have enough mana to salvage into a Greasefang.
Totally makes sense. So, right here is Rafine's informant after an attack here, I imagine.
Yeah, and things looking pretty good for NBDF despite the misstep with the Chariot. They just have more gas, and Sentinel looking excellent.
Mm-hmm.
It is now a 5/6. So like, even something like a Blood Tithe Harvester here for Victor, you could play it, copy it with the Reflection, but then you only have 2 bloods. That's still not
Yeah.
enough for the Harvester to kill the Sentinel.
And NBDF is still just drawing good cards. You know, Grizzly Salvage here at end step to try to do some damage. And I like holding on to it just in case Hive were to come down. Be like, okay, Fable's a real card. You can at least do some stuff here, but I wouldn't be too shocked to see Bitter Triumph in response on this Reflection.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Any shenanigans.
Okay. That's out of here. Pays the 3 life because NBDF's life total largely doesn't matter. It's all about closing out the game, and we're pretty close to having a Greasefang versus a 5-color Omnath matchup in the upper bracket. Blood Crypt who?
Honestly, I think both decks that only one person in the entire tournament, not just day 2,
Yeah.
registered.
Yeah. Impressive. All right, Traverse on the top. We got a creature. We got an artifact. Oh, wait. Yeah, creature, artifact, land, instant. That's delirious. Keep that one.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward with Grizzly Salvage here.
Don't even cast it. Attack for 8.
Did decide to bin it.
Okay, sure.
All right. So at this point, Victor has 2 draws to be able to kill that Sentinel because you can block the Rafine here. And if you can, we got a game. If not, this is over.
Could potentially chump block for another turn with the Hive.
What removal spell can even kill the Sentinel anymore, though? It's just so large.
Yeah, we can't draw Bitter Triumph is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 life with no cards in hand.
Is there anything else? Heartless Act doesn't do it, like, do we have Dreadbore in the deck? Probably not.
Trying to think of a way to turn on Revolt for Fatal Push and still have the Fatal Push, but
You block with Hive, float a mana.
Yeah.
Okay,
no, that doesn't work either. Why? You'd have to animate. Hive would be your only land. You block, you float a black, and then when you go to damage, the mana goes away.
Oh, really? Is that how that works?
Mana empties after every step.
What about damage on the stack? Is that still a thing? We got rid of that? Good.
Discarded a land, found a chump blocker in Graveyard Trespasser.
Okay. Now we Grizzly Salvage. If we hit a land, then we can Sky Sovereign, pay the ward, get Trespasser out of there, and that's game.
Yeah, so just a land is enough. Whereas with the Fable transforming next turn for Victor, they could have found a Fatal Push to answer the Sentinel, but it's going to be a turn too late, almost assuredly.
Untap land for the win. Is it there? Takenuma, that's going to do it as long as NBDF goes for that line. Takenuma, it's time. Sky Sovereign coming down, targeting Graveyard Trespasser. Pay the ward, and NBDF wins the match and advances to the upper bracket finals. Not our grand finals quite yet, but if you can get to that upper finals and win this next match, you can lose some matches. And in the finals, your opponent might have to beat you twice. A lot of good stuff happening. So
yeah, definitely a very valuable match coming up, and between 2 very interesting decks.
Yeah,
5-color Bring to Light against Greasefang. Definitely not a matchup I expected to see this deep in the tournament.
Totally agree. So we are going to take ourselves a short 3-minute break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to show you the bracket. We're going to talk about how these players got here, and then we're going to have that upper finals match to bring you. And we're going to take a peek in and see how our lower bracket is doing as well right outside of this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the Mana Traders series finale. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mana Traders series finale, our day 2, our top 11, and we are well and truly into day 2's competition so far. Got a lot of really fun stuff happening so far. If you haven't been watching the whole time, let's recap exactly what happened. So let's pull up that bracket as we get these players ready to go in our upper finals here. And up at the top, some surprises. We had our number 1 seed, Johnny Gutman, fall. We had Mateus Leverato fall. And all the way, we've been having NBDF, who had to play the first round against Raced. Scroll up there for a second there, Adrian. We had NBDF beat Raced. We had them beat Johnny Gutman, just beat Victor Carvalho. So is 3-0 on the day to make it to play against Magic of Player 1. Magic of Player 1's road to this round was in second place, so got that round 1 bye. Beat Frado Rock with the Enchanties. Ended up beating Must Be Nice here in that really close match. So it's 2-0. The winner of this is advancing to that next round, putting themselves in a great position to win this whole thing. Now, Ross, tell us a little bit about the losers bracket as we go down here. What's happened down there?
So scrolling down, you can see on the far left, those were elimination matches that have already happened. So Miskin Bolek defeating Lavunga,
Wow.
and moving on there. That was also, I believe, yeah, that was Rakdos mid against Rakdos sacrifice. So Lavunga falling to two Rakdos mid range decks. Oh no, this is modern.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Lavunga in modern was on living end. That was
Yeah.
against Scam. So
That matchup's rough.
yeah. So falling there and Lavunga out of the tournament. Ale MTG defeating Johnny Gutman, the study group. That was Johnny's second loss of the day. Modern, he was on Scam. So and then Ale MTG was on Murktide. So Ale trying to make the run back with old isn't Murktide gonna have to beat Scam again.
Okay.
Skambolic. That's one of the matches we're gonna have this round. And then Race defeating each Swifty time. That was Amulet against Tron. So great
Okay.
matchup for Amulet.
So looks like our hands are popping up there, but needless to say, from the losers bracket, we'll head into this match. But from our losers bracket, our two most established pros, Mateus Alvarado and Johnny Gutman, both got O2'd out of day two and are going to take the lowest pay amount here possible. And wow,
Yeah,
that's
still
surprising.
$800. Not a bad weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's still a great weekend. They wanted to do a little bit better for sure, but unable to find it. And there we go. Magic of Player One is no longer going to jail. We have their hand cam. That's a get out of jail free card.
Yeah. And an interesting hand from the Greasefang side. Just a one lander, but the Traverse can find the one basic swamp. And that sort of sets everything up. And then we've got Greasefang, Grizzly Salvage. So Salvage can either put a vehicle into the graveyard or can find us a Rafine's Informant to put one of the vehicles in hand into the graveyard.
Okay. Perfect. And on the other side, we have Sylvan Caryatid coming down. No other lands, though, and a bunch of portable holes. Portable holes are like blank cardboard here, right?
Pretty rough in the matchup. You can exile a Rafine's Informant, but that's about it. Or a cat token, maybe.
Ew.
The Leyland Binding, much, much better. And we're already up to 4 types with the Sparrow's Headquarters and the basic Swamp. So Leyland Binding costing 2 mana, still really going to want to hit a land next turn. So they can play Sylvan Caryatid plus Hold Up Binding for a potential Greasefang.
Yeah, if you even have Domain, but instead a Chain to the Rocks, another horrible card. As I'm starting to look at these hands and start to think about the matchup, I think NBDF has a very good matchup.
Yeah, the sorcery speed removal here, not great. And yeah,
it's awful.
Decides to take the risk and play the Sylvan Caryatid. So if this Greasefang can put a vehicle in the graveyard and find an untapped land, NBDF is in business.
Yeah, here's the Grizzly Salvage. Let's see what we hit. Reveals 5. Parhelion 2 to the yard. Land to the hand. It's greasy time. And there is only 4 domains, so this is just going to happen. We're in a post-Parhelion 2 world right now. NBDF making it look easy and greasy.
So this is not automatically game, though. The portable holes can answer the angel tokens, and then Leyline Binding can answer the Greasefang. The Parhelion's going to end up back in NBDF's hands, so there's going to be nothing left on the battlefield, but NBDF is going to have a full hand. Magic of Player One, not so full of a hand, and is already down to 7.
Okay, so there is full domain. Portable hole to clear off one of these angels. And probably has to be Chained to the Rocks to deal with. Oh my god, look at this. We needed the mountain here too.
Drawing the Rogger and Triumph was huge. Now we get to keep the Leyline Binding for a future Greasefang. Much, much better than having to keep the Chain to the Rocks in hand.
Okay, so I believe this information is still pretty known that there's Leyline Binding and the Give Weaver, but
that said, this Chain to the Rocks is also very bad against Witherbloom.
Oh yeah. I bet Portable Holes and Chain to the Rocks are all coming out. There's going to have to be some heavy sideboarding here from Magic of Player One, I would imagine. So here we go. There's Temple Garden off the top. That is land 4. Already had it with Takanuma. So now we got some options. Chariot, Shieldred, or Duress and Thoughtseize. I like getting one of the spells down. I think I would have liked the Chariot more, though, because I don't know. I guess we haven't looked at the hands yet.
It's so much better against a spot removal spell.
Yeah.
Here you're getting punished. Like, if you play the Chariot, if they binding one of your cat tokens,
who
you
cares?
Can play the Shielder and then you're fine. If they hold up the binding, you have the discard spells.
Yeah, I didn't love that.
Yeah, would have liked the Chariot as well.
And here is Up the Beanstalk. And wow, so punished. I mean, I wouldn't say punished because Leyline Binding during draw step, and you would have had to take 4 here. So maybe that isn't super punished, but didn't get that extra draw off of this. And here we go. We got good old Gigantha, which 5 mana, 5/5 draw card. Pretty good.
I would take it.
Okay, there's Grease Fang. And you can Thoughtseize yourself. That's game.
That should be game, yeah. See self. Take a Parhelion.
I'd prefer to duress myself in this spot,
Yeah,
actually.
sure. Might fire off a discard spell over
Thoughtseize,
way
Magic of
first.
player 1. Let's hope they still see the line
Yeah.
to then duress yourself.
Let's just check your hand.
Get some info.
Then I'll duress myself, then I'll Grease Fang.
Here is a duress. Oh. We're not moving fast enough. Do we not see it?
Oh no, duress his opponent. You had to keep the Thoughtseize for yourself.
Oh!
That's the problem. They thought they could. Yeah, Thoughtseize is the one that targets player. Duress only targets opponent. Yep. That's an oof.
That is a big oof here. Oh my goodness. And the duress can't even take the Gigantha.
Oh no.
We got cute by wanting to look at the hand. We cast the spell on the wrong target.
It's open decklist. Your opponent's tapped out. You know there's nothing. I mean, it's
Yeah.
also just Pioneer and your opponent's tapped out.
Oh, no. Let's see if this is going to be a Punisher. I mean, I still favor NBDF in this position for sure. But that was as big of an oof as you can get.
Yeah. The Chariot is also just not that good here. The Caryatids and the Gigantha check it pretty well.
Yeah. All right, there is Bricks. Now, infinite draws here to get this going for NBDF. A Thoughtseize, this time, cast at self. Grizzly Salvage. Here's a boat. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll just fly over for the last few points. So going to demand an answer.
Yeah, one thing you can do is you can attack with the cat. If one gets blocked, then you can boat down Gigantha. Or, honestly, you can just animate Azeka's Chariot, attack with that. If Gigantha blocks it, boat it, and then you have another vehicle in your yard to bring back with Grease Fang. That seems better.
Yeah, I like that.
Or it looks like we're just going for Grease Fang? Animate Azeka's Chariot? I hate that. I want to get this boat in the battlefield. It's a lethal attacker for next turn.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, crew the. So now we can crew the Chariot. Don't
Take
mind if this one
2.
dies.
2 damage to Magic of player 1.
Is this still lethal next turn? I think this is still lethal next turn.
Probably, right? Because you block here. Doesn't kill the Chariot.
Yeah, because there's a Grease Fang.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart block, I think.
Yep.
You do lose a Caryatid, but you stop a bunch of cat tokens from entering next turn.
Makes sense to me.
It is possible that you don't win unless you just draw an answer to the Grease Fang.
Yeah.
So maybe you're still supposed to block the other way because you're in such a bad spot.
And here comes Duress.
Yeah, Duress is going to find a land.
Oh, boy. This is a strange game. All right, is there an answer for the Grease Fang to stabilize? Oh, my God. I see the light. I see the light. Is Magic of player 1 going to win this game where it was well and truly over? There's this was maybe a situational punt. This was a full-on chuck here with the wording on Duress and Thoughtseize. To be fair, I didn't know Duress was opponent either.
Yeah, Duress. So we can bring.
I've never Duressed myself. I've never Thoughtseized myself either. So
you can bring to life for Valky here, exile the Grease Fang with the Valky, and still have Gigantha and Caryatid to block.
Yep.
That seems good to me.
Seems insane. Seems insane. And then, to be fair, NBDF, with how this is working out,
we'll be able to boat the
Valky. Yeah, so that actually worked out better in hindsight here, even though I think I still would have liked the boat play last turn. Wow.
This is
hilarious.
This is getting interesting.
And don't forget, Bring to Light and Valky both trigger off up the Beanstalk, so you get to draw 2.
That is quite nice.
And if you find Leyline Binding as well to pair with it, I think that's just game. You know?
Yeah, just binding the Sky Sovereign, and then everything's looking.
Wow. What?
So you have to still tap 3 lands because the Giganta mana can't cast generics.
Is this trying to go something
We
greedy?
trying to get Escape to the
Yeah.
Wilds?
I mean, you get to draw a lot of cards, I guess, but I feel like just Valky here was pretty solid to me.
Maybe they're trying to play around the boat.
Okay.
Still get to draw the 2 cards. Bring to Escape to the Wilds and Bring to Light will both trigger the Beanstalk.
Okay. Draw some cards. NBDF has to be on like, no. How is this happening?
You have no one to
There is
blame but
Valky.
yourself.
I guess this is to maybe play Azika's Chariot or play Greasefang. Probably play Greasefang, right?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay, I
So
guess that did trigger, right? We drew a card.
yeah, they drew 2 cards, but it
Okay.
was just Island Stomping Ground, so not great.
So you don't get to play anything else though. You know, like you
Yeah.
get Greasefang, you can play Island and you can cycle Triumph, but then you don't have anything else going on. So Boat will clean up Velky, or it could clean up Greasefang and see what we can do from there. Godless Shrine to get us a little closer to this Parhelion too.
So we play Boat, deal with the Tybalt.
We're very close to lethal. Magic of Player 1 is at a virtual 1, but 1 is not 0, especially in this situation. So
Yeah.
I think you're probably just animating Cadillac and attacking, forcing the chump with Sylvan Caryatid, dealing with Valky.
The Greasefang can trade with the Cattle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you probably have to deal with Greasefang and then just attack 2 cats at Valky, or you just kill Valky
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, deal 3 to Greasefang, send both cats at the Tybalt. I like.
Honestly, you like that with perfect information, but if there was a removal spell that keeps Valky alive, it feels a lot more risky, but maybe you just have to
Yeah.
go for it.
If they have the Leyland Binding for your Sky Sovereign, you're dead.
I'd like them to play that Godless Shrine, though. Gotta attack Valky. It just gets so carried away if you don't. Yep.
The 1 Tybalt activation is worth 2 cards. 1 turn is only worth 1 card.
Yeah. Didn't play Godless Shrine. Not trying to get close to Parhelion 2. Okay, reasonable.
It's another land.
Brick.
Wow.
Another
4
land.
straight lands.
Oh man, no justice in this world, and NVDF is still gonna win this game after that colossal mistake.
Yeah,
Whew.
the Bring to Light was excellent, but 4 bricks after it mean it's not good enough.
All right, so here we go, and pretty close to lethal here with being able to get Gigantha into the red zone, but not going to be enough as long as NBDF goes for it.
Send a message.
Yep. Wow, pretty bad luck there.
Gigantha is angry.
Mean Gigantha.
As this game is winding down, I'll take a look at sideboards here.
Cool.
and-
We'll take a look at sideboard and we'll have our director queue up that bracket once we head to sideboard. And we'll kind of see what's happening down in the losers bracket as we get this going, because I see top 6 down there. We're whittling away these players. We've lost almost half of them.
We're getting down there. And taking a look at Magic of Player 1 sideboard, we know about the Gigantha as a companion. There's also a Sunfall, a Slaughter Games, a Chrome Host Seed Shark, a Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Disdainful Stroke, and 4 Reckoner Bankbuster. So, gotta love the Rest in Pieces. The Slaughter Games is questionable to me. It's kind of slow, but if you can name Greasefang with it, it's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm
And
slaughter gaming for sure.
I think I like the Bankbusters. I think the way that most of the Greasefang deck sideboard,
Yeah.
you want extra card advantage.
And don't forget of how many bad cards we have in, all the portable holes, all the chain to the rocks I
Yeah.
want out of there, maybe some of these one-ups as well.
The Hostage Taker, all the
Yeah.
sorcery interaction.
Yeah.
Glyph Weaver, I think you can leave in because sometimes they make a bunch of cats and
Yeah.
you need a sweeper. But those 8 cards can all pretty easily come out.
Okay, fair enough. So let's go to the losers bracket here. Let's see what's going on as we get going. It looks like Metabolic, Miskinabolic, whatever. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm probably
Miskinbolic
butchering that.
defeating LMTG. That's
Yep.
Scam over Murktide in Modern. So Miskinbolic going to be moving on to face Must Be Nice. That's a Scam Mirror.
Okay, Scam Mirror to see. We're going to see Scam right there.
And then Cradle Rock is playing against Victor. That's Amulet for Victor, and Fredo Rock is also on scams.
Okay, so we our one hero from Modder is Victor. Is that our 4 players down there? Then we
Yep.
have 5, 6. That is it. So we have those players are gonna play each other next round. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And the winner of this is going to go right into that top spot up there. And
Yep.
the loser will not fall too far. You know, they get to play the winner of the loser's bracket.
Yes.
So they're already basically in third, fourth place, no matter what the people were watching.
Yeah. So the
So
4
yeah, cool
players
stuff.
right now in the losers bracket are going to play out, and then the winner of the losers bracket will play whoever loses the match that we're currently watching.
Mhm.
The winner of that match will get a crack at whoever wins the winners bracket in the final.
And from my understanding, from what I remember, I believe the person who wins gets to the spot has to still be defeated
Yeah, it's
twice.
double elimination.
Yeah. Yep, there it is. Right there's that text. You must be defeated twice. So,
Yeah.
once you get to that finals, it's pretty tough to envision, losing 2 in a row, but definitely not impossible.
That's why you got to play the games.
Very, very true. So we'll get back into the game here when it's ready to go.
And just taking a look at the losers bracket and what they're playing in Pioneer to see what that matchup in the finals might be. It's Fredo Rock and Enigmatic Fires and 3 Rakdos midrange decks.
Blood Crypts. To be fair, all the Blood Crypts are in the losers bracket, and the
Yeah.
non-Blood Crypt decks are the ones we're watching right now in our upper finals here.
Yeah. So Missymbolic and Must Be Nice are the 2 players that were 8 Blood Crypts this weekend, both
Yeah.
registering Scam and Rakdos midrange.
Yep. Honestly, that would have been me too. I would have played the Inti Smuggler's Copter version, and I would have played your kind of traditional Scam. And then Legacy, I probably would have played the Demir Scam. So I would have been a swamp gamer across the board if I was playing this event. Just like the villain I am. Right, so looking at the hands, Magic of Player 1 starting it off. How's that one look?
That looks rough. The grossest part is that it's a 5-lander with Caryatid, and you can't play the Caryatid on turn 2 because it's 4 Triumphs and a Fable Passage. So I think that
Nice mana base, bro.
will get sent back. The Grease
I think
Fang
you
hand
have
is
to, right?
it is not very explosive, but it's a solid hand. Curving Informant in a Sentinel into a Zekus Chariot.
Yeah.
There's not many draft decks that beat that.
I mean, we joke, but when your opponents are really, and we know this by being Jeskai Breach players, right? Like, that is a deck that can attack, but it's also a very fast combo. And when people very aggressively sideboard for that combo, all of a sudden, constructs beat the crap out of them, kind of thing. So these kind of game plans and these kind of decks are what I really love. It forces your opponents to sideboard in such a weird way, and then you just juke them with draft chaff.
Magic of Player 1 decides to keep that hand and also has a Chain to the Rock still in the deck.
Okay.
So
I mean, maybe just can't take out everything.
2 things we didn't expect.
Yep. I really do think Magic of Player 1 is in a rough matchup, though, here, Ross. It does not feel good. It's looked really bad along the way. It took NBDF making a colossal punt to even be remotely in that game,
Yeah, it was it's a tough one.
Yep.
Because really you don't have a ton of interaction that is relevant because it's a lot of it's sorcery speed.
Yep.
And that's a big problem because
I very
you're
much
also
agree.
just tapping out on turns 4 and 5 for your threats, and their threats go over the top of yours.
Yep. So now might be a solid turn. We didn't even cast Sylvan Caryatid for what it's worth here.
Yeah, the Chariot getting discarded made them afraid. They drew a binding, wanted to leave that up.
That's the brutal part. When you're playing against these Greasefang decks, it alters the way you play just by having a vehicle in the yard. So it's just such a tough deck to play against. Greasefang is the most frustrating deck to play against in Pioneer by a lot because its nut draws are unbeatable. And then sometimes it looks like one of the worst decks possible. But if you're running hot with the deck and you're just dominating, you really do run over people.
Yeah, here's just another Informant plus a Thoughtseize. So NBDF just keeping up the pressure here.
Take Leyline Binding, be on your way, right?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Man, this is
Could also
looking
take
real
that.
bad.
The Elish Norn is kind of scary.
What does it do? What does it do to the crewing of vehicles? It really does nothing, right? It only stops Azeka's Chariot coming into play.
It's also just big.
Yeah, it is.
It's just hard to attack through, Corey.
Yeah.
It's a 4/7.
Yeah, be nice to mom. She's coming at you, I guess, huh?
With these Azeka's Chariots, you can grind through spot removal. Azika's
Okay.
Chariot's great at that.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about the spot removal spells. The Azika's Chariot could buy, or the Elishnor could buy a lot of time
Okay.
against Chariot, just blocking.
Fair enough. All right. So now 3 mana. Draws a forest. Could go Caryatid tap land, and then leave up Leyline Binding, or could just go land go, leave up Leyline Binding and cycle a Tryon to try to find one of your Bring to Lights. I think that those are the main options.
Yeah, and neither of them is particularly good.
No, this was a loose keep.
Would have really liked the Caryatid to be on the battlefield right
Yeah.
now.
To be fair though, I like the thought behind this. Normally, a lot of people are looking to be like, wow, why did Magic of Player One keep this hand? Because your opponent has 1,000 discard spells. You know, so like when I'm playing against Scam, I don't mulligan very much because they have so much hand disruption. When I'm playing against a deck with a lot of hand disruption spells, I don't mulligan a lot. When I'm playing against a human being, I don't usually mulligan that much. So to be fair, maybe I shouldn't be trusted.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's a
Yeah.
good point. You definitely want to keep resource heavy hands against heavy discard strategies and just hope the top of the deck gets you there.
Okay.
So far, the top of this deck is not looking great.
Yep, and here was the other play here, and that is just really play everything. Make sure you have stabilized the battlefield, and you just have to beat what's going to be coming in play. Thoughtseize off the top is a pretty decent draw. If the Thoughtseize plus Sentinel gets fired off, then Leyline Binding gets cast in response. Azika's Chariot, as far as we know with perfect information, would probably be the best play right now. We'll
Yeah,
see what is done.
I would be firing off the Thoughtseize if I'm in NBD's seat.
Because you don't know, you have perfect information though. You know what's going to happen.
But binding is just so like, even if it's supposedly a 2-for-1 where you Thoughtseize, they binding in response, you don't get to take a card, you lose your 2-1. The 2-1 has so little value.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that trade. And
Okay.
then the Sentinel is quite good. It attacks well into the Caryatid. It
Okay.
applies a lot of pressure. The map tokens will be relevant later on.
All right, I can see it because the Azika's Chariot you do actually want to kind of protect here.
Yeah.
It just feels bad to Thoughtseize and not get anything. But I think this Azika's Chariot play is totally defensible as well. This is what I would have done. That would have been my initial reaction of what to do. Be like, well, my opponent has a Leyline Binding. I'm playing a thing that has 3 spells, but looks like it's time to see the light once again. Bring to light.
So the issue here is that the Tybalt is tough to get, right?
Yeah.
I guess we could Tybalt plus.
Well, one thing you can do is bring to light, get Omnath, Fabled Passage, crack it, get the 5 mana, get a Plains, buy Gigantha, or Cycle Triome. Or if you drew something off it, if Magic of Player One thinks he's that far behind, then bring to lighting to try to get Omnath to draw something big to then play it might be an avenue. But otherwise, I don't love it. But honestly, just Omnath on the battlefield is good right now.
I like just Tybalt plus.
I think I like Omnath. I think I like Omnath, Fabled Passage, land, and maybe I just say go, and then just gain 8. But
you can Tybalt plus and still have the binding up. Because
Okay.
you're Caryatid as a blocker. So
Okay.
if they go to crew the Chariot, you just binding the Chariot, and then you get to block one of the 2 power creatures. Even if they can crew Chariot with creatures from their hand, 4 damage coming across is not enough to deal with the Tybalt. You've found 2 cards already. You untap, you finding 2 more.
All right, I'm here for it. That does sound much better. Tybalt is not dying, and there is Bitter Triumphs in the deck, which is the Punisher case. So
Yeah, Bitter Triumphs is going to kill the Omnath too.
True.
And you get 1 card off the Omnath, you get 2 cards off the Tybalt.
All right. I changed my mind. I think that is a much better play. I like not getting the Plains as well. Leave that for when you actively want to get it and leave up Leyline Binding. So here is the light coming down. And yeah, let's see if Magic of Player One agrees with you. There's Valky. Honestly, one thing I will say, we've seen a lot of Magic so far. There's been some mistakes here from NBDF. But the one thing I haven't really seen mistakes from is Magic of Player One.
Yeah.
I think they've been playing extremely tight Magic. They know their deck quite well. There's been games that they've lost, of course, but I think they've played extremely tight Magic and probably the best of day number 2 so far.
Agreed. Swamp and a Bankbuster coming off of that first Tybalt activations.
Okay.
Bankbuster, a solid one.
Sage you to get the Rafine's Informant back.
Yeah. Remember, target the Xander's Lounge, not the Chain to the Rocks.
Yeah, nice. Good point. Good point.
Could mess up the mana base a little bit.
Yeah, and they just go get a Plains or something. Biggest deal.
It's another reason that I don't like Chain of the Rocks in this matchup. If
So
Witherbloom commanded Beseiju.
starting with the Thoughtseize here is pretty interesting. What do you binding
Ooh,
with the Beseiju? With the Beseiju, you can let the binding on the Chariot go and then Beseiju it, and it's pretty tempting to get the Chariot, right? I think
Yeah.
you have to get the Chariot because otherwise your opponent could play a creature, crew Chariot, and then attack Velki and take it down. So I think you absolutely have to take Chariot, and it's gonna work out pretty poorly here for Magic of Player One. I think their hand is forced. I think they'll think about it, and it's either don't cast Leyline Binding or make the play I suggested here. Because if
Yeah.
you hit a cat or something, they just crew.
The one of Beseiju was an incredible draw here.
Incredible draw.
You're right. You have to play around the scenario where your Tibalt does.
Yeah, and it would have been there too if you didn't play around it. Sentinel will clean that up. So nice patience on the Thoughtseize. Now looks like we're going for the Sentinel instead of the Beseiju. Reasonable. You know what it isn't reasonable against though? Another Bring to Light and you get that Plague Wind going, then this game is over.
Oh, no, they're doing this so they can crack the map token, but they hit a land.
Oh!
They got greedy trying to kill the Tibalt.
They played the Beseiju too. I just saw that now.
They had to play the
my
Beseiju to craft the
God.
map. I think that would have been fine. If they hit a non-land, dealing with the Tibalt is worth a ton. I think that would be worth it.
But
they hit the Blooming Marsh, so
oof.
not getting paid off for the aggressive line, and
I
now
don't know about that. I think I would have attacked for 6, said go, Beseiju at end step because it's uncounterable. And now as it stands,
got the Shrine and
2
Rogern
lands.
Triumph. So now it's just Bankbuster Chain of the Rocks. So
Okay.
honestly, NBDF still in very good shape here because the Tibalt did not hit another one of those big spells. Another Bring to Light would have been amazing.
Yeah, Velky's dead. You
Yeah.
need to cycle Triumphs here to find something else. That is step 1.
Yeah. Another Bring to Light for the Selfless Glyph Weaver would have been
GG.
lights out.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And Omnath would have been great.
Pioneer is sick right now. I must say, Pioneer is looking really awesome. Okay, Bankbuster to do that. That's perfectly reasonable as well. Can we find another Chain to the Rocks or Leyline Binding?
Would have to be Leyline Bindings. Oh no, we have enough.
Oh, oh. Goes for the chain.
Yeah, deal with the Sentinel.
And now this isn't over. This is just Velky dying, so
Yeah.
the game isn't over, you know?
And,
but
think we want to shock the Stomping Ground to buy Gigantha?
I already played a land. Played the
I
swamp.
already played it. Okay.
Yeah, played the swamp of NBDF. The only swamp.
There's
There's
Greasefang drawn. There's a Chariot in the graveyard that's been there for a while. But let's try to find a Parhelion. That could just end the game. That would be lethal.
Okay, no Parhelion too.
Yeah, no vehicles of any kind.
Sentinel
it looks like
comes down. Now, do we go? I like Greasefang here because if you deal with Greasefang, then you can deal with Velky for sure. And if the removal spell's not there, you know you're open. So you can go Greasefang, crew to the Chariot. The Chariot goes face, and the 3/2/1s all go at Velky. I think that attack because this is telegraphed.
It's a very clean
know that there is no removal spell now. Otherwise, Greasefang would have done it, or the Greasefang would have taken the removal spell for sure.
Yeah, so that's a very clean attack. Send the small ones at Tibalt, the big one upstairs, make another cat, and
that's probably a 2-turn clock.
Might be a 1-turn clock. The Chariot goes back to hand on the end step, so we're gonna have 5 cat tokens, the Informant, and the Greasefang, and our opponent's gonna be at 13. So that's not quite lethal. The Caryatid can chump Greasefang, and then 12 comes across. So yeah, it's 1 short of lethal. But but there's a Sentinel. If the Sentinel hits a non-land on a map token, that is lethal next turn. If there's no interaction from Magic
this Chariot goes to face, it really might go to Velky. And I get it. Like you would think 99% sure the removal spell's not there, but if it is there, maybe it could be really, really bad. So let's see where that is attacking.
Yeah, Chariot went to face.
Okay. Properly analyze that game state here. Now, is there the Weaver Bring to Light? That's some cycling.
Okay, so with the Stomping Ground untapped, we'll have 8 mana, so we can cycle one of these Triumphs and still hit Bring to Light.
Well, you can draw with Bankbuster first.
Yeah, that's better.
Here we go. Draw. Is it Bring to Light?
Oh!
no! That's Bring to Light off the top, and this can be the Plague Wind to save Magic of Player One's day.
But it's still not over. There's still Chariot and Sentinel back for NBDF.
Yes.
Still plenty of threats left over. But it does give Magic of Player One a chance.
All right, here is the Plague Wind coming off to destroy.
Choose Sylvan Caryatid.
Yes. And it's not, your opponent doesn't choose or anything, right?
No,
they
you choose
lose.
a creature or planeswalker and destroy the rest.
Okay, Stomping Ground tap or the Triumph. That was one of the Triumphs still exiled with Valky. And here we go. Here's the Zika's Chariot. It doesn't look as good now. I think huge advantage back to Magic of Player One.
NBDF could have played a land last turn and then drew a land this turn, could have gotten both threats out. It looks like. And there's still the Gigantha. So
you can bank bust. There might even still be some exiled cards. I think if anything, it's just a land.
Yeah, it is. There's one more land.
Okay, so
it looks
here
like we're going for the
is...
Gigantha.
Yeah, just play it.
So that'll contain the Chariot.
Are we going to take 2 for this? If we're drawing a card now, that is not the... That's the first mistake I've seen from Magic of Player One. There's no reason to do it in that order.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Yeah, you draw first and then buy Gigantha. Mild. Now you can still cast it, but you just start with Bankbuster and then buy Gigantha just in case you don't draw anything. But 0 punish because, well, didn't draw a single thing. So
also taking the 2 damage, like saving the Fable Passage isn't worth a whole lot. The mana from Omnath, I don't think is.
It is life though. Just play it, sack it on your opponent's turn. So that's a little more worth it. So and then you cycle all the Triumphs.
It's 4 extra life once you draw an Omnath versus 2 life now.
And now, as it stands, there's no attack for NBDF. This is very much looking like we're going to be heading to a game 3.
They could crew the Chariot and then explore the map onto the Chariot.
Oh, okay.
And make a 5/5.
And it would have been there. I would have liked that a lot better. Thoughtseize goes to the bin almost assuredly.
I suppose, yeah, because making the Sentinel a 4/5, now that we don't have another way to get another map to make it a 5/6.
Nope. I would have loved your line. Try to get that Cadillac to a little bit bigger to be able to trade with Gigantha or force the chump with the pilot. Almost assuredly would have saw that Gigantha get in there, but
yeah,
as it stands, there's no attacks.
The trade there would have been fine for Magical Player One because Reckoner Bankbuster then would be a 4/4 against a board of all smaller creatures.
Also, I didn't love not playing the Overgrown Tomb. If we top deck Parhelion 2, you can cast it.
Yeah. I would have played one more land as well.
And there's the Leyline Binding to almost assuredly shut the door here. We got all these cycles. All this ability to keep drawing out the game. Cycle, cycle, cycle. Keep finding stuff. There's Omnath.
That should just about do it.
And you can just go Fable into Omnath right now. That's all your mana. Then the shield is well and truly up. Or you can tap Gigantha to get Omnath going here. That's probably better. Wow, what a match. What an absolute banger. So, looking down at our bottom bracket, Must Be Nice has been eliminated. We are down to 5 players. Rakdos Scam Mirror Match goes to Miscanbolic to play the winner of Victor Carvalho and Frado Rock on the lowers here.
Yeah, congratulations to them. And that puts us down to 5 players. It's a pretty big jump in prize for the top 4.
Oh, so, is it? Okay. Yeah.
It's a pretty big match now between Frado Rock and Victor Carvalho.
Okay.
Which one of them can come out? That is a Scam against Amulet.
Do we know the prize increase here? Yeah, I believe we do. Somewhere.
800 to 1600.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. $800 match here being played by those players. So that is huge. Now all these players on our screen after that match gets decided are going to be up to $1,600. And then, I mean, things really catapult from there. Third place, 2,800. Second place, $4,000. Up top, 5K to our winners. So this game is well and truly in garbage time, Ross.
Escape to the Wilds as well. Yeah, now all the gas is coming. You just don't ever run out. Like, they had 5 lands in hand in Magic Player One, and 4 of them cycled.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, get rid of those. More cards, please. More
Yep.
cards.
Took the bank buster from NBDF, and wow, this has been a incredible match. Pioneer looks great to me. Legacy looked great as well. But yeah, modern, maybe we won't talk about modern here for a bit. That one looks a little less fun, but these two formats look great.
Yeah. These are some incredible games, and
Wow.
NBDF, potentially going to be kicking themselves for not going for the Beseju play, trying to get aggressive to deal with the Tibble.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I
didn't
forgot
mind that
about that.
one. Um, but it certainly did not work out for them. They would have had a few more resources to try to close out this game.
And I don't even remember how much mana was possible. There was, if there was five, the
It
ability.
was fours exact because they had to play
Okay,
the Beseju for the fourth mana, so they could play Sentinel and then crack
gotcha.
the map.
I was gonna say if there was any spot with the leyline ability on the stack, you kill leyline binding, so because Chariot could still attack. Okay, it looks like our other match is decided as well. Fradle Rock took it down, so that is our scam player, right? So it is only scam on the bottom. We can have those players started up, Adrian, and we'll jump into them in motion as we finish up this final one here. We're down to four.
Yeah, going to be a scam mirror to see who comes out of the bottom bracket to play the loser of this match in the semifinals. And I can tell you that the loser of this match is playing Living End in Modern because both of these
Mm.
players are playing Living End in
Oh,
Modern.
really?
So
Okay.
we've got a scam mirror, we've got a Living End versus scam matchup, and then we'll have the Pioneer finals, which sort of could be anything.
Yeah.
Because the Pioneer, it's four singletons. It could be Enigmatic Fires, could be Rakdos midrange, and then it's going to be at least one of Greasefang and Bring to Light.
Have you seen that meme where like the person who plays Aquaman is like charging up behind this person? This person's on the red carpet, like smiling, take a
Yeah,
picture.
the Jason Momoa meme.
Exactly. So it's like Jason Momoa is all the scam decks coming to destroy Living End if either of these players lose. So this is a huge match because both of these decks are going to be disadvantaged to scam. Living End is not a great matchup. So the loser of this could easily be taking third or fourth, and the winner could easily be, taking this down. Um, so yeah, this is a huge game of Magic here. Ross, how do these hands look?
So Magical Player 1 has a very solid one. They took a mulligan, but turn 2 carry added is nice. They have a Leyline Binding and potentially hold up and answer a Greasefang, but also a very solid hand for NBDL. Looks like they didn't have a black source, or maybe they didn't have this Thoughtseize for
Okay.
turn 1.
Yeah, I
Deciding
didn't
to,
see it.
yeah. So not quite the nuts where they could Thoughtseize on turn 1, but
Okay.
Grizzly Salvage on turn 2, Thoughtseize potentially on turn 3 if they need to. With the tap out for carry added, they don't. So if
Okay.
the salvage hits Greasefang
The
plus
dream.
vehicle,
Let's see what
this
those
could be a
five
quick
cards
game
are.
3. What do we got?
Suspense. It's Parhelion to the graveyard.
But
No Greasefang. Did we draw it?
no.
Oh, okay. God, that would have been
Okay.
just one way to end this, huh?
So now this is going to be a Thoughtseize plus Rafine's Informant.
Perfectly
Probably
reasonable.
taking the Leyline Binding.
I think the Omnath, that just gets
yeah.
cast next turn, right?
Omnath and Bring to Light are both scary, so this is a tough decision on the Thoughtseize. Depends. Do you want to try to find the Greasefang? I think I would have Rafine's Informant in first. I would have wanted to know what card I draw off the connive.
That's fair. I think I'm taking Omnath here, and I'm going to try to dance around the Leyline Binding, because also it's going to be tough to leave up mana. Leyline Binding is not 1 mana right now.
No,
so,
it is a 3 mana spell.
Exactly. So I am totally taking Omnath and being on my way.
Yeah. NBDF zagged where we were zigging. Takes the Bring to Light.
Yeah. Honestly, it could have expected anything here.
So now I imagine it's just deciding which land to play the Informant.
Just discard a land, probably, right?
Yeah, discard the other Temple Garden.
Yeah.
As awkward as it is to keep it a 2-1 in the face of carry added, the Rafine's Informant as a 3-2 is not the difference in winning this game.
There's an Abrupt Decay. That?
Maybe you discard that.
Yeah.
You've seen the hand. You know there's no targets for it.
Yeah. It's not a great card.
No.
Here we go. Here's a land. Sacred Foundry. Omnath time.
Fable Passage for next turn could do something really busted.
I do not love this Omnath coming into play when it was avoidable. But to be fair, Bring to Light next turn was going to be very scary. But here's another Leyline Binding. We didn't find the Grease Fang. This was the turn, I think.
Yeah, this really was the turn because after this, Fable Passage will give us a fourth land type, so the
Yeah.
bindings will only be 2 mana. You're gonna
And if Omnath wasn't round, Bring to Light would be in hand. This turn would have just been carry out and go, can't cast Leyline Binding. But then next turn we would have Bring to Light. But how bad is Velki next turn when you're already establishing a battlefield where you could then play a Zega's Chariot here? Like, I don't know. That's the board state I would have wanted here. Omnath in the yard, Bring to Light in hand. I have a Chariot here. I say go, and my opponent's about to Bring to Light and Velki me.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Instead, we're just gonna play Sentinel. Sure, we could make this bigger than Omnath, but it's just gonna get Leyline Binding if it's
Yep.
ever a real threat.
Mm-hmm.
Get the vessel down. Maybe that with a land that can find a Greasefang next turn, but it's gonna be a turn too late.
Either way, this has by far been my favorite match of this tournament. This has been incredible between these really awesome players here.
Bankbuster is a nice one. That'll be a good mana sink for the Omnath mana.
Yeah, okay, so Fabled Passage is 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available here, Ross. That's quite good. Abrupt Decay is probably the best draw for NBDF, to be honest, just so that Abrupt Decay actually has text. And here we go, a play that we're kind of borrowing from Modern. Fabled Passage, gain some life, add a bunch of mana. There's blue. Leyline Binding only costs 2 now. Here's Bankbuster to use that 4. We're going to draw a card. And there is Bring to Light. Oh my God. And we can cast it for full retail right now. Now you can Velki and get rid of Sentinel if you want, or you could tick up, or you could just go Caryatid and cast a Leyline Binding to be a little bit more defensive and then Bring to Light later. That runs the foul of running into a Duress or a Thoughtseize.
I think with the Bankbuster and Omnath in play, though, I'm okay letting you trade when you're on 2 cards. Just make sure you don't get Parhelion. That's
Yeah.
the only thing that can put you into a really awkward spot this game.
Agreed. Agreed. That's the only way that you're really losing here. So looks like we're just going to see Leyline Binding on the Sentinel. The turn, have Leyline Binding available just in case Greasefang comes into play. And you got to think Magic of Player One is really tightening the vice grip on this game.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, Bitter Triumph is not a bad one. That'll deal with the Omnath.
Okay.
We can sack this map token maybe to get the Informant big, or pop the Vessel of Nascency.
Yeah. At this point, I think the Omnath has done its damage. I would honestly maybe just lead with the Zika's Chariot to get something going and then go from there. It's close though.
We can also just use the Decay and the Triumph. Deal
Yeah.
with Bankbuster and Omnath.
All right, I like that. Get rid of both cards and just hope Magic of Player One has not been drawing gas.
But no, only one black source. We discarded Godless Shrine to that earlier Rafine's Informant instead of Temple Garden, and now we only have one black source. Can't double spell.
My God. There's Greasefang. Got to keep that one.
Yeah, but when it's face up and there's a binding in the opposing hand, not going to do a whole lot.
Oh boy, here comes this Magic of Player One. Gives the big old thumbs up. Be like 19.
What if you just bring to light for Rest in Peace?
It's reasonable. Definitely reasonable.
It sort of frees you up for later turns where if you draw more spells, you can more freely tap out instead of having to hold up the Leyline Binding.
So we know the Greasefang is on top as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can bring to light for Velki and take the Greasefang.
Yeah,
by ticking up. But then if your opponent draws it, that's still the one way that I think Magic of Player One loses. So I wouldn't be shocked if we just have Caryatid go.
Yep.
Like that's a safe play. Why risk something here when you really got everything sewed up?
Now you can bring to light next turn plus hold up binding if you need to.
Well, binding's going to be gone here. We're going to see that
if they go for the Greasefang. I could see them, sniffing out the binding and maybe sagging Vessel plus Bitter Triumph on the Omnath.
It might even be face-up information, to be honest. I think the one was, and they drew the second one, so I think this is still unknown. There we go. That timer of anxiety begins on NBDF side. I don't think that's going to be a big factor. Let's see what we're going for. Are we sacking this Vessel to start to find a land? If so, I wouldn't tap that way.
Yeah, I want to leave up the black source for sure. I think just going for the grease fang, but they didn't make white mana. Oh, going for the
Cadillac,
chariot. Okay.
reasonable.
Yeah.
It's better in the face up ley line. So heads up play. I would have liked to an attack first, but otherwise, nice little play there from NBDF. I'll take it down to 20.
Yeah. And it's bring to light time.
Yeah, I mean, we still don't have full domain, but 2 carry out it is enough.
Bring to life for 4 is enough for the Valky, so.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm just saying you don't have full domain for leyline binding, but with
Yeah.
having 7 mana here instead of 6, you got enough to protect yourself.
And now just drew a land, so you have 3 mana up afterwards.
And the biggest tilter here for NBDF is the best draw next turn to be able to force through this Greasefang would be Thoughtseize, but you only have 1 black source. So that play is not available to take leyline binding. That's like really the way out here that NBDF has to be trying to set up.
Yeah. There was a turn where they had the 2 green white lands and the courtyard in play, and they were discarding either Temple Garden or Godless Shrine.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing NBDF didn't really think that one through, just clicked the first land they saw.
Yep. And ended up being a little bit brutal here. So we'll see. Magic of Player One, anytime we've seen them halt on their turn, it's because they're looking at their deck list and they're thinking, what do I want to bring to light for? And, I think there's some thought to Escape the Wilds as well, because you're going to play 2 lands and then you're going to get that trigger off Omnath. So that is reasonable, but Velky tick up here just seems way too tempting. But here is Bring to Light for 5. That leads me to believe that we are indeed escaping the wilds, and there we are. Spin it.
Spin that wheel.
Okay.
Chain to the Rocks. Looks like
3 lands and Mom.
Elish Norn. So not
You,
great.
well, you can go plains and land, add 5, play Mom, have Leyline Binding available, and Leyline Binding now exiles 2 things, Ross.
Very good.
Pretty good. Had to play the plains, though, so good heads up play there. I guess could have played black mana. Nope, doesn't have it.
Yeah, it's Ketray Triumph, Jetmir's Garden are the other 2.
Here's Mommy.
Yeah, and the mom also just checks everything on the battlefield. She's big.
Now there is the Bitter Triumph. No attacks can be declared. Bitter Triumph on Mom here. Pretty big deal. To be fair, Bitter Triumph. There is the duress. You could have cleared the way if you had Godless Shrine, and you could have Greasefagged here for Parhelion. Now, to be fair, is that a come into play trigger or is that an attack trigger?
It's an attack trigger.
Oh no, NVDF could have had it going here. Now, Leyline Binding would have exiled 2 things anyways, but still.
What about Sack Vessel, find it on tap black source, duress you, they play binding, you respond by Bitter Triumphing the Elishnorn, they get 1 thing with their binding, and then you have Greasefang for next turn.
I love it. I love it.
It's very awkward to have to play it this way, but that's the spot we're in.
And that actually does still look pretty good. I mean, there is Chain to the Rocks available.
Yeah, but you won't have played the Greasefang yet.
Yep. And wow, a little unlucky here that Magic of Player One got all those triumphs and none of them contained black mana. Just because you could have double chained to the rock something as well, but now it'll just be a single. I like duress plus Bitter Triumph go to 5.
Force the binding here. Binding will likely hit Chariot plus a cat token.
You had to kill that first, right?
Yeah. Don't. Ooh. Yeah, couldn't let that resolve.
Oh no. No, that's 2 effects. Now you get Chariot and Fiend Informant. Otherwise, I mean, you're still at 24, so the Fiend Informant wasn't the biggest deal, but if you're going to Bitter Triumph Mom anyways, which you just have to, Elishnorn is a problem.
Yeah, you know that there's the chain there. That's going to deal with both cat tokens if you let it live. But yeah, this is a problem now. Because if they had just taken the Chariot, then and take 1 creature with the chain, you can still double block and trade for the Omnath at that point.
Yep. Let's see if we're going to respond here. Here is the time you have to do it. All right, here we go. Bitter Triumph.
Show you that I made a mistake earlier. Important not to throw good money after bad.
Yes, yes. Don't compound your mistakes. All right,
This
here's
is still
the
awkward. Now you're going to go to 5. The Omnath is
now
attacking you to
Omnath can
1.
attack. It couldn't have attacked before.
Yeah, you probably just jump block because the 2/2 is not attacking through these Caryatids at this point.
Yeah, but
I would save the life.
This all being said, Greasefang is coming down next turn. Parhelion 2 is coming down and attacking for 13. You guessed it, Ross. That's a 2-turn clock. Just kidding, because
Yeah.
Parhelion's going back, but still. All right, there is
and
Gigantha.
Gigantha.
Okay. That puts a wrench in things a little bit. You can play one of those Triomes as well, right? You can only play one.
Yeah.
And then there goes the Ketria Triumph. Exiled forever. It's greasy time. And you can't Thoughtseize. Good thing to tap the black mana there because you just cannot at this point.
Yeah, don't even tempt yourself.
Yep. All right, and then you have 2 Angels back. One has to block Omnath. One has to chump Gigantha.
You could also double block the Gigantha. Take 4.
Okay.
So you have 2 options. Not sure which one is better.
Oh, that's better. That is better because then the Angels stabilize you, and you cannot play around anything anymore. So big draw step. Mountain doesn't do it. Magic of player 1 gets to gain 4 life here, insulate a little bit.
Also, now it's important that NBDF is only on a minute and a half.
Yeah,
and
but Ross, also here's the thing: you have to actually block Omnath and Gigantha so you can Thoughtseize yourself and do it again.
Yeah, that's now better. Yeah, block both.
This time, don't Thoughtseize Magic of player 1, even if you draw Duress. Oh my god, this is an incredible match we are witnessing here. Sylvan Caryatid, NBDF knows the coast is clear. There is a redundant Greasefang. This time Thoughtseize goes up, puts Parhelion 2 to the graveyard again. Here comes another chunk.
This is going to be for 13. That'll drop Magic of player 1 to 6, and then 2 Angels represent lethal, but the Gigantha attack is going to force one of them off the battlefield.
Yep. Oh my god, this is so close. It's definitely not over yet.
I might even play this Greasefang to have another blocker, because if there's a removal spell off the top, no,
you're right. If you play Greasefang, you can chump block Gigantha with Greasefang and then just win with the Angels.
Yeah, doesn't do it.
Now this gives Magic of player 1 not only this draw step, but another turn. What is it? It's Chained to the Rocks! That's going to get an Angel. The other one has to be chump blocked. And all of a sudden, we need to find something once again.
Is there anything else in the graveyard?
No, but you know what would be good? Is if there was an extra cat laying around from that double leyline binding right now. Oh my goodness.
Just the small missteps from
no vehicles.
NBDF.
But this isn't over. If we can find a way to get Parhelion 2 into the graveyard, it would be enough. It's not there.
They can do it next turn too with the other Greasefang. So you chump block this turn, and then Rafine's Informant, Grizzly Salvage into Parhelion.
But Ross, there's 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they've been a little slow just passing the turn and doing the mechanics on Magic Online as well. That might also cost them.
7 seconds. It has to be there. Rafine's Informant, and you have to be able to click fast enough. There's nothing from Magic of player 1. What is it? It's Vessel of Nascency.
There's not enough time.
No.
Even though that one's pretty good. Like, you get to see 4 cards.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if we're going to get to see them, which is unfortunate.
Unbelievable. Magic of player 1 takes down one of the most incredible matches of Magic I have ever seen. Magic of player 1 played extremely tight this entire time. There were definitely some mistakes made from the Abzan side, but
just small sequencing issues, playing the wrong land on that one turn where it looked innocuous. 3 turns later, it was anything but.
Yep, not bitter triumphing that mom. So you got the 2 blockers. There would have been 1 extra chump blocker. You could have attacked. The razor thin margins there is the reason that Magic of player 1 has advanced to this finals here.
And then it still, after all of that, could have come down to the clock. That Vessel of Nascency was going to look at 4 cards. If any of them are Sky Sovereign or Parhelion 2, the Greasefang in hand would have represented lethal damage as well.
Or if you just find a Rafine's Informant. I guess you were running out of mana at that point, but oh my god.
Now, the good news for NBDF is that they're still in the tournament. That's their first loss on the day. It's a double elimination. But they're going to have to move down into the losers bracket where they're playing Modern. They're going to play the winner of this match between Miskin Bollock and Fredo Rock. That's a Scam mirror, and NBDF is playing Living End. So going to have to beat Scam with Living End to get back to the finals and get a second shot at taking down Magic of Player One, where they're going to have to win 2 matches in a row.
I hope they get back because that was an incredible match. I want to see NBDF redeem themselves and get to come back, play some really tight Magic. But wow, honestly, let's all take a breath. And let's head into our other lower bracket mirror match here with Scam, and we'll check to see how they are doing and see how the best deck in Modern is faring against, well, the best deck in Modern. All right, just getting that loaded up right there, but
Okay,
wow, what an incredible game. Here we go. Let's head on in. All right, not sure what game we're in. We'll see if we'll get that updated. But as it stands, very early in the game, wouldn't be too shocked if this is game 3. Dothy Voidwalker with 2 mana up has the Bowmaster to be able to play. Here's Fable the Mirror Breaker, though, which is indeed the Mirror Breaker. Oh, close game here so far, Ross. I mean, both of these hands are very good.
Yeah, that's what I expect from this deck. All their cards are good, so their hands should probably be good. Okay, Fable comes down for Fredo Rock, and there's a Fatal Push that can answer the Goblin Shaman, but might want to get a Bowmasters down, be a little more mana efficient. Instead, opts for nothing. That's a little strange.
Okay. Yeah, not playing Bowmaster there.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it because you want a double Bowmaster here to deal with the Shaman.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. Just gets better value out of your Bowmaster triggers. Costs you a little bit of damage, but the value I think is more important in this matchup.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Agreed.
We'll get in with the Voidwalker, and yeah, I mean,
Fredo Rock is up a game.
Both hands are good, but Fredo Rock is behind on the battlefield pretty significantly at this point, and their hand has no removal. Their Bowmaster can take down one of the opposing Bowmasters, so I guess that counts as removal.
Yep.
Maybe the Not Dead After All start playing with this Bowmaster and doing cool stuff.
Yeah, because I feel like you really do want to discard some cards here, but you just can't. Unless you discard one Not Dead After All, so they target your Bowmaster and then you Not Dead After All. Or did discard the Regavan. A lot of options here. Most of the time you just don't want to discard, but
yeah, I'm inclined to discard just the Ragavan, actually.
Yeah. Then Not Dead After All.
Yeah, then yeah. But if I was playing in paper, I would really be stressing about it. I put my hand through my hair a little bit.
Hollywood?
Like, okay, discard one.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I always do that. So here's my little cheat code in case you ever play Texas Hold'em against me. I do 2 things. Number 1, especially when I looked more like a little kid, I'm now getting old, so this doesn't work as much. I always wear like a, cartoon shirt, like a Dragon Ball Z shirt. And I always just kind of act kind of loose and then really tank when I have the nuts at some point. And you always get paid off once. And then they're like, this kid got me. I'm not falling for that again, but it'll always work once.
Rail Rock deciding to play the Ragavan and then play Bloodcrypt tapped, so the Not Dead After Alls are down, which means this Fatal Push can hit Bowmaster without any punish. Yeah, a bit of a strange play, I think, from Fredo Rock. Just sort of allowed Miskin Bollock to play through other cards, but they're not going to use the Fatal Push. So instead, trying to be more mana efficient here and get the Fable down. After the Thoughtseize, they know about the 2 Not Dead After.
Wait a minute. Was there just a the Thoughtseize just a Fable, right? So just play. Could have taken that Fable into play. I'm a big fan of playing Fable. Whenever you can.
The Fable is now awkward because you don't want to disturb the opposing bone.
It's 2 creatures. It's 2 bodies. Yeah.
And really, at this point, it's the Dothy Voidwalker. Yeah, Fredo Rock Thoughtseize the Fatal Push away, but now they're at 8. They're on a 3-turn clock from this Voidwalker. They absolutely need to find a removal spell in that time frame. And Miskin Bollock can also force some trades here if they want to. Ooh. Okay, Lay on the Void is nice. That blanks the 2 Not Dead After Alls. And Bollock can just hardcast it.
Yep.
So I suspect we will see the Leyline of the Void and then an attack of some kind. Probably with the yeah, because of the reflection, being able to block the Bowmaster, just the 2/2s coming in. But yeah, I'm happy to attack with the tokens and trade them for either Ragavan or Reflection or a double block with the Bowmaster and the opposing army. And if either of these 2 power creatures gets through alongside the Voidwalker is now lethal next turn. So Fredo Rock is incentivized to block both of them.
Yep. Incentivized to block, and yeah, it's just so brutal. He's not dead after all. It's just got shut off.
I think you can chump block one with the Arc Army because then Reflection plus the opposing Bowmaster is good. Oh, instead deciding to take it, so now they are staring down lethal.
Okay.
I think a chump block with the Orc Army would have been better.
I think so too. Now you have to draw something big.
Black Linkfus, that's game.
Okay, yeah, didn't love that. Didn't love that. To be fair, you're still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you would need to find like a Bowmaster would have been excellent because then you can deal with the Voidwalker and have 3 blockers back for the 2 attackers.
Yeah, wild stuff. And reminder, everyone, these two playing here, looks like we're going to head to game number 3. The winner of this game goes to play NBDF, who we just saw lose that Heartbreaker, and is playing Living End. So the winner of this is heavily advantaged to be moving on to be playing a best 2 out of 3 matches for Magic of Player 1, has to win both of them, and Magic of Player 1 only has to win 1 of 2.
Yeah. So, Magic of Player 1 sitting really good here.
Yeah.
But honestly, there's such a huge difference in money from top 4 to fourth, third to second.
Yeah.
These matches are still very important.
So this is loser gets 4th.
Yes.
And winner gets to continue to play. So.
And second is 4K. Third is 2,800. Fourth is 1,600.
Oh my! So they're already guaranteed 1,600. They're just playing one game of a scam mirror right now for 6.
Well, for at least $1,200.
Wow, this is a $1,200 match of scam mirror nonsense. I'm here for it. Okay.
Hey, no scams on either side, but a turn 1 Ragavan from Fredo Rock that is not going to be answered.
Yeah. So to be fair, I know Ross, you don't really play a lot of scam, but these matches, game 1's always kind of complete nonsense, right? Because it's just okay if you have the scam, you go for that. But when it comes to these post board games, people trim on Not Dead After All because there's ley lines. Where now it's just a good old fashioned Rakdos mid range slog fest, which ends up being a blast. You have so many, interesting things you do. Do you take out Ragavan? Do you just leave it in on the play? Do you take out your Not Dead After All? There's so many things going on.
Yeah, a lot of mind games. Ragavan does not pay off here on the first attack, just revealing a land. And so I imagine the Voidwalker will be cast here.
Yeah,
save the Bowmaster potentially for the opposing Bowmaster.
Ragavan connecting one time is a win in this mirror match, to be honest. So here we go.
Now it will likely get terminated.
It's brutal though. Like you got to time it correctly. You just saw the hand, I guess. But there's still a mystery draw. But if it is Not Dead After All here, you are just dead.
Yeah, you could upkeep it.
Yeah.
But I'd rather make them use the treasure at that point. So.
All right, an awesome turn here for Fredo Rock. You get to attack and double Orcish Baumeister to be able to send them both upstairs, or God forbid, if our bottom player goes Land Fable, you get to double Bowmaster it. And what else are you doing here? You have to Fable.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Fable is the obvious play here, and it is not going to work out very well.
I'm not going to lie. I'm biased. I want Fredo Rock to win just so we can see more of their Pioneer deck.
Fredo Rock, of course, playing Enigmatic Incarnation.
Didn't play it. Next level stuff.
Okay, going for the Kolaghan's Command. That'll deal with the Dothy Voidwalker.
Wow.
We'll likely also get the Lightning Bolt because I imagine both Bowmasters will get cast here.
Okay. Sweet. Probably getting that other swamp here. You never really see Blood Moon style effects come in, but just in case, and you just need to preserve your life total in this situation.
You've got another Blood Crypt in hand for more red and a Mount Doom,
So this is Missymbolic going to 9, and there's going to be 4 power in play, plus, this bolt's got to go. You got to keep Bowmaster.
Yeah.
So this is going to be Missymbolic at 5, effectively, next turn, with a draw step. If we can draw something like Fable, another Bowmaster, Dothy Voidwalker, Ragavan.
Yeah, any threat.
Any threat besides Grief right now is going to be huge for Fredo Rock.
Grief would be fine too.
No.
Oh, no, because you're going to sack the treasure. Yeah.
And now I'm torn because I'm definitely going for Miss Symbolic's basic land types. Those John Avon lands are awesome. So's that swamp up there, I guess.
I don't even know what that swamp is.
I have no idea either, but Bloodstained Mire, that's a brick.
Hey, see if Bowmasters can get Fredo Rock across the finish line here and into our top 3.
Okay. Now Fable is just a speed bump here. Molten Collapse. That kills one thing. You got to just go Fable, Blood Crypt, tap, say go.
Yep.
Now, huge draw step for Fraggle Rock. Fraggle needs something to push through. Otherwise, this is pretty stabilizing here. Another Orcish Baumeister off the top. If you attack in and
This is lethal. Oh no, you have to block the army.
Yeah, and if you block the army grows.
Yeah. If you block a Bowmasters, the other Bowmaster is lethal, and like blocking the army is so much worse.
Yeah. Oh no, I like this block, and that is going to be GG. Frado Rock top decked a $1,200 Orcish Baumeister here to lock this up. Huge congratulations to them to be going in and playing up against Living End to see who comes back. Holy crap. Welcome back to the booth here, everyone, at the Mana Traders Series Final, number 2. And wow, this has been an insane day of Magic.
It has been really back and forth. There are so many games where we think it's going one way, it completely turns the other way, and sometimes goes all the way back.
Yeah.
And, we still have a few matches left, the most important matches of the tournament, the most important matches of the year. This is a full year of Magic culminating in the Mana Traders Series finale for the year 2023. And we're going to have a match of Modern here as our last sort of semi-final, effectively, basically to determine who wins the losers bracket. And that's going to be Fredo Rock on Scam against NBDF on Living End. And the winner of that match is going to play in the finals Pioneer against Magic of Player One on that Omnath Bring to Light.
They got to win twice. So as we're chatting right now, Adrian, let's get those players started. And as we get them started, let's take a look at the bracket one more time and see what we have just been describing and see the journey that these players have went through. And right now, Magic of Player One, I would say, is really chilling out, being really calm. But Magic of Player One is actually chilling out because they're out shoveling snow right now while they wait for their finals opponent. Reading their Discord messages, they're just getting some light shoveling done before they take the shovel to finals here.
Gotta have a productive Sunday,
Yeah, absolutely. So let's scroll up just a tad here. We see that Fraggle Rock going to be playing right there. Let's stop right there. So this is all that's left here is those 3 players. Now it's going to be really interesting to me if NBDF can shake off that really devastating match where some mistakes were made and, chatting in there, be like, after the mistake in game 1, that big one, it really affected them, and maybe they played a little bit slower. They were trying to be a little more careful, ended up timing out in a spot where maybe they still could have won.
Yeah, if they had maybe 30 seconds.
So now I really want to see if they can shake that off and do something that's very tough to do. I think we've both been in spots in our career where a punt, where we lost a match, has derailed our tournaments, and you got to not let that happen, because that compound like that, it makes it feel so much worse when you're done with this tournament and you're reevaluating your performance later tonight. So
but there's another layer to this too, though, because they've been playing with their Pioneer deck all day in the upper bracket. They have to recoup and play a completely different deck in a completely different matchup. That takes a shift in their mindset as well. That's another tax on them that is going to be difficult to adjust to.
I don't know. It's the same deck. Greasefang, bringing the creatures back, or Living End, bring your creatures back. The skills poured over pretty well. So those players are going to be starting here pretty shortly. Looks like they want just a little break. So we're going to do the same here. We are going to take ourselves a short break. But on the other side of this break, we'll be jumping in to our match to see who goes to the finals or who takes 3rd place here on the Mana Trader Series Final. Don't go anywhere. And then there were three. Here we are, everybody. Welcome back to the Mana Trader Series finale. 25K here up top. 25K total to these players. And we got ourselves our last round of Modern for the weekend. It is Rakdos Scam here from Fredo Rock up against NBDF playing Living End. NBDF is a big fan of bringing stuff back from the graveyard.
Yeah, big fan, and it's been working for them.
Yeah.
They're going to need this match. This is our lower bracket finals. Winner of this match is going to face off in Pioneer against Magic of Player One in the finals. So, huge match, thousands of dollars on the line here.
Yeah. So one thing I will say as we take a mulligan up top, I have been a part of the 2 Mana Trader Series finals and 3 Pro Tours where they've done this kind of grand finals, you have to win twice kind of thing. Can you guess what the record is of the person who has to be beaten twice?
Is it undefeated?
It's 5-0. It is 5-0. It has never been done so far in the events that I have cast. And pretty big stuffs here. So, hey, turn 1, we got scammed.
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh, subtlety. Big game, but you can just scam again next turn.
yeah, and that will take both Cascaders. The Oliphant will turn into a land, and NBDF will really just not have anything going on.
Yep. I mean, subtlety on the grief here is excellent because, it's a 2 for 2, but you also skip a draw step. So the subtlety actually nets a card, essentially. All right?
No, it's just 2 for 2.
No, 2 for 2, but then you lose your draw step because you have to draw the grief.
But then you still have the grief. It just changes your draw step.
Yeah, I suppose.
You're not down a draw step.
Hey, Ross, shut up. Oh, wait, did I say that on air? Oh, sorry. Forgot I was live here. Here we go. Grief coming down again. Getting rid of one of those not dead after alls.
My scam was not dead after all.
All right, so we're going to see this first one. We're probably almost assuredly going to see Oliphant get cycled, right? I think you have to.
Yeah.
And you get a mountain cycle so you can get stomping ground, I would imagine.
Makes sense.
And then do we just take both of the Cascaders? I would think so, right?
I would think so as well. So maybe an argument you leave them with Violent Outburst.
Yeah, love it. Because I don't think you can beat Living End ever.
All the creatures are going to the graveyard anyway.
Yeah.
You 100% take all the
You
Cascaders.
can never beat a Living End here. So honestly, even though this looks awesome as a start for Frato Rock, I put the advantage on NBDF for this game, to be honest. Game 1's pretty rough. Frato Rock needs to draw something like, well, Living End is not a good draw. Frato Rock needs to draw something like Dothy this turn and be able to fade that Living End. But, those are 2 terrible draws. At least you're going to grief here.
Yeah, that'll take the Bowmasters and reduce the clock you're under. Yep. And it's really just, can we find land and a Cascader before we die?
Before grief clocks you down.
If NBDF can do that, they'll win. If Frato Rock, if they can't, then Frato Rock will win.
Sick magic, right?
Well, Thoughtseize now probably limits the outs because now it has to come land first.
Yep. Yep. I love it. Subtlety.
That is
okay.
a complete brick.
To be fair, you would cycle right away, right?
Yes.
So that Thoughtseize, well, it could be a land. It could totally be a land. You wouldn't play the land, right? I wouldn't.
I would Thoughtseize, though.
I would Thoughtseize, too.
You have to.
Yeah. Because it could be Shardless Agent. Hello.
Fire it off. Take the subtlety. Play your Blood Crypt.
After this next attack, we'll be in our 2-turn clock territory. So right now, it has to just be there. It has to be one of the pieces. Waker's great.
You get 3 draws. NBDF gets 3 draws.
And Waker looks at the top few, right?
2. It's sleight of hand, but card goes to the graveyard.
Now, there is, I would say, a Punisher if you Waker and find a dual land you have to take damage for, but not that big of a deal. Let's Waker, see if you find number 1 Cascader. If you see that, you pick that. But if it's not there, pick a land that doesn't deal you damage.
Yeah, and then fail like that, 1 mana cycler.
And there's no coming back. If Living End is on the stack, it's GG. There's the land. That's the easy part. Where's the Cascader? Oof. Breeding Pool tapped.
Okay, so Misty Rainforest means that you can fetch for a basic next turn after playing
can't.
Breeding Pool tapped.
No, you can't. You die to the Wicked Roll then.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say you could find 1 mana cycler into a Cascader, but yeah, the Wicked Roll means...
Oh, Children locks it up! Children from the top rogues!
I thought it was a 3-turn clock, but as we have learned all weekend, it's a 2-turn clock.
It's a 2-turn clock. Wow, what a draw step here. We're gonna get to see the draw two here from
Oh,
NVDF. You know it's there, right?
unless they concede.
Honestly,
I hope they don't.
I hope they don't too. But for their own sanity, they should. Oh, smart.
Oh,
Okay, they did draw. They did
yeah.
draw.
Waker Waves would not have gotten there.
Okay, Fragile Rock wins the game they're not supposed to win. Games get much
Oh,
easier here.
They had the tournament grease game against a mulligan.
Yeah.
That's a recipe for success.
Hey, I agree. That is still, like wow, this deck should still be doing completely fine. But that is the game that gets a little trickier. But now you bring in ley lines. How many ley lines, Ross, do we have from the scam list?
From the scam list, I think it was 3, if I recall correctly. Yes, it is 3 Leyline of the Void in the sideboard, so pretty good number.
Is there 3 of any other card that might be good?
There's another one that ends with Void.
Oh, Chalice?
Chalice of the Void. So yeah,
Oh.
6 excellent cards coming in for Fragile Rock. They came prepared for this matchup.
I love that there's 10 cards that have Void in them, and all of them are insanely good against NVDF's deck here. Void Walker, Chalice of the Void, and Leyline of the Void. That is much more hate than you usually see. So Fragile Rock has to be like 80%, 90% to win this match right now.
Probably something like that.
There is ley lines of sanctity that you probably have to bring in to try to avoid the grief scam, but
you also have to bring in the disenchants for NBDF.
what else do you have to bring
Force
in?
of Vigor and Foundation Breaker coming in. Maybe you want the Brazen
man.
Borrower. And you probably want the subtleties against the early scam plays. So a lot of cards potentially coming in for both sides.
Unbelievably bad situation here from NBDF. And NBDF was 1 turn, maybe 10 extra seconds on clock away from being that person that has to lose twice in the finals. Oh, all right, here we go. Game number 2.
Slim margins here in Magic tournaments.
And I believe, yeah, this is loser takes home 2,800, winner takes home 4 grand. So another $1,200 match. Jeez. All right, I see Chalice. There's 1 hate card plus Regavan. Regavan's excellent in this matchup, plus the red source. Lightning Bolt sucks. That's the only card that I don't know why it's still in the deck. But other than that,
this is Ragavan turn 1 with the Chalice, race to a grief while they're trying to find an answer to the Chalice, and then use Bolt to close it out. And I think that's multiple mulligans for NBDF as well.
Yeah.
This hand looks fine, but it's going to get torn to shreds.
Okay.
It's a 4, yeah. Mulligan to 4 for NBDF. And,
oh, no.
yeah, they do not have an answer to the Chalice. They have the Shardless Agent, but that'll likely get taken by the Grief before it can do anything. And, yeah, that'll be it.
You know how I thought we needed to make sure we were not tilted going into this match? I think the frustration is setting in a little bit. I get it. The mulligan, you're in a bad matchup. But you got to play those out.
Yeah,
you got to play those out.
There's still a lot of money on the line. Stranger things have happened. We've seen a lot of crazy comebacks today and yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's a part of tournament magic, is keeping an even keel throughout. There's going to be variant swings up and down. You're going to have days where you feel like you're running hot and hitting all the draws that you need, and there are days when you're not doing that, and you've got to make do with the cards that you are dealt.
Yep. Totally agree. We are going to try to get our players ready to go. Just typing in the message to get it going.
Yeah, we are down to 2. This is our finals, and a year of Magic has led to this. We've got Magic of Player 1 on Omnath Bring to Light against Fragile Rock on Enigmatic Fires.
Wow.
It is the Leyline Binding Mirror.
In the Pioneer matchup, it's going to be awesome. I wanted to see more Enigmatic Fires, and it looks like we're finally going to get to see it. One thing I haven't seen cast at all on broadcast, Fires of Invention.
It's true, yeah.
Just haven't seen it.
Watched a lot of both of these decks, and we'll probably see one cast in across these matches. One thing to note, this is a matchup that these players played earlier today in the upper bracket in one of the early rounds of it, and Magic of Player 1, of course, was able to take that down. Is undefeated on the day. I thought
we didn't get to watch that one, though, so we have no idea what happened.
I thought Fragile Rock would have an advantage.
Same.
We thought Atraxa and Agent of Treachery were the sort of biggest thing in a matchup about who has the biggest thing.
Yes.
And so we'll see if Fragile Rock can come out on top. This is, it's going to be tough. It's always tough, even if the matchup is favorable, to win 2 matches in a row against, very tough competition. But I think this is a matchup where they could do it.
And out of what we've watched so far today, Magic of Player 1 has played the best Magic.
Yes.
Full
Oh, for
stop,
sure.
has just played really clean stuff. We noticed the one mistake, and it was activating Bankbuster before buying Giganta, just in case you buy something. The
Yeah.
most minor of sequencing errors that ended up being absolutely nothing. Otherwise, have just played the cleanest Magic we've seen all day, and rightfully deserves to be in this position. So we are going to take ourselves a short 5-minute break. We actually still have Magic of Player One shoveling because they're like, all right, I got 30 minutes. It ended up being faster than 30 minutes. So if we're on a little bit longer break, that's because, well, our number one finalist is still
out in the snow.
shoveling, getting ready. I maybe
We have
doing.
to dispatch a search party to go
Do you,
find them in the frozen tundras of wherever they're from.
do you think it's like the Rocky montage, just like just shoveling, getting in the zone, like getting ready?
Gonna fly now.
All right, everyone, that's going to do it for now. We're going to take ourselves a break. On the other side of this commercial break, we have ourselves the grand finals. Magic of Player One against Fredo Rock. Magic of Player One has to be defeated twice for Fredo Rock to win. So exciting stuff on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back whenever Magic of Player One gets done shuffling. right, everybody. Looks like we have jumped in a little early here. These players went from shoveling right to the battlefield. So here we are. This is the grand finals. We got Fragile Rock up against Magic of Player One. Here to just decide who's going to be the winner. Looking at these hands here, look like we are heading to Magic of Player One's third turn, and I see 4 lands. I see Omnath. I see no other plays, so it's got to be time for old Gusher Fingers, huh?
Yeah, I would say that's a strong turn 3 play.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Did you ever eat Gushers when you were a kid?
No, I don't like gummy candy.
You don't? Even the
Yeah.
ones that have the gooey center?
Oh, that actually makes it worse.
Oh, man, I love them. But the Gushers, all different flavors. They kind of look like Omnath's hands, to be honest.
I'm familiar with the moniker.
Okay. Just making sure you're caught up here.
Yeah. Quite a I don't know what word I'm thinking of, but let's just move on to the
Okay,
match.
we did not play Omnath?
Apparently not.
Okay.
Did they just have a tap? I guess they had a Sacred Foundry in hand. So
Yeah,
played a tap.
that was a
so they
conscious choice.
Didn't have to. Oh, if they hadn't, if the Ketchery Triumph was the land, Sacred Foundry didn't. No, that's still fine. You have blue from Triumph, red from Sacred Foundry, white from Plains, green from.
So it didn't want to fall to a removal spell. That's really what it is.
They want to set up a turn where they can Omnath plus Fabled Passage.
Makes sense.
Get that boost of tempo.
And you couldn't Bring to Light here, and maybe just Elish Norn is like GG in this matchup. You can't Leyline Binding it. Is this how they won every time? Deputy Attention doesn't deal with it. Ross, can this card be dealt with?
Huh. Yeah, we didn't think about this one.
There is nothing in this deck. I'm starting to see how Magic of Player One won this matchup earlier today.
Hanged Executioner.
Hanged Executioner, but it has to be in the graveyard? No.
No, it has to be. You have to get onto the battlefield and then use its activated ability. 3 and a white, sack it, or exile itself, exile target creature.
Look at this, Ross. We finally saw Fable. And, it does still trigger that. Okay.
Yes. That's not an ETB ability. That's a chapter ability, which is different.
Okay. Wow. Mom. Wait, now so does Omnath trigger twice, huh?
Yes, you would draw 2 cards, and a single land will get you 4 mana.
And you can chain to the rocks and kill both shamans.
Yeah, or hostage taker both of them. Just do whatever you want. Okay, I forgot about Elish Norn when we were thinking about this matchup. Elish Norn is the biggest thing.
Okay. Player One's deck is awesome. I take back everything I've said about it earlier today.
That said, if Fragile Rock can find an Enigmatic Incarnation, they can play for free off the fires. They can then sacrifice the Path of the World tree, find Hanged Executioner, and they won't get a 1/1 token off of it, but they can then sacrifice, exile itself to its own ability, deal with the Omnath that way.
That is a slow process, though.
It happens happens on the turn that you find
it. I agree, but that's it. That's the only thing that happens.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's step 1. So
and it happens at end step. It doesn't happen during the main phase.
You have a 5-outer to deal with the Elish Norn. You need to hit it super quickly. Because
also 80 cards.
Yeah. The Elish Norn is going to run away with this game very quickly, especially with this Up the Beanstalk.
Oh, wow. With Mom in play, you don't gain 8 life. You trigger it twice.
Yeah, it's the second time it triggered, so you get 4 life, and then we'll play the Gigantha, and then we'll play the Chain of the Rocks. We'll deal with both of your tokens. We'll attack you for 4.
Wow. Okay, Magic of Player One is absolutely popping off here. Here comes an attack. I see why Omnath waited because, well, once Mom is in play, you don't get to play Magic anymore.
Yeah. This is now a 13-point attack next turn, so just short of lethal. If we can find a Fable Passage, that'll get to 3 triggers on the Omnath and deal 4 and make this lethal. Hostage Shaker can deal with multiple blockers.
So, Ross, check out the sideboard here of this Fragile Rock Enchanties deck. Is there anything to deal with Mom there?
Okay. Well, we have got 4 Rending Volleys. If you got 2 of those,
great start. Great start.
2 Rest in Peace. That doesn't do it.
Nope.
2 Dovin's Veto. Elish Norn's a creature.
Creature, confirmed.
1 Eidolon of Rhetoric.
You can play just 1 Mom.
3 Mystical Dispute. Maybe
best answer so far.
A Rampaging Ferocidon. As menacing, you can like attack through it, I guess.
Once banned, but not powerful enough.
1 Nimble Larcenist.
That says it enters the battlefield on it.
I read the word when and then I stopped. So the rest of that card
How about that
irrelevant.
last card? Does that do anything?
Yorion Sky Nomad.
Oh
eh?
my god. Mom is unbeatable here. Well, in my mind, this turned this from what is a close matchup to once Magic of Player 1 assembles the Splinter Twin of 5 mana and Bring to Light, the game ends.
Okay. That said, when we're bringing in Dovin's Veto and 3 copies of Mystical Dispute from the sideboard, those are very good against Bring to Light.
Well, that's fair.
As is the Eidolon of Rhetoric. So we have a lot of good anti-Bring to Light tech in the sideboard, but if the Elginor gets naturally drawn,
you know that's how this game's going to end, right? You know it. So a reminder, everyone, what we are watching here is the Mana Traders series finale. Now, if you want to be a part of this Mana Traders event, all these players had to qualify by either being in the top 2 of the qualifying league, which happens early on in the month, or being top 2 of the end of the month tournament. So this was no easy feat to just make it here, let alone to be making it to the grand finals of this event. If you want to be playing in this and you love the look of these decks, which honestly, I love both of them at this point, and you want to play in next month's Mana Trader series, it is going to be Pioneer. The date's looking like it's going to be the 17th, but that's still not confirmed. It'll be in your dashboard, as well as will be tweeted out by Mana Traders. So if you want to get a head start on this and start your practice here with the loan program, start renting some decks here from Mana Traders and start playing whatever you like, getting practice up for this tournament. Use that code !BashBros in the chat. That'll give you 15% off your first 2 month subscriptions and get you going where you don't have to buy a deck, sell a deck, then buy another deck that you just like. That was my first, like, I don't know, 6 years of playing on Magic Online before these kind of services existed. And let me tell you, I incinerated some tickets in my day.
Sure, you still do.
I do. But now it's only in the leagues of playing a bad deck. So it's not 30 tickets from the buy-sell exchange.
Now you incinerate play points.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've evolved as a Magic player now.
You've matured. Okay, both players sideboarding here, and it's really back against the wall for Fredo Rock. They need to win these 2 games, and that just gets them back to even. And once they do that, then we play a match for the actual finals. So it's 2 games in a row, then best 2 out of 3 for Fredo Rock to try to win this tournament. Magic of Player 1, well, really just needs to win one of the next 2, or gets another match afterwards.
What do you think the odds are of Fredo Rock getting the W in this tournament?
Oh,
I think like 90 to 10, 95 to 5 percentage wise.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's quite that.
Maybe 97 to 3.
No, it's probably something in that range. Yeah,
probably. Well, it'd be awesome to see. This is step 1 here for Fredo Rock.
I see Hanged Executioner in hand. That's the answer, but we have 2 lands. Glasspool Mimic plus Temple Garden. We annihilate his Presence. The Glasspool Mimic is a land. That digs us to a 3rd land. We have the fires on turn 4. Everything looks fine.
Yeah, Hanged Executioner, you gotta keep. It's the only card that does anything. But that is a great hand, though, from Fredo Rock. Glasspool Mimic as a tap land. Get that going. Now, another really cool thing about Mimic, it's either a land or you can sack a 2-mana enchantment. Let's say if you have like Yorion in play or something, copy the Yorion and then start doing those loops. Oh, it's been a while. I don't even know if I remember how to do a good old-fashioned Yorion loop.
It's just like riding a bicycle.
Is it?
Yeah, you get on and then you fall over.
Is how Ross rides a bicycle, let me tell you.
Every time.
Most uncoordinated man on a machinery I've ever seen in my entire life.
Under 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Pretty funny. Okay, so we got that headquarters here, followed by a Xander's Lounge with the Thicket for next turn, and it's going to be Fable the Mirror Breaker on repeat.
Interesting that Magic of Player 1 decided to go double Fable to start. They could have played Thicket into Bankbuster.
But then no turn 3 land.
They prioritized Fable over Bankbuster. That makes
100%
sense.
agree.
And then,
that being said, we got it all wrapped up next turn for Fredo Rock. You have fires into something, and it's probably going to be Knight of Autumn blowing up a Fable.
Which is perfectly
awesome.
fine.
Yeah.
Let's keep making the trade. Another land lets us Kenrith.
Yep, King Ken come down, return some things from the graveyard. That ends up being awesome. All right, here's Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Everything is proceeding exactly as we have foreseen. Not
the cards you want to be drawing here, but then again, your deck has so many one-ofs that you got to accept the variance a little bit because, well, you're definitely going to hit it.
Yeah.
Honestly, how funny is it? Magic of Player One did not have to play Modern today. I love that. I mean, there's only one player that it would always happen, no matter what. One player was going to only play Pioneer, but pretty impressive stuff. It's not a Blood
Mm.
Crypt deck.
They also only lost one match yesterday. They were our second seed. They went X1.
Yeah, that's right. And I think only lost to Johnny Gutman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Magic of Player One dominated this event so far. And if they're able to close this out, this would be a truly, truly iconic performance here for the Mana Traders Series Final.
Yeah. They're like 12-1 right now.
Okay, so Leyline Binding here can clean up fires if that is the choice here, and you kind of might have to. And you can also Fable. Well, maybe you just want to attack. You can go up the Beanstalk to start and Fable and save that Leyline Binding. You got to be a little afraid of what Fragile Rock can do next turn, though. So this is going to be a big decision where most of the time Magic of Player One has made the defensive choice in the past. So let's see if they continue to do that. And also, one play I kind of like is just up the Beanstalk, Bank Buster, go, leave up Leyline Binding. That way, if you need to deal with enigmatic fires, you can.
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22 with the Fires of Invention because it is a very important card for the deck. You don't want to give them that huge mana advantage, but it isn't a threat in and of itself.
Yeah.
So every time you use a card to answer the fires, that's one less answer you have for their real threats.
Yeah. I think we very well might just see this Leyline Binding on the fires right now. You get to draw the card. There's Bring to Light. You know what that means.
Yeah, now you don't want a Bank Buster because you want to keep the treasure around for next turn.
I wonder if this means you don't want a Leyline Binding too, because then counter spells are shut off, Yeah, now you just go Fabled Passage, go, I would think. Your 3 Bank Busters are not great. And there's just a bunch of one-ofs in hand. Ends up being quite awkward. Now, one thing you can start with is Leyline Binding to deal with Leyline Binding.
Yeah, and then you play something else after that. But
Is this just purchase Yorion? That is a purchased Yorion pass.
Huh.
So Leyline Binding is still available.
Yeah, the Nylea's Presence makes the land all types, so automatically gives you domain.
Oof. And big mistake there by Fragile Rock, to be honest. If it's all types, leave open the one that could possibly cast Mystical Dispute. You just played your hand and said, I don't have Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, made it seem pretty clear, I think, that it's a Leyline Binding there.
Yeah. Because if you just leave open the Nylea's Presence, it's all lands, right?
Yep.
So, bit of a mistake there. So we know Bring to Light is good to go. I wonder if Magic of Player One would have went for it if blue was available and there's 3 Mystical Disputes in the board.
I think with 2 Bring to Lights in hand, you would.
So I think you have to respond now, right? Because otherwise Mom's in play and nothing matters.
Yeah, and the fires is important with Hanged Executioner. So you Leyline Binding, their binding, you get your fires back, they get their Elish Norn, you untap, play your Hanged Executioner for free. Now you have your mana available to use it immediately, and then you get to play another spell with the fires.
So you can respond right now. And yeah, as it stands, Mommy is not going to do the work this time. But you know what happened still? It still just drew 2 cards.
Yeah, generated a lot of card advantage with the up the Beanstalk.
Now, if it's exiled, is there any way to search for it, or is it gone when...
It's gone.
It's gone, okay. So we are going to be playing a normal game of Magic here, it looks like. And there's another land to be able to play Kenrith as well. Ooh. Magic of Player One is like, come on, you had it?
We don't get the 1/1 because of the Elish Norn. Exile Hanged Executioner, deal with that. And yeah, this is probably untapped land, play Kenrith, give haste.
I like it.
Could also go for
Yorion, draw card, but I think I want to get more value.
What if you Yorion blink all of your things? Do they have to Leyline Binding your Yorion, and then you get to Leyline Binding and re-trigger the Yorion?
Well, I don't think they have to, but
then you get to Leyline Binding the up the Beanstalk for free if they don't.
Yeah, would have been spicy. We'll see what happens now. We got to Escape the Wilds. We have another Bring to Light. Now the game looks a lot more, dicey here for Magic of Player One.
Do we Bring to Light for the Valky and just answer the Kenrith?
Probably. Because then no hasty spell is coming to deal with Velky. So yeah, I love it. Here comes Velky. Draw 2 more cards and look at why is there not more up the beanstalks in this deck? It
Yeah,
seems
I don't know.
insane to me.
Maybe just no room.
Like even over Bankbuster. Bankbuster looks nowhere
Bankbuster's in
near
the
as good.
sideboard.
I know, but put
Yeah.
sideboard more up the beanstalks instead.
Yeah.
You know? Bankbuster does not seem as good as up the beanstalk when you're playing Bring to Light.
I'm inclined to agree. It's looked very good. They've drawn that. We've seen them draw this singleton a lot, and it has looked very good every time.
Okay, there's Incarnation. There's Yorion. What can Incarnation find to deal with Tybalt? Deputy for sure, right?
We can Yori and Blink Leyline Binding to deal with Tybalt, because then you Leyline Binding something else. Our Leyline Binding deals with.
Well,
deals
you
with
get to do
Tybalt
much
instead.
more than that. You get to Yorion, blink everything out, including the fires, and then play Enigmatic Incarnation.
Yeah.
The sweet little Yorion fires trick.
This is a great Yorion.
Oh, yeah.
As much card advantage as this one up the beanstalk has gotten Magic of Player 1, the free Yorion that came as a companion is doing just as much.
Yep. So you can still play Enigmatic Incarnation, let the other enchantments come back, and then sacrifice it. Stack it correctly here, which is nice.
They decided not to blink the Leyline Binding. I think they should have. You lose the Would you trade Yorion for Tybalt right here? I would.
I don't know, because with Enigmatic Incarnation, you can sacrifice your up the beanstalk or whatever and get Glasspool Mimic, copy Yorion. That play is really busted.
Yeah.
Then Yorion blinks stuff out now, and then it blinks it out again at end step.
Yeah. But if they exile your Yorion, you also have the option of exiling the binding again.
True.
And getting your Yorion back to retrigger. Without doing any work.
But honestly, I want that Velky to stay in play because Agent's gonna take it next turn.
Okay, instead going for their own Elish Norn. So
mom on mom crime.
Well, that'll stop a lot of the answers.
Yeah.
Out of the other deck as well. They're both a lot heavy on ETB effects.
No deck can beat an Elish Norn.
So Selfless Glyphweaver in hand. You need 5 black for the reverse side.
I believe so.
We're on 7 mana this turn, but only a single black mana. So.
Yeah. So I guess you got to start with Escape the Wilds.
Yeah, I like starting there. Our hand is pretty poor. These Bankbusters do not look great. Nope. Rending Volley in hand. Does that even have a target outside of the Elish Norn?
Right?
It deals with Omnath. Yeah. Okay. So they're good. So you can just bring them in, and then if you have 2 of them, that's a backdoor way of dealing with an Elish Norn. That's not bad.
Well, I think Magic of Player 1 thought this game was going to be over when Mom hit the battlefield once again, but
yeah,
kept that hand with that Hanged Executioner and was like, "Oh yeah,
we're doing it, Papa.
Come to Mama.
Come to Papa so they can answer the Mama.
Ah, okay.
Then you have the Mamas and the Papas.
And
you're California dreaming.
Sure.
I mean,
we'll get back to the game.
I'm sure Magic of Player 1 is California dreaming if they're shoveling snow between rounds of a tournament.
Yeah. I think we can safely say they do not live in California.
Yes.
Unless they're shoveling sand.
This is a big turn. They've got a lot of options.
Yep.
Yeah, let's start with a plus on the Tybalt. That seems reasonable. We'll get some more information. Spurs Headquarters and Sacred Foundry. Not great.
Lands. What a strange game.
Oh, man. To add insult to injury, this isn't just an 80 card deck for Frado Rock. It's an 81 card deck.
When 80 is just not enough. Come on. What are we doing here?
81 is aggressive.
That is awesome, actually. Gotta respect that. I think there is some value to it, though. I remember like the Emergent Ultimatum decks. It's like you want all these one-ofs, but you never want to draw them. So you want to play more cards to avoid that. And I still love Frado Rock's deck. I think this is still what I would be playing, even though this 4-color Bring to Light deck with Mom being pretty consistently brought out looks awesome. I just like the consistency of this 81 card deck, which sounds crazy, but
it does sound crazy. You're right.
But I mean, just a bunch of 4-ofs that cantrip and stuff. So
is that the 4th Bankbuster, Fable, some sort of counterspell, and Fable Passage?
Stroke.
Yeah, not a great hit off the Escape to the Wilds.
No, I think we're pretty much done here.
Yeah, the Tybalt is going to get attacked down by Yorian.
The one thing without fire is you can't cast Agent this turn.
Yeah.
It's a minor thing.
Eh, I'm not too worried about it. Once we
No.
deal with the Tybalt, that's the real problem here.
Well, okay, so there's the Fabled Passage for the Black Source, so you are able to cast the Plague Wind next turn.
No, they need another one. They only have one black source. Oh no,
Sylvan
this is
Caryatid, yeah.
Caryatid. Okay,
So plus the Fable, that is Wrath time.
okay, that'll deal with Yorian and Elishnorn. That's good.
Yeah.
You might catch this Rampaging Ferocidon for your troubles as well.
Looks like it. One good one of deserves another.
Oh, is there anything we can find that's good with this Enigmatic? I mean, you can sack the Leyline Binding because
Get a 7-man, I think. Is there even any 7s left? Trax, I guess, right?
yeah, which will
Okay.
double trigger. That seems pretty good to me.
Yeah. That seems really good.
I'm into that.
And now you can find Dovin's Veto to just win this game on the spot.
Yeah, 10 cards revealed. Well, we'll just look at the top 20.
Yeah, look at the top 20. Is there a Dovin's Veto for the win? There's Mystical Dispute. That's probably enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm here for it.
Well, looks like we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, it sure does. Oh, yeah, and you give the Leyline Binding back, which has no text.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Only got 3 cards off the first trigger, but they were good enough.
Yeah.
And now we'll get, Ottawara. Oh, there's a Veto.
Dovin's Veto, too.
Yeah. Ottawara, Dovin's Veto, Fable.
Your body bag, sir.
Yep. Take those 3. We'll discard Kutzel's Flanker and Island.
In a world of blood type harvesters, be the bigger deck, it seems like, and have success in these tournaments that are really, really strong players.
Is there anything we can do with this Enigmatic Incarnation? No, we could just draw 6 cards and make a 7/7 flyer.
Not just draw 6 cards, sculpt 6 cards.
yeah. Just get the 6 specs cards of our top 20.
There's a Dovin's Veto.
But that doesn't help protect anything.
Unless Mystical Dispute gets cast instead.
Do they have enough mana to do both?
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, it looks like exactly enough.
And the dispute actually would counter it. Oh man, Frado Rock, if you Mystical Dispute this. Oh no.
It's an open deckless tournament. You know there are vetoes on the side. Frado Rock, not seduced.
It was tempting.
Yeah.
It was tempting.
And yeah, this is lethal in the air just with the Atraxa and the Yorian.
Looks like game number 3 on our horizon. And now remember, this is match 1 if Fraggle Rock does win the next game.
Yeah, so Fraggle Rock needs to win this next game, and then we'll play one last match, same format, same decks, and that will be our final match of the Mana Traders finale here.
Who do you think is going to win going into game 3?
There's just only so many times you can draw the one of Hanged Executioner.
Yeah, well, now there's Dovin Vetoes and Disputes, so it's more than one out, but not by much.
Yeah, I'm still gonna give the edge to Magic Player 1.
Yeah, either way, y'all, thank you so much for watching and so much for tuning in to this Mana Traders series finale. There's been one heck of a show. Keep an eye on my personal YouTube channel. These matches will be posted on there if you didn't get to catch everything, as well as the VODs will be available for a couple of days here at the Mana Traders thing as well. So keep an eye on that if you want to watch back all the hot action. We played Legacy, we played Modern, we played Pioneer. We had 2 professional Magic players go 0-2 today and get knocked out. And there's Mom. And the lads to cast it.
Yeah. So now we have the Dovin's Veto for Fraggle Rock to stop and bring to light, but the naturally drawn Elishnorn gets around it.
Oh, man, I'm keeping that hand, even though it's kind of awkward. I'm slamming it. And there it is. Dovin's Veto's kept. You got the trump card, says Fraggle Rock, but Mom is already hanging out. There's Rending Volley. Okay.
They put a Rending Volley on the bottom. And then now they would have had the second one.
Well, Moto Bug, it happens. Yeah, you wouldn't have drawn it if.
True.
Oh, look at that draw step.
It's a very good one. Now we can turn 2 Caryatid. We'll play another one the next turn, and then Elishnorn on turn 4.
I'm sure you Nylea's presence. Do you hold up to try to counter a Fable? Probably not.
No. I think you got to get through your deck.
Definitely thinking about it though. You know what card I really miss? Sylvan Caryatid. Doesn't see much play anymore these days. It's a sweet card. Now it's turned into a combo card, and I don't like that. Get out of Jeskai Ascendancy decks. It's not cool. All right, here we go. Looks like Fable is going to be online. Draw that card. Nath coming into play. Here's Fable. And now Fabled Passage gets to hit the battlefield, and there's a chance you don't sacrifice. I think you just do because mom's all locked up if you do cast it.
So if the goblin attacks, you can play the Omnath without cracking the passage. If you find a land off the Fable or your
still
draw
need
step,
the lands,
you can play even a tapped land to get one trigger off the Omnath, crack the Fable passage.
Nope, but that's it. With the tap land being played, you know Magic of Player One is going to sacrifice this because mom is on lockdown unless there's a removal spell for the shaman before you attack. If I'm Magic of Player One, I'm saying I can see Elish Norn, Mother of Machine, hitting the battlefield because Mystical Dispute is not able to be cast unless you play Omnath first. So I'm not risking that.
If you go for the Omnath, and it can get disputed, it can also get Rending Volleyed with the EDB trigger on the stack.
If I'm Magic of Player One, I'm sacking this right now. I'm going to go get a white. It doesn't really matter the land, to be honest. And I'm going to try to cast Elish Norn, naturally drawn from my hand, and win the Mana Trader series almost assuredly.
Hey, chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair. Sure. I don't know if that applies to this particular moment, but sure.
The chip is Hanged Executioner.
And Fraggle is assuredly in a chair. Okay, didn't sack it, so needs to find a land. Well, there's Temple Garden.
Found Temple Garden, but they're actually going to get stymied. If they go for the Omnath, they're going to get stymied by the Rending Volley for a turn.
I mean, I think they're going to see it that there's no way to deal with mom right now. If it just gets cast.
I'm also inclined to hold the Omnath for next turn. It draws 2 cards.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you could play Temple Garden untapped, use the treasure, get the Elish Norn down, keep the Fable Passage.
No, because every single land still adds the mana from Omnath with mom in play.
Yes.
So you're going to draw 3 cards next turn at finding any land, and that adds 5 mana.
Sure. But you could have guaranteed it by cashing in the treasure. So you could use Treasure Caryatid and the 3 other lands to play the Norn this turn. And then next turn, you have Omnath crack the Fable Passage.
Whatever. It's mommy time. Naturally drawn Elish Norn while holding Dolphin's Veto. You know Fraggle Rock is going to be like, are you kidding me?
But can they be that upset when they had the 1 Hanged Executioner last game?
I don't know, man. This has been a crazy finals. A Jetmir Garden off the top. I guess you can go Fires into Fable. Try to find second Rending Volley or that one of Hanged Executioner. But that being said, Magic of Player One is going to have a turn. One heck of a turn.
Yeah.
And Dovin's Veto is going to be available, which actually doesn't counter anything that destroys Elish Norn. So
it can counter Enigmatic Incarnation, which tutors for the Hanged Executioner with the Nylea's presence.
That's still just too slow, I think. I don't even think that's an out anymore.
No, that'll be fine. So if we go, didn't play the Fires. I guess trying to eventually get value out of the Dovin's Veto, but at this point, the Elish Norn is there. And you really need the Fires to go with Hanged Executioner, because otherwise you need 7 mana to play and sacrifice it in 1 turn.
All right, here's Omnath to get a couple of draws, maybe to find a land. I don't even know if you need it. There's Leyline Binding to be able to take a couple of things. Bring to light. And no land. Okay, but you can attack with Shaman and just leave open Dovin's Veto. I think that's plenty good. Dovin's Veto or Leyline Binding. Unreal.
This is also... They're almost dead.
Wait, did the Shaman get 2 treasures there? No, right? There was just already a treasure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because we sacked the Fable Passage instead of using
There's Rending Volley number 2! Oh my god!
That is one of the outs.
I mean, but after that, what are you doing? You need to discard some stuff and find some goods.
Yeah. At this point, the Fires of Invention is probably bad.
Yeah?
Yeah, they discard the Fires.
There's Leyline Binding to deal with Omnath. That will get countered.
We double Rending Volley. They respond by binding the Fable and the token, I would guess.
Yeah.
And then you get to binding the Omnath. You're still facing down the Reflection and the Fable token. That's all your staring down, and you have veto for the next threat.
Well, you have veto for the leyline binding.
Sure.
I'm vetoing that to keep my
Yeah.
Omnath for sure.
I feel like I would have traded Goblin Shamans last turn. What is your Goblin Shaman doing?
Looking cool.
And then the binding would be even worse. So you lose a presence.
And then I mean, also we can just look at Magic of Player One's hand. It's good. Okay, wait, we didn't have domain, so leyline binding has to be cast. The other leyline binding will resolve, but with another Omnath, I guess it just doesn't really matter, right? Oh, okay. They're gonna Dovin's veto that.
Dovin's
Okay.
vetoing the leyline binding, I think is.
I think it's fine
sketchy.
because now you get to leyline binding Omnath
Yeah.
and attack.
But they're just gonna bring to light for Tybalt, and
Yeah.
you're dead.
Either way, Mom got dealt with the last 2 games, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, just the cost of dealing with it was too high. Now, Cradle Rock is basically on empty, and Magic of Player One has plenty behind to clean up this game.
Yeah. What a finals.
We can make a Goblin Shaman copy, attack for 4, get 2 more treasures, cast the Omnath, have 3 treasures still.
I think I'm just bringing to lighting for Tybalt, right?
Yeah, or just bring to life for Tybalt.
Can Tybalt hit leyline binding? It can't, right?
I think it's just creature.
I think so too.
And it's a Rakdos card. There's no way it hits enchantments.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we choose here.
And
deep in the tank.
I mean, this is the point where you can see the finish line. You're
like,
I'm gonna win this tournament. I don't want to screw it up.
Yep.
So just take a second, calm yourself. You're still ahead on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tybalt exiles artifacts and creatures.
Okay.
As Rakdos cards are wont to do.
Makes sense to me. So here we go. Here's the copy on Goblin Shaman. I'm gonna get those in there, see if there's any blocks. And yeah, Fredo Rocks did a nice job dealing with Mom, but is just depleted of everything at this point.
The mulligan, the card advantage that Elish Norn represented, and that you needed to 2-for-1 yourself to answer it eventually.
I guess you can just Omnath too, right? Oh, going for the slow avenue here.
Okay.
Reasonable.
Sure. Buster is also good. Maybe trying to find a Fabled Passage so they can Omnath Bring to Light all in one turn.
Takes the 2 there. Interesting. I guess, yeah, just extra treasure you get to keep. Knight of Autumn to deal with whatever. Reflection, I guess.
It'll answer Bankbuster and Reflection with your own Reflection, I guess.
Afterwards, yeah.
I would do the Bankbuster first. Reflection doesn't have anything cool to copy. The Bankbuster can draw a card next turn.
Yep, but that is the case where now Bring to Light can exile Reflection and you can recast a Fable.
That would be bad. I don't think there's much. Well, so Cradle Rock can draw Enigmatic Incarnation and then sack that Leyline Binding and find
Dovin's veto.
Yeah, it was Dovin's veto. So yeah, I think the bases are all covered here.
Yeah, it's just gonna take a while. It's Magic of Player One is taking this very slow, not trying to get overly aggressive, and I totally love the play.
Yeah. They've been playing very tight all day long, and it is not going to stop now.
Yep. So they went 8-1, right? 8-1, and then today
4-0.
Just 4-0, huh?
So 12-1 on the weekend.
12-1, and your only loss was to Johnny Gutman. I don't remember their match.
Yeah, I can't remember which round they played in or which format.
Was that Boone Valkyrie match? Was that the top deck Boone?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say if that was the case, you got unlucky to lose your only match. Like that would be wild.
Boonbringer Valkyrie was towards the end of the day. They played earlier.
Okay. All right, here is Frago Rock's biggest out here is Magic of Player One is shoveling right now. Really has another snowstorm that has to take care of right now.
and a power outage.
Yeah. I mean, if there's that much snow you have to shovel, there's a possibility your internet connection could go
Yeah.
with it.
Just hang on as long as you can.
Yep.
Make a call to the National Weather Service. I'm sorry, we're evacuating your area. You're gonna have to leave immediately.
Be like, can I first cast
No,
Omnath? And be like, what?
I will give you $500.
Whoa, no bribery allowed here, Ross. What are you doing? Can't bribe the weather service here to get a win. That's still bribery.
Maybe you can't.
Yeah, that's because I live in Roanoke, Virginia. We don't have any weather.
We have lots of weather.
It's just all nice weather.
That's fine.
All right. Well, we're deep in the tank here.
So deep that Corey and I are talking about weather.
And I hate talking about the weather. I just spent time, just like all of you did, with your families over the weekend, where weather is the number one topic. Where every day it's like, wow, the weather is actually going to be pretty rough today. And it's like, yeah, it's weather. It changes. Ugh, drives me crazy.
Night of Autumn answers the Bank Buster.
Let me get back to weather, okay?
There's another Bank Buster to replace it.
It's either weather or how that one person's doing from school you haven't remembered in years.
Okay, so at this point, they can Omnath plus Bring to Light all in one turn. But you want to keep up the vetoes, so maybe Bring to Light plus Bank Buster, hold up veto / Bank Buster activation.
I am just Bring to Lighting for Velky, hitting Fable, casting Bank Buster, and saying go. That's what I'm doing.
What if you hit the Leyline Binding? Then you cast the Leyline Binding on the Fable.
You can't. We already discussed that.
Oh yeah, that's I forgot.
We had a whole thing.
I got distracted by our weather discussion. It was so enthralling.
It was riveting.
My brain completely lost everything immediately.
I get it. I get it. So here we go. It's Velky. It's Tybalt.
Let's deal with the reflection. We could get the Night of Autumn, then Night of Autumn, the Leyline Binding, and get the Omnath back that way.
That's kind of hot. I like that. But this is a better, easier play. I don't even think I'm playing the Bank Buster now that I think about it, because you could lose your reflection and then lose Velky. You just got to make sure you leave. And if I'm casting Bank Buster, it's off 2 treasures. That's reasonable.
Once again, being conservative doesn't need to be overly aggressive. The Tybalt will take over the game.
And end step, you can also copy Sylvan Caryatid to get 1 extra turn. Now, do you Delvin's veto the
God no.
the Beanstalk? That'd be too aggressive, right?
All it is a cycle.
Yeah, it's a cycle that when they find their big stuff, also it draws them a card. So it's better than a cycle. Wow, I still think this is aggressive.
Okay.
I mean, in hindsight, it is a good play. Knowing that there's a land in hand, it's pretty solid. We're gonna buy that Yorion, I guess. We gotta say go. Now you get to make a Sylvan Caryatid at an end step. You know what plants do? They make more plants.
That's how a lot of organisms work.
Yep. Okay, here we go. That is land. Here's Omnath plus fetch land. Anything Gigantha's coming into play.
Sure.
Okay, Bank Buster. Now let's start drawing some cards. Tap that Sylvan Caryatid while you got it. Use it or lose it. Okay, but the shields are going to be down.
Yeah. Crater Rock it starts with Enigmatic Incarnation.
Yep.
You sack the Binding. You give them back an Omnath, which Legend rules. So you give them back a card, but you get an Atraxa.
Yep.
Maybe you hit a Leyline Binding. That deals with the Tybalt.
Mm-hmm.
You get a Rending Volley. That deals with the other Omnath.
Okay. You can also cast a Fable from exile. That's still an option. Didn't tap that Sylvan Caryatid yet. Okay, there it is. There's the Fable from exile. Hellbent. Now that Bank Buster, yeah, that just came in. So you could attack with Reflection if you want. I think I would.
This Yorion is also going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
It answers an Omnath and a Bank Buster and draws a card.
And the Reflection, if you don't attack there, you lose it to the Night of Autumn. So I think that was a small mistake. Might as well get it in there. Fire's off the top.
You just play fires into Yorion.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want
Maybe,
to play
yeah.
with
I was just
fires.
gonna say the same because you might draw a Dovin's Veto or something,
Yeah, exactly.
but then you can't cast it, so that's reasonable. All right, pretty solid value here from Yorian.
Can this be the start of an incredible comeback?
It would be an incredible comeback, I must say.
There you go. Turn your Omnath into a card. Well, that's another Omnath.
All right, is this just lethal coming back though? That's the real question.
So we destroy a reflection and we exile
Oh yeah,
the Tybalt.
it's GG. You get to cast the one-sided Wrath if you got enough mana here.
But you only get to keep one creature.
Oh, I thought it was just destroy all creatures your opponent controls.
No,
Okay,
it's...
never mind. But you can, if this Valky or if this Tybalt doesn't go away, you can Tybalt Yorian. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I would guess the Tybalt is going away.
I think it has to, right?
Yeah, I think Tybalt and a reflection or.
So what if Frago Rock finds another Leyline Binding here off this draw and can get rid of one more thing? Is that good?
That one's not very good.
Okay. So what does our next turn look like? Oh, okay. Oh, that's got to be GG.
So, well, Bankbuster is how much to crew again?
Let's double check that. Is that 3? 3.
Three.
Yep. So Fable doesn't do it. What about Selfless Geo Weaver?
Glyph Weaver.
Glyph Weaver.
Yeah,
what is the power on that?
It's
on the
a
front?
2/3. So
Okay.
so we can play Glyph Weaver plus Fable, crew a Bankbuster,
Plus Leyline Binding.
bind the Yorian, and then
That's lethal. That's exactly 8.
Yeah.
Yep. It's exactly 8. There's the line. You have exactly enough mana.
Yeah, we have seven mana, 1 for the binding, 3 each for the Fable and the Glyph Weaver.
Yep. Fable, Glyph Weaver, Leyline Binding the Yorian.
Yeah.
You do have to worry about, like, fires is not in play. So your opponent could have a thing. So maybe you don't want to be that aggressive.
But if they had Rending Volley or Leyline Binding, they would have cast.
Probably.
Yeah, they would have killed the other Omnath.
Probably. So here we go. It looks like here is the selfless
Glyph Weaver
for
this tournament and this year on the Mana Trader.
I think it does something. You can
exile it to give your things.
Yeah, sweet. Why not? There's that. Attacks. And this is going to be Magic of Player 1 shoveling through the competition and takes it down.
Earned their cocoa.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. If they go out to finish shoveling right now, like, you got to really just respect the grind here because that was truly impressive stuff.
You know, got to get to work tomorrow.
I guess so, but I mean, I don't know if you do have to go to work tomorrow. I think you can take a day off because Magic of Player 1 just won $5,000 playing Magic this weekend. They played Legacy. They played Modern. They played Pioneer.
They played the crap out of Pioneer.
And then played the crap out of Pioneer today. The perfect 5-0 in Pioneer today, as well as yesterday when 8-1. Not exactly sure what their loss was. I can't remember, but really impressive stuff. Huge congrats to Magic of Player 1. And honestly, big prop to Frago Rock because Frago Rock lost the second round of the bracket here to Magic of Player 1 and then had to just battle back and win a ton from the bottom bracket.
Yeah, it looks like 3 straight elimination matches won in a row to get to the finals, and unfortunately failed by Magic of Player 1 for the second time.
Yep.
Omnath, that one of Omnath really flips that matchup on just flips the entire matchup on its head, and was, couldn't deal with it in game 1. It ended the game. Had the answer in game 2. You won that one. Yeah. Had the answer again in game 3, but it just cost too much and it took too long. You're right. And the damage had already been done by the time he was able to answer that one and couldn't climb back into the game. So no final match here. Gets felled in the first match, and will have to content themselves with second place and $4,000.
Still pretty good. An incredible weekend. And I just want to thank you all so much for watching not only the Mana Traders Series final, but the Mana Traders broadcast throughout all of 2023. Well, it's already 2024. We'll be bringing you more broadcasts as well this year. We really appreciate all the support. Thank you to all the subs in the channels, everyone who supports the loan program here for the Mana Traders. If you want to get 15% off, that code at the bottom, exclamation point Bash Bros, if you want to save yourself 15% off. And thank you to everyone at the Mana Traders series, all the staff behind Jason, the leader, who makes all these things works. I want to thank Adrian behind the scenes. Ross, I want to thank you for being a great co-commentator. My name's Corey Baumeister. We'll all see you in Pioneer in February. Get to practicing, and maybe you'll be winning this tournament here in 2024. We'll see you next time.